As we get started, I'm going to introduce the rest of the community programs team. So a lot of you have worked or have seen a couple of our specialists. We are changing some things this coming program year where all of our team members are going to be working with FDCH sponsors and dual sponsors. So we are breaking everyone into that with this training. And some people have been with the program or with our team for a while and have been working with our centers, and they're adding FDCH and dual sponsors to their repertoire. And we also have people that are brand new to everything. So I'm going to do some quick introductions. If I call your name, will you please stand up? Devin Parcell is our program manager. He's been on our team for a long time and has also been working with FDCH and dual sponsors for a long time. In the back, we've got Louise Fry, who also has years of experience with CACFP and FDCH. The two in the back corner, we've got Hannah Klinger, who's been with our team for several years and is adding FDCH. We've got Nicole Pontes, who is the newest member of our team. This is the first training she's ever been part of, so she's learning all of CACFP and FDCH. And then in the doorway, we've got Karina Palestina. She's been with us for a couple of years and also adding FDCH to everything that everyone's picking up. So thank you to the team for taking this step to expand and share expertise in this way. I have notes on my phone of everything I need to cover. As far as the rest of the day, a couple of housekeeping items. Bathrooms are on this floor. They're on every floor and they're all in the same place. They're right by the elevators. The drinking fountains and drink stations are just there as well. Feel free to take bio breaks as you, with your being an adult and knowing what you need, can make the determination for. We will be taking turns presenting. So we each have sections and each person will be coming up to share their presentation. We'll have breaks throughout the day. We didn't put them in specific times on the schedule, but we're keeping an eye on when brain breaks are needed because those are important. I will also just preempt, I may have to step out for a couple of meetings throughout the day, so pardon me if I am in and out of the room. Let's see. Anything else, team, that I need to say that I haven't? Oh, yes, team members, you are free to remind each other to repeat questions in the mic because some of the other rooms we have record all of the sound, so that's a reminder to us that only these mics are being recorded. So participants, you are also free to remind us to repeat questions in the mic because we want the future, like as we use this training recording in future to be useful. And if we don't know what questions we're answering, that hampers that. So feel free to give us friendly reminders along those lines. And I think that is everything. No one's giving me indication faces. Okay, so I am going to turn it over to Devin, who has our first portion of the day.
Okay, well, good morning, everybody. It's really, really great to see everybody. It's great to see everybody in person. It's fun getting phone calls, but it's even better to see you all in person. So great to see you. So the first topic that I'll be going over are the claiming percentages. So what I'm going to go over is basically the claiming percentages for the childcare centers and also for the daycare homes. Basically, the claiming percentages, the ratios used to apply reimbursement rates to the total monthly meal counts. Basically, it's what I always kind of refer to it is as a snapshot in time that applies for the rest of the year, or for daycare homes, it applies for 6 months minimally at a time. Now, some of you that are more administrative, you're probably a lot more familiar with the claiming percentages, where maybe some of the monitors don't, but I think it'll still be important for you to know and to refer to in case you're not super familiar with claiming percentages. So with claiming percentages, I'm going to go over here the documentation for childcare centers here. So childcare centers, they're basically reimbursed based on the free, reduced, and paid children that are being served the meals. So with daycare centers, the mandatory establishment, at least minimally, is basically they have to be established every October. So every October, it's mandatory that you update those. Now, as we transition back over to CNP Web this coming year, all of your childcare centers, you'll be able to input the free, reduced, and paid enrollment numbers directly right into the into the first claim for each one of your childcare centers. And then if you have any brand new childcare centers, that first claim that you submit should let you put that in there. And then afterwards, it'll gray out. And so any reestablished claiming percentages that you do will need to be sent to our office. You can reestablish the claiming percentages if you want to, but it's not mandatory. We encourage you to do so, and we have different tools that you can use to determine if that reestablishment is necessary or not, or if it's going to give you a higher number. So one of the things that we see quite often in the state with all of the childcare centers that we review, we find that there are some missing information that gets missed. So basically, when we look at claiming percentages, we're looking at basically 1 month that applies for the rest of the year. For example, you're going to have your free, reduced, and paid numbers that you establish in October. That claiming percentage applies for the rest of the year unless you reestablish that. What we really strongly suggest is having basically separate when you establish that. So what we encourage you to do is have your master list with the child's name and the benefit category, all of the applicable IEFs for that master list, and then also the enrollment records, especially the enrollment records for the paid kids if you're not using the income eligibility form for the enrollment. So what a lot of times happens is when software is used, a master list might be created in order to show who was free, reduced, and paid. Sometimes what happens is that master list gets generated months down the line, not necessarily during the month that it was established. So for example, if you establish the claiming percentage in October and you put that in November into CNP Web, for example, you might not pull that master list from your software systems for October. You might pull it in July. Sometimes what happens with the software system is they can be live, if you will, live systems, where sometimes if you pull that document in July, any children that may have either enrolled or re-enrolled might skew that master list. So what we encourage you to do is when you actually establish the claiming percentage for October, for example, when you submit your November claim, is basically have a hard copy of that master list or a PDF of that. And a lot of you already, we look at all of your systems, and so you have a lot of information that's kept electronically. So I would suggest that when you establish that, you actually save that in that moment, just so in case any of the software systems you're using, and so all of you are using either MinMenu/KidCare or the AccuTrack system or the Center Pilot. Correct me if I'm wrong. If there's any other software systems being used, so that's just, we strongly encourage that one. In the past, what we've had with childcare centers is, if the free, reduced, and paid numbers from the claiming percentages, sometimes that's different because of when the master list is pulled. Okay. Any questions for anyone based on the childcare centers? And I know that a lot of you, are mostly working just with homes, but any questions, especially from the administrative staff on claiming percentages in childcare centers? And then just as another reminder, if you reestablish the claiming percentage after October, you just simply email Nicole and I, or your specialist, or all of us all at the same time, and we try to get on that as fast as we can so we can change that for you. Yeah. Now, really, there's not much difference between family daycare home claiming percentages. The big differences here is it only applies to Tier 2 mixed homes. So any provider that is a Tier 2 mixed home, they're going to be the claiming percentage is going to be utilized. So instead of the free and reduced paid, it's going to be the Tier 2, Tier 1, Tier 2, basically Tier 2 high, Tier 2 low. So basically, the Tier 2 high is paid at the Tier 1 rate. The Tier 2 is paid at the Tier 2 low rate. Tier 2 low. Now the difference with the claiming percentages, for whatever reason, the USDA has established that states utilizing the claiming percentage system with homes, they have to establish it actually 2 times a year. So we've established that one for every October and then every April. So this year, when you establish, for your 2-2 mixed homes, in November, when you submit your October claims, it'll give you the ability to put in the claiming percentages for your tier 2 mixed homes. And then also the same thing for April. It should open up for you and let you put that in for April when you do your claim file uploads. Questions? I'd love to take any that anybody might have. Debbie.
There was at one time where you guys talked about getting rid of claiming percentages because we were only one of the single states that were doing it for homes. Is there any more talk of being done with that?
Yeah, good question. So I'm going to repeat it just for the sake of the recording. So Debbie from Child Management Associates asking, basically in the past, there has been discussion or questions on whether or not claiming percentages needs to be applied for daycare homes. Just a little bit of history on that one. Years past, when we did establish the claiming percentage system, we started that one around 2018, if I remember correctly. We were told at the time by the USDA, the regional office, that if you use the claiming percentage system, you have to use it across the board for both centers and homes. However, there has been discussion with our current regional office on that. We haven't made a decision quite yet on there, especially with changing over to Primero Edge and going back to CNP Web, but I would like to continue that conversation, and we can maybe talk to Nicole and things like that. So I don't have an exact answer for you, but I'll make a note and we can keep discussing that one, because that's something that I think has been brought up in the past, and it's probably just been backburnered for a minute just because of the new systems. But I'll add that to the notes that we can discuss further.
Still sponsors who are having providers lose money with it, like we are.
Yes. Us as well.
Yeah. The question is, are there providers that are losing money because of using claiming percentages versus not using the claiming percentage system? It's hard to pinpoint exactly, but I think generally, when I talk to most sponsors, I think they are saying that, from month to month, sometimes you might be up, sometimes you might be down. With homes, there's a higher, there's just such fewer kids in care than the childcare center. So it really is a different ratio at times with time. But long story short, I think my understanding is that usually there is a lower reimbursement rate in general from what I understand, where childcare centers tends to be a higher reimbursement rate before it. And it sounds like some people are nodding to that. So yeah, so it sounds like it's kind of across the board. I think I see a lot of people kind of nodding like, yes, I agree with that. So sorry to not have an exact answer for you, but I'll address that with Nicole and to see what further discussion we can have with that, if that sounds okay with you, Debbie. Great, thank you. A note here, so I don't forget. Any other questions or any concerns or clarifications we can make with the claiming percentage system? Again, I understand probably that it doesn't always apply to you, to some of the monitors, but admin it might more so. But it might be good for you to kind of have a little bit more information maybe on how the claiming percentage system works. So, okay, well, if that is the case and there's no other questions, I'll move on to the next person that we have presenting, which is, I'm not sure, monitoring. That's Nicole. So Nicole Pontes will start on this now.
Hi, I'm Nicole. I'm the newest to the group, so bear with me. I have a wonderful team to the side of me, so if you do have questions, I may have their help answering some of them. Monitoring handbook for state agencies requires the following is verified: the time of announced reviews must be verified in a way that would ensure they're unpredictable. The reviews are scheduled in an unpredictable pattern. If the facilities claim supper, evenings, or weekend meals, a proportionate number of reviews will be completed during these meals and dates. So with the ones that are unpredictable, in addition, not only must monitoring scheduling be varied within each month and each year, but interval between reviews must also be frequently changed to create review unpredictability. Similarly, reviews should be alternated between the meal types being served. So just make sure, just don't go do all the visits during breakfast or whatever is convenient. Just make sure you spread them out. Timing of the reviews must be conducted across the spectrums of meals claimed, which includes all meal types, provided is approved for, includes weekends and holidays. Consider if provider is not claiming all meals, they should be able to be marked as being claimed. The same meal should not be seen 2 reviews in a row. Helps ensure provider facility compliance with all meal types requirements. Helps ensure compliance with requirement of monitoring across all meal types and days. Must be conducted across the spectrum of meals claimed, include all meal types, weekends, holidays. Consider if provider is not claiming all meals, should they all be marked as being claimed? I'm reiterating this just because we want to make sure that you just don't kind of sort of choose the easiest one and go for breakfast or lunch or whatever is convenient. Like I said, same meals should not be seen 2 reviews in a row. So just make sure that changes up as well. Helps ensure provider facilities in compliance with all meal type requirements. Helps ensure compliance with requirements of monitoring across all meal types days. There's different ways that you guys are able to keep track of this. This is just one, like a little graph if you want to set something up. So that you know, must see providers at least 3 times a year, no more than 6 months between visits. At least 2 visits must be announced. One of the announced must be during a mealtime. Must vary the daytime meal that is seen. And this little module gives you an example of how you can separate it and make sure that you're doing your visits correctly and in a timely manner. What to avoid: predictable review patterns. For example, choosing to do breakfast for all the counts. I know that was really fast, but I'm sure you guys are very familiar with how the meal counts and things work. This just gives you some ideas. Do you guys have any questions? Yes.
This isn't about what we just went over, it's just about reviews in general. We had touched on this a few years back, about how other states are able to do one as a desk review of the 3. And the reason I bring that up is just a couple weeks ago, I was in Eagle Mountain, Saratoga Springs. And as you know, Eagle Mountain can get pretty far out there. I was able to visit everyone except for one person. I showed up at one house and they weren't there. They don't always let us know like they're supposed to, that they're not there. She was out of town for a wedding. So when I called her, and it's really hard, I feel like, on our budgets and mileage when we have to go way far away for one person. And so I mean, this last year doesn't count because we didn't have snow, but on years where we do and weather's bad, I know that the other states, that's usually their reason is weather, but they're allowed to do, in situations like this, 1 desk review per year. Like that would be helpful if I didn't have to go all the way out to Eagle Mountain again for one person. I don't know if that's something you guys can bring up to regional or see if that's something that Utah could do as well.
I think this one is on and recording. Did you have a comment, Louise? Were you? Sorry, I didn't want to interrupt what you were going to say. Oh, okay. So just to reiterate, this one is recording, correct, Nicole?
Yeah. I can
Okay.
keep going.
Okay, good. So I'm just going to reiterate Ayla's question. So basically what she's saying is, she has, homes, for example, where she might go out to Eagle Mountain, Saratoga Springs, correct me if I get anything wrong, where, she might have several providers, maybe 4 or 5, but then one she's unable to do due to personal reasons. They called ahead and said, hey, I'm at a wedding, etc. Yeah. And so the question is, is there a way that we could reach out to the regional office or come to a decision where it would be allowed to have one of the 3 of the year be a desk review or maybe more virtual, or they send in the documentation for that one? Do you have, Nicole's coming out, so I thought maybe I'll let her go. So that's the gist of her question.
So this is something, I'm gonna kneel and we're gonna be okay with it. This is something that in order for us to do that, the state has to request a waiver from the regional office, and sometimes it has to even go to the national office. At this time, Utah has determined that we are not submitting those waivers. Didn't do one I did just check my email. The last time I could see that we sent out notification that we were not requesting that waiver was in like fall of 24 for the 25 year. And then we did not do one for 26. This also has to get our director's approval. So it is something I can let her know sponsors are interested in. But along with all of those waivers, this is perspective for you. This is not an answer. This is just context for the question. Anytime the state agency requests a waiver for anything against like the changes regulation, we have to track everything. We would be asked like a year later to say, how many sponsors used the waiver? How many homes were visited, or how many monitoring visits were completed with that waiver? And not that that means we cannot do it, but that is something that goes into our decision-making as far as the administrative ask on our part for that, and things like that. So I can let our director know that there is interest and we can see where that goes. And I am not making any promises one way or the other because it does take discussion. And even like Devin was saying with Premier Edge, sometimes it's like, what is on our plate and what can or cannot be added that logistically works for us to be able to fully support in all the ways we need to all of the sponsors that we have. So I am noting to put it on, like, move it up the conversation. So thank you for bringing it up.
Can I add a comment?
Yes.
Sorry.
No, you're good.
You and I have talked about this, but I guess my biggest thing is that I would say that it needs to be more geared towards providers who are not problem child, as we call them, problem providers, or have like a list of guidelines when we would only use it. Because I don't think it should be just willy-nilly in West Jordan, in Salt Lake City, things like that. Maybe a mileage difference, because I've gone all the way down to Centerfield, Manti, Cedar City, and had the same exact thing, and I had to go back. I had to do a sign up for a second daycare at the same facility. So she has an upstairs and a downstairs and a home, and I had to drive out there to sign her up. Then I had to go again to do her 4-week review, and it was nowhere near when I would be going for the rest of my review. So I went down twice. Thankfully, we do have a car, so I didn't have to do mileage, but there still is per diem, and it's my time, which is again kind of nice because being exempt, I don't have to pay someone hourly to do that. But that doesn't mean that all the other sponsors are in the same situation as far as those. Just things to consider, I think, when talking.
Yeah, no, I'm going to just repeat some of the things she said. And again, no, you're totally good. This will also help with context. So I hope I summarize it well. There's a concept of not just doing it willy-nilly if desk reviews ever become an option. Maybe setting some standards for when it would happen, and also just some reiteration of the usefulness of, when you're setting up a provider, when you're doing the initial visit, and then we got you on this like 3 times a year schedule. We don't, the regulations do. So all of those saying, like, reiterating the usefulness for sure. And that made me think of some context items that would go into like our waiver request we would have to submit, like, when would it be allowed? Would it be 1/3 of the visits that people do? Or would it be providers in good standing? Or would it only be the monitoring visits and not the initial visits? Like, those are the types of things we would have to specify in our request. And then if it was granted, if we did submit that request, we would then let you all know, like, you can do it with these types, but not these other types. So all of those things would go into the thought process. and would become part of like, what actually is the waiver allowing? Like, what are we actually asking the waiver to do? And then what would we be asked to report on later? How many providers were in good standing that got it? Those types of things we would be asked to like gather the information and report on it later. So context, again, just expanding the conversation. Yeah. I think this one's on. We've never done a training in this room before. Can you tell? I think this one's like you.
So one of my comments is, and I have not obviously run this by Nicole, and she'd have to run it by anybody else. But I believe that you can always trade providers among each other. I mean, I know that some of you do it when there's a language that you don't necessarily cover and somebody else does. So you could look at saying, well, this sponsor has several providers in this area. Could we trade? And I have one. Is there any chance we can trade? You know, have one closer? That should be something that you can kind of work out for yourself and do it. I would think that would work. I know that some of you who've been here many, many, many years know that was something of a conflict, but all of you here now work really well together. And so I think that's something, just an option that you can look at.
I'm just going to add to that for the directors. I did recently ask like what counties are people in and what languages are in each of your organizations. If you haven't responded to that, please do, because we do intend to like pull that all together and let all of you know, just refresher, where are all of your colleagues? Where are some of those resources? So I'm not going to say that's going to help specifically with a waiver necessarily, but leading into what Louise was saying, if that's the way that people can cooperate and just find out new ways to work with each other, we will be sending that out to all of you. Any other questions?
I have a question on the time
Yeah.
of the reviews. So we already have reports of what type of reviews, meals, not meals, file. But what about the exact time? Because we're getting the new ones where it's 2 hours between starting time of the last 2 reviews. Because that's a lot.
I would love for you to answer that question.
So this is something that has come up before. And I know that we recommended then that don't have 2 hours worth of a meal time. Really. This is not designed so that any kid who wanders in the door within 2 hours gets to eat. Okay, that's not exactly the way I want to put it. Yes, if the provider wants to feed them, yes. But there should be a normal meal time. You go and there's a meal. You can expect that there's a meal being served during that time. If they are having a shift, then you can have a shift 1 and a shift 2. Shift 1 starts at 11:30. Shift 2 starts at 12:30 because these are the kids that are coming back from school or whatever it is.
Sorry, that wasn't my question.
That wasn't your question. I'm sorry.
The meal time, I understand. I'm talking about the review time. Because I was expecting it to see it on her presentation of the required time. Because now we're having to make sure that the monitor is going out to do a review. We have to check the time of the last 2 reviews to make sure that they are not going back within 2 hours of both starting time.
So I can cover that.
Is that coming up?
Not specifically, but it will be now.
I can wait.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Louise can add
I'm
it to her.
next.
She's literally just going into the monitoring form and things like, stop getting ahead of the agenda. We have a plan. No, perfect. That just tells us we put it in the right order. So, okay. Any other questions before we move on to Louisa's part? Yes.
I have a question, especially in summertime, kids, are more with parents than with the daycare, some of them. And we are just, they are canceled some meals. Like they are getting breakfast too late, so they are not serving breakfast. They decide to cancel the meal or cancel dinner because they are picking up earlier. So on this case, can we do 2 reviews in the same meal? You know what I mean?
I'm going to reiterate the question, and I'm going to look to my team to help answer it. So the question is, particularly in the summertime when some meals might get canceled because kids' schedules are changing.
And I forgot to tell you that they are open just 3 meals.
Okay, so there's a home that's open 3 meals, and some of the schedule is changing because kids are there on different schedules during the summer. So sometimes is it the kids are not there for breakfast, so they're just not serving breakfast that day, turns out, or kids are being picked up earlier, so their PM snack or their dinner or something is not being served. Does that become a situation where it could make sense to look at 2 meals, like the same meal in 2 monitoring reviews? Is that the question? Okay. I'm gonna ask my team to help answer.
So I think we'll talk about this a little bit more within our team, but it does seem reasonable. You would have to have a documented reason there. And there would not be an expectation that you could go another day and see that meal. So if you have some like proposals for that you want to have your director send in, I think that would be great, because then we can talk about it some more and get a better answer for you. Then I think it would be reasonable. So, okay.
All right. I'm going to turn it over to Louise. You one of the next ones, you can stay on that chair.
Okay. So this one will just click along for me. So I am going to be talking about conducting a monitoring review. Does the camera actually hit this chair? Or do I need to move over? Okay, I was just wondering whether or not I was going to be in camera review. I'd be happy if I wasn't, but nonetheless. Yeah. Aren't we being recorded?
Yes, we are recording. Those 2 mics, Jerry left live, so I think it's catching.
Good. Yeah, okay.
Okay.
Okay, good. So today we're going to talk about provider on-site visits using the monitoring form. So you all know that last year we got a new monitoring form. And we are updating that just slightly, just tweaking it. And so we're going to go over that today and some of the things, how you should be using that form. So basically for the new form, which you'll all get a copy of, they're like, so let me just say here that this form has been tweaked. It needs to go through one final second set of eyes to make sure that all the formatting is correct. There's no misspellings. I haven't left anything out before it's actually posted online. But this is the one that you will be seeing in the future. Okay. So the few updates include there's brief instructions now within each question. And the infant section has been reformatted into general observation and meal observation, the very same as the child. It's the one for older children. Okay. Plus, we went through and I looked at some questions, and Devin and I worked together and said, this is not a complete question. What is this supposed to mean? So you'll see some in there that maybe had been something very brief. And so now it actually says something that hopefully we all understand. Okay. So we have another just really brief activity for you. You should all have sticky notes. And what I'd like you to do is just take those sticky notes, put on there 1 or 2 words of what you expect to learn about monitoring today, or what you want to learn about monitoring today, specifically during this question, but at all. And we are just going to have you stick them right on this wall, right in between the 2 blackboards. So you have a couple minutes. I don't have a timer up for this one. Oh, actually, I have a timer up for the next one. Okay. So we're just going to start here. I'm going to go from this right into another activity. So,
Louise, what are they writing?
what it is that they expect to learn from monitoring today, and specifically for this section, but anything at all, what they want to learn. Sorry, I'm normally a person that stands up, but we either had standing up or sitting down, and sitting down recorded better. Oh. Don't put your names on them. We don't care. But go ahead. Just a couple words. You can have a little bit more if you want. So stick them up. Yeah, right there. It's great. If you don't want to stand up and put your own, pass it down. And yeah, Karina will collect them for you.
You can put it on this side.
Oh, great.
There's still a few more out there that are coming. So we will check those. Make sure we've covered what you want. And we'll check those in just a minute now that I can't walk around, so. But our next, so that was just your first activity. So while we do this next activity, we're going to look at those notes. So we're going to start with monitoring scenarios. We're going to give you about 8 minutes. You are going to divide up by your color groups. No mixing colors. So the concept is that you are going to be meeting with people that you don't normally see every day or who aren't in your same organization. So that way you can bounce ideas off of each other and you can kind of see what you each think. I have the scenarios up here. You will each get a different one. You'll have 8 minutes to work on it, and then make sure you choose somebody. You'll have about 1.5 minutes to report, and we also have somewhere we are going to put big old sticky notes. So,
Color on your name.
color on your name tag.
Oh.
Sorry, yes, color on your name tag. I wasn't explicit enough.
Sorry, stripes at the top and bottom of your name tag.
So go ahead, once you sort yourself out, go ahead and sort yourself out now, and I'll hand out the activities.
How about let's do pink, purple, blue, and orange right here? Orange one? I think there's a green, purple. Yeah.
Okay, so we need some more people over here. Yes.
I do the very same thing.
Okay.
So my supervisor, will you just leave in charge of one, please? Oh.
Oh, yes.
Are there enough pages in the packet for each person?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, okay, good. Oh, there's still collaboration. But we could make this.
Good, well, it's here. Is there any way we can? So a timer on, that you can't see it, but it will time out. Yeah. Yeah. Well, what happened to this?
Sorry, I should have. Has anyone? I understand. Please.
So I want you.
Like this, all the issues.
I think what we would do is
And then you
coach
have
it.
the.
Sponsorship. Action plan.
We'll just put this right here for Hannah.
Exactly. We do our best to get there, yes.
Oh, yeah, we can.
So Debbie, thank you now.
It is.
I don't know, but.
No, so. I mean, I would put my left actually get started.
Yeah. We need to stop. Oh, sure. Yeah.
The black ones?
What are they supposed to be doing?
So what they're doing is there's a instruction sheet.
It's hard.
So.
Something to just discuss this.
What about when you see that pattern over and over, you know, right? We have, you know, with the official. But you can't solve because. Yeah, exactly, yeah. I think that one's the matter. First half. I feel like that.
They're all upside down. Yeah, sorry. Yeah. We said this is okay. So. This is the second.
I feel like I always think you're gonna see what you're supposed to be.
Yeah. I'm supposed to give the first part of the out.
I don't think I've ever seen that. Because I feel like when they send the enrollment, it should be.
So I'm thinking this is, yeah. So this is.
So you're good. Right, because I feel like.
Yeah.
Especially if you're
Okay.
supposed to around like kid care.
Yeah.
Yeah, very rarely are they.
No, I'm not.
Exactly, we budgeted. Then this one that says.
You'll put the pages well, and it said this.
Right, okay, I feel like. And then you put the other percentage of milk, right?
Oh.
And then like bread instead of bread. Or maybe type of.
Cereal.
So that said that.
Well, when you're out there, could you use the line cereal that cereal?
So you can answer this question on your paper, but also if you look at any of those things and say, does this jump out to you as a finding or not as a finding?
2 days are also blinking.
What is it that you're seeing?
It's okay.
So if you look at your expected findings, that kind of tells you what it is, but you should be noticing when you go to this provider's home.
But at the same token, I think. So they have to.
As long as we're doing that ourselves. 2 hours.
No, exactly, if they are. Since in general, when I tell my monitor, it's a lot. So if it's more than half, this doesn't seem to work. Yeah. Different, I'm only gonna do the same thing that I did. She was like, oh, you can go. I didn't have to go when I got. So I decided to take CNP, but it's hard to.
It's
And then having to get.
They are aware.
As long as we're getting the bill.
If you give me a reason, even though they say that I better I better.
That we can have provided.
I feel like most of these like. I feel like most of these are trying to something. Say to each in the portal, I said to me, how to decide.
I'm kind of like, where it's
I've been looking at the whole picture.
We have about 2 minutes left.
I'm not gonna.
No, for you, can you get once you're how many hours do they give you ahead of time?
I think I'll bring it up. Oh, it's right.
We had one where she was saying that they were.
Louise, what exactly do you want us to write?
But it turned out to be just, we showed up to so we met her in the parking lot, and she had cooler. We have the documents.
So I got last year, I wanted to snack at first, and I'm like, yeah, so they're okay. Yeah, I'm not gonna have to sit down, so I was like, I'll go over myself. Yeah, I was like, yeah. But we don't really.
I didn't really know as far as zero allowed.
You can explain to them, but not.
Excited.
But this dinosaur museum one month.
What do we do? Is that something you do?
But if it's like,
No, I think we just have it. So this is the one sensor in down.
I think,
okay, and they're.
Oh.
Call the office. So I think that was.
We're like,
Louise, just a time check. The timer has ended.
So I did say to write stuff down, but if you have not written it, that's okay. I'm gonna have everybody, you can pick a person. I'm not telling you can all just kind of help each other. But I would like each group to kind of report what type of scenario you had, what you walked into provider's home, and what did you see, and what are you doing about it? So where is group one? If you haven't gone through the whole thing, that's okay. Yeah, scenario one, yes. The pink ones.
We're scenario 4.
Okay, so
What are we saying?
so you're gonna get Sally, what is it that you saw,
Okay,
and what are you doing about it?
so ours was an unannounced review at a family daycare home. They approved to claim breakfast, lunch, PM snack, and dinner. The last 2 reviews observed lunch and a PM snack, so this visit was planned during breakfast. We got there at 8:15, 8 kids were present, breakfast is being served. 2 more kids usually arrive later in the morning, and this provider uses kid care for their claims, meal counts and menus, and then attendance is reported on paper signing out sheets. License is posted, so that's good. Capacity is 12 and 8 kids are there when we're there, so that was all good. They have the building of the future posted and the WIC flyer posted, which is good. This is the non-discrimination poster is not visible, but for a home provider, they only have to have the building of the future and the WIC, so that's okay. Breakfast, they're having 1% whole milk, 1% milk, not whole milk. Whole grain cereal and sliced bananas, but the cereal label shows that it's 7 grams of sugar per dry ounce. So we would maybe ask them and guide them on finding another, if they had another cereal that they could serve that day that met the sugar requirements. If they didn't have anything else that they could serve, then we would just have to disallow the meal and do a corrective action. you want me to keep going?
If you want to.
Yeah.
Meal counts for the current day haven't been entered yet, which is fine because they only have 8 while we're there, so they don't have to be doing point of service. And then meal counts for the previous 2 days are also blank in kid care. With that, we would ask them if they had an alternate record, if they're keeping an alternate record somewhere on paper. Or even we have provided like alternate records in like Brightwell and ProCare, so we could look for their alternate records. If they have them, great. If they don't, then we would have to disallow those 2 days and do a corrective action.
Good.
And then the planned menu is entered for the week, but the provider didn't update yesterday's menu after substituting applesauce for pears. Well, we determined the previous day may be disallowed anyways, because if they don't have alternate records, the meal would be disallowed anyways. We could do some technical assistance with them on making sure that they're writing their substitutions. Paper attendance is current for today. 1 child sign-in out time is missing from the previous day. So with this, we wouldn't disallow, but we would just do a corrective action to make sure that they're getting their sign-in and out times daily, and even request a picture to be sent to us by the end of the day showing them completed.
So if you have a child that hadn't signed in or is not signed in or out for a day, are those meals reimbursable?
If they have
Children,
meal counts for them.
children who are not recorded in attendance.
Attendance or sign in, sign out?
Is that your signed in and out as your attendance? Yes.
Sign in, sign out is not a requirement for, if they don't have sign in, sign out, they're not gonna get disallowed. Those are the rules a while ago. Am I wrong?
So we would do corrective action,
Yes.
but we would make sure that they have a separate, okay, Michael had breakfast, Debbie
Yes.
had lunch. If they don't have that, then it's like, nope, you've
Then you
got to
have
do
to-
a disallow. But if it's
Right.
1 out time, we would say, hey, it's corrective action. We'll allow you to claim it this time, but we're not gonna do a disallowance. That's how we've been approaching it.
Yeah,
Well, and that's what, when this all came out, that's what the state told us, that we could not disallow because they didn't have.
Because they have regular days and hours in care per the enrollment form.
Good, good.
And I think just the emphasis is that normal days and hours in care, so yeah. that's-
So
Yeah.
I'm
that's one of the-
waiting for that part to come out.
It's the normal days and hours in care that takes place of the sign in, sign out.
They'll always have that.
Not always. Yeah, yes.
Ours they do.
They
They
have-
should.
If you require it, that's
Yeah,
fine.
they have
but-
to.
Ours.
Yeah.
Ours are required.
That's the switch out.
Yes.
I was like, we're just waiting for that cake.
Okay.
Surprise, you didn't know.
So we're gonna go on to the next one, Tammy. Do you have a whole lot more? Otherwise, we're gonna go to group
we
2.
have 3 more, but that's fine.
Okay. So group 2, scenario 2.
We got first.
Ours is unannounced PM snack at 3. We have 6 kids. They have animal cracker served with water. And meal count is entered at the end of the day. It wasn't entered yet because it was at the end of the day. There's a school child that's not signed in yet, so it's kind of, that took care of that. It's on her menu, it says crackers and milk, but she's serving water. There's an enrollment that's expired, not renewed for the current year. And then looking at the 5-day, she has 6, but there's some days that she has 4 or 5. And then the previous review, there was technical assistance given on meal counts by the end of the day. So what do you think, guys? I think the corrective action is the findings will be the missing items for the component for the snack. So you wanna ask the provider who is responsible to make sure that the menu is changed to match and what's served match what's on the menu. I think that's the biggest finding on this one.
And will you disallow the meal?
I would disallow the meal if I ask her if she'll have anything else to serve. And I would recommend not serving milk for snack because it's already required for meals. And it would be cheaper if she would serve something else with her snack. But I would ask, you have anything else to serve? Have her change her menu to match that and serve that and not disallow it.
She mentioned that the previous review was a corrective action for her too.
Not for that one, not for the components.
Not for the component, but that was another.
Yeah.
That's something else.
So you would address that though?
So I would address it with the provider. It will still be a finding because she doesn't have it, but I wouldn't disallow if she's able to provide a different component besides the water.
Okay, so that's right, the corrective action. If she serves a complete meal before you leave,
Yes.
then
Yes.
you don't have to disallow meals, but otherwise it would be a disallowed meal.
Yes. And I would address it on the comments. So it's there for whoever comes behind me, that if she is doing it all the time, then it would be.
Yes.
Yeah.
And probably, and after that point, it may be disallowed meals.
Yes.
Okay, good.
So that would be that, again, it would still be, it would still be a finding, but not disallowed if she fixed it.
Okay, great, good. So we're gonna go on to,
Yes, thank you.
you're welcome, thank you, actually. We're gonna go on to the next group down here.
Okay, I guess it's me. Okay, the scenario is the visit is unannounced and it takes place during lunch. The provider says she's still learning the paperwork and it has been saving questions for the monitor. So for that there, I would add it on my newsletter saying, hey, don't be afraid. Text us, email us, ask questions. I'm a believer there's no such thing as a dumb question. And you guys know that I ask questions almost every day. So that would be the first one. Next would be, lunch includes chicken nuggets, white rice, canned peaches, green beans, and 2% meals for children aged 2 and older. For one, I would ask for a CN label that specifies, how much grain, how much meat the child needs to have, the servings, and the milk, it would be, if it's after June 8th, it would be the 2% would be fine.
Up to speed on the updates.
Oh,
Yeah, very good.
So, and then the next thing would be, it says 1 month, 9-month-old infant is present. The provider states that the parent sends all infant food and formula. No infant meal record or paper waiver stating formula and food will be provided by the parent is available. So my understanding on this one is the provider should also have the type of formula in case the child's still hungry. Kids go through different stages that, perhaps what the parent brought in, it's not enough.
Or mom forgets to bring it, yeah.
Yeah, so they have to have like a backup. And if they're crying, you gotta feed that baby. So, the next one.
And if there's no paper waiver saying that the parent is bringing all the food, then the option is that it can be on the enrollment.
Yes.
But must make it clear that it is an option only that the parent, that the provider will provide food.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. And then meal counts are current for the week and are entered by the end of each day. The infant meal for the 9-month-old has also been claimed. So that would be the waiver. And and they can't claim it. But if the child is hungry, you have to feed them, but you can't claim it. So,
Okay, so, and we're gonna end with that one, just because of time, but, so if the parent brings food, nothing else provided by the center, obviously it can't be claimed. But what if the child's still hungry and the provider provides a full meal and has the parent's permission? Can you claim it then?
Claim it
Yeah.
because if they have the permission.
Yes, okay, good.
Can I ask a question on that? So in our system, we can put that they're not enrolled in CACFP, so they're enrolled in the
Okay.
daycare. They're enrolled in kid care, they click the button that says they're not enrolled in CACFP. So therefore, they still click them to say that they're present because that goes towards ratios and attendance and capacity and stuff, but the system automatically kicks them out and doesn't get them approved to be paid because they're not approved.
Just as long as you understand, there's no such thing as not being enrolled in CACFP. Every,
Says doesn't participate.
okay, doesn't participate.
I guess.
Okay, yes,
Thank you.
thank you.
You want a terminology test. You just give
Okay. You good?
Got it, okay.
Okay. Do you mind if we go to the next one? Okay. Do you want it, since you got that a little bit late, let's go to here and then you can have that couple more minutes.
Okay.
You're good? Okay.
Yeah. So this is a unannounced monitoring review during lunch. Provider is approved to clean breakfast, lunch, and PM. When we arrive, 9 children are present. Lunch is being served family style. Provider appears organized, but says that she's been very busy because new children have started this month. Meal observation includes lunch, turkey sandwiches, whole wheat bread, cucumber slices, origins, and 1% milk. The provider places all food on the table for family style service. So we would definitely want to make sure that she is making sure that the minimum portion for each child is placed on the table. And then one child refuses to take the milk. So during that, it wouldn't be a finding, but we would want to make sure that she encourages all children to take all components of the meal. And even if they choose not to, meal's still reimbursable. Let's see, the next one is attendance shows 9 children are signed in today. 1 child listed as present is not seen during the review. The provider says the child was picked up early but forgot to sign out. So we would ask her to update the sign in, sign out, that she had an update for the child that left early. And it says on here that this was a repeat finding. So since it was a repeat finding, we would issue a corrective action for that. And then she has 2 new kids that she hasn't sent in enrollments for. And one of them is complete and present, but the other one is there, but not filled out all the way. So we would make sure that, let's see, that she fills it out completely, and that we could probably just give her technical assistance for that, making sure that the thing is filled out completely before she sends it in.
And because kids new.
Yes. And then the next thing is that the menu lacked detail. So her menu listed sandwich, vegetable, fruit, milk. We would give her technical assistance on how to be specific, like what type of meat, what type of bread, what percentage milk on her menu. And then the last thing is that when we're looking at her 5-day reconciliation, she shows 8 children claimed for each day. But for the last 2 days, her attendance only supports 6 children for breakfast. So we would document that discrepancy so that we could fix it in the office on her claim, and then request an explanation as to why that happened, and then determine if those unsupported breakfasts should be disallowed. So if her explanation were, oh, that was a mistake, that shouldn't be on there, they should be disallowed, because if there's no there's no documentation that those children were present during that breakfast, then they should be disallowed.
So this is also one of those times where you have that household contact policy. Good time where you can use that household contact and say, we're just checking on kids, just, want to make sure whether or not your kids were there on such and such a day. No accusations, but it's a good time where you can do something like that. Okay, good. Thank you. Okay, last group.
We had scenario 4, so we attempt an unannounced FDCH review during the approved lunch meal service time. Provider or no one comes to the door. We try calling the provider from our car. The provider says she took the children to the park and forgot to notify the sponsor in advance. We return the next day during lunch and complete the review. So obviously we attempted a review during mealtime. It was unannounced. There was no one there at that time. So we would disallow at lunch and then get a corrective action plan. The meal observation the next day looks good. It had whole wheat pasta, meat sauce, steamed carrots, apples, and 1% milk. I assume that they had a meat alternate, just as meat sauce, but if they didn't have the meat alternate, we would obviously coach them if they didn't have a meat alternate during the lunch.
And it might be something you want to give them some TA on to say, be sure you list what that is, not just like you have a spaghetti
We
sauce.
would disallow if it didn't have adequate meat alternate, or if they couldn't provide that. Meal counts are recorded by the end of each day. Our sponsorship tries to get them to do it by the meal. Obviously, sometimes that's not possible. In this scenario, they're okay because there's only 6 children present on the day that we attempt the review. Obviously, there is an issue with the field trip not being pre-approved in advance. So that would be a corrective action, number one. The other thing, sometimes our sponsorship doesn't like going out immediately the next day because they're expecting it. So I think we would sit down as a team and say, okay, is this a visit that has to be done within this week, or can we give it a little bit of time so they're not expecting us? So we would probably have that conversation as well, especially if there's been issues. The other thing, it says no findings were documented on the prior visit. So we would make sure that they know what the expectation is during meal service, and then taking kids off site. But the main thing is if it's during a meal time, they need to know that that's prior approval in order to do that. And with field trips, we kind of discuss this as a group. We will generally allow them if it's not excessive. So what I mean by that, when we train, we always say the expectation should be where the license is generally. But if it's like a once a month, we're going to the zoo or we're going here, we'll say, okay. But I've had providers where it's like, well, we want to take the kids Monday, Wednesday, and Friday for lunch to the park. And then, nope, that's too much. The expectation should be where the license is approved. So we've denied them, but we don't want to do that across the board. We'll say, well, once, twice a month, that's kind of reasonable, but 2 or 3 times a week, nope, that's too excessive. And we'll say no on those type of things.
Even in the summer, once a week might be okay. And when it's more than that, you know, there's all those summer food programs around. You just want to make sure they're not going out to summer food program and feeding those kids. It's been a while, but I remember going to summer food program and there was a provider with all of her attending children. Okay, so this is, yes.
Just a quick question. So when you go to do an unannounced review during a meal service time, do you have to stay there the whole time before you are able to disallow that meal? Or if you go and they're not there, can you disallow it? I was under the understanding that they could have served it before and they could serve it when they get back. So we don't disallow unless we are there for that whole time.
Which is why we recommend that you don't have a 2-hour meal time.
So my question then is, if you just go and they're not there during a meal time, can you disallow that meal?
I think I have a comment on that one. So did you repeat the question, Liz?
Yeah, go ahead and repeat it. I haven't repeated it.
Okay, so if I understand the question that Paula is asking is basically if you go to an unannounced meal, a breakfast, for example, and the meal is from 9 to 10:30, basically if you get there at 8:50 should you stay there till 10:30? Is that the question that I'm understanding, Paula? Yeah.
Be there for that whole meal service to show they're not home.
Yeah, the one thing that I will say that I would actually say stay for the whole time, because what happens is you're going to disallow meals, and probably even more importantly is you are going to assess corrective action and a finding for that. What you want to be really aware of is, let's say that happens next month when you show up and the exact same thing happens. So basically, if that happens a second time, you could hypothetically declare them seriously deficient for that same finding. So what you'd want to do is make sure and confirm by staying there the whole meal time that you're not there, because if you, and Paula's question is excellent, because if the meal starts at, what did I say, 9, if you get there you leave at 9:30 and then they get there at 10 and the meal ends at 10:15. I can't remember what I said, but basically if you're not there when they say that they serve the meal, then that's going to skew your serious deficiency, and you're also going to skew the compliance part of that one too. So I would say stay the whole meal. And like Louise says, if it's like, well, if you got a 3-hour meal or 2-hour meal, I'm exaggerating, just be careful with that one and kind of give TA. I've got Michael, and then we'll go to Ayla after.
Sometimes I feel like it's cut and dry though, because if I go out and they're approved at 11 o'clock and I show up at 10:50 and I already served it. I'm like, no, you did not. Well, we disallowed right then and there. So I feel like it's case by case. And a lot of times if they're like, oh, I'm just down the street, I'm going to come back, then we would wait. But if there's no indication that they're coming back, I'm not just going to have my monitor chill there for an hour and a half and not do anything too. So I think we would move on to the next visit, maybe come back, but I don't want my staff just sitting there for an hour and a half doing nothing.
So would you try contacting?
Oh, yeah, for sure. Yeah, that it would be based off the conversation. If they're like, oh, Michael, I'm coming back, we'll be back in 20 minutes. Or if it's like, nope, we're not coming back at all, I would say, well, you're going to get disallowed. We'll do a future visit unannounced. But I don't think there's any reason to sit there for 2 hours if they're not coming back.
Well, yeah, if they tell you they're not
Yeah,
coming back,
right.
sure.
Especially if they say they're out on a picnic.
Right.
So,
But if you
right.
get no response,
Then
Yeah, I
then
think
you
then
need
it would
to-
be.
then you need to wait. But this is also a time to talk about shortening your meal times if they're that long.
Yes.
Besides calling out too. That's why I tell when we're doing signups, there's no reason for a meal to be more than an hour unless there's legitimate reasons, and a snack 30 minutes. If not 15.
I think that's very wise.
So one of the things that Debbie said was that that's one of the reasons for a short meal time. You have to repeat what you have said, because I have already forgotten it.
Yeah, I think I can.
Go ahead, go for it.
Yeah. So like Louisa said, Debbie had a really good point. Forgive us. We want to make sure that this is in the training because you have really good points, and we'll move to Ayla. But I think Michael started out basically saying that, if you have a meal at, 10 o'clock, or I think he said 11 o'clock, but then he gets there at 11 and they said, oh, I already served the meal at 10:50. It's like, okay, that's not going to fly. Also, Michael talked about basically being in communication with the provider so that, you text them or you call them and they're like, oh yeah, we're on a picnic or something like that. It's like, okay, well now it's a finding and you move on. But then Debbie kind of made a comment too here that basically indicated that, like, if there's no response, you got to stay there the whole time. But, if it's a 2-hour meal, you're going to work with that provider to be like, hey, let's work with shortening your meals so that we're not wasting, like Michael said, you're not going to have your monitor, sitting in their car for 2 hours waiting for this provider to be in compliant. But it's hard too, because you want to make sure and confirm compliance. Going back to Paula's original question, you want to make sure that, if they say they're going to serve during that mealtime, they could serve at the last minute of that mealtime. I'm exaggerating a little bit, but that's kind of the point there. Do you have anything to add, Louise? And then did I cover that okay? Did I miss anything? Okay.
Sorry, you can go to Ayla.
Yeah, we'll move over to Ayla and then we'll come back to Debbie.
So kind of along the same lines, like we can't afford to have our providers sit there for 2 hours and get all the reviews done that we need to get done in a year. Like that's just not feasible. So I feel like we train our providers from the get-go. Like if you have a 2-hour meal, you are required to be there those 2 hours. If you're not there, it's going to be disallowed. And I feel like that training them that way deters them from having such a long meal time, because they're like, well, I don't want to be there that whole time. And so that kind of already makes them Because I just feel like, yes, you can call them, but if they're not there, like, I can't afford to have a monitor. I can't be there for 2 hours. I have 10 other people I need to visit that day, you know? So, and because you need to think about going out there, all the time it takes, it just isn't feasible to sit there and wait.
That's good. So what Ayla said was that if she has a provider that has a 2-hour mealtime, then that provider is expected to be there and knows that she or he is expected to be there during that whole time. If they are not there, then when the monitor shows up, because the provider is expected to be there during the mealtime, unless they said they're going on a picnic and have told you, then that meal is disallowed because of that expectation that has already been set up with the provider.
And at one point we had providers say, well, I have to go pick up kids at kindergarten, you know. We made them little door hangers that we said, if you're going to be gone for less than 15 minutes, hang this on your door. That way we know we can wait. But, and that kind of helped, you know.
That's also good. So she also has door hangers that she's given her providers if they're going to be gone for like just a brief running out to pick up kids or something like that, then they can hang that on the door. They'll be back in 15 minutes. This is when I will be back. They left, this one I'll be back. So the monitor knows. Good.
So I will say that I have told a monitor if they have an hour-long lunch, say, and they're not home, I will tell the monitor if they get no response in that message you leave them, tell them that they need to respond by, if the meal time was 12 to 1, tell them if we don't hear back from you by 12:30, we will close you out for today. So then it's not the entire time. 9 out of 10 times, they've never come back and said, I came home before the end of the meal time. And that's the other thing that we've done is give them a time frame, 15. If it's a short meal time, then like 15 minutes. Because like you said, we don't want our monitors sitting out there waiting when they could be doing something else and I'm paying them to sit in front of a home.
I know it's going to come back. So one of Debbie's options that they do is their providers know that if they have an hour-long lunch, then the monitor shows up, tries to contact when she is there for half an hour. They know that they're there for half an hour. And at that point, if that provider hasn't showed back up, then the meal is closed out. They can't claim it. If it's a shorter meal time, and then they know they have about 15 minutes. So about half the meal time is what it is. So if they haven't shown up during the first half of that meal time, then that meal again is closed out. I think those are good options. I think you all have some good, really, really good ideas for things that you're doing. Okay, well, we've been sitting here for a while, and even though you've done some things, I think it's time for everybody to get up and have a break. But how about 10 minutes? Would that be good? Okay, we'll expect you back in about 10 minutes. If you need ice for your drinks, can't remember if Nicole told you, there is an ice machine downstairs, down the elevator to your right, and down in the hallway to your left. It's a really nice break room with machines and ice machines.
Yes,
I never asked you about that.
Guide straight.
I thought I had these so set up, and by the time I got here.
Oh, you do? Okay. I'm ready. I'm here now. I got kind of stuck back here. The groups were spread out towards the building. Yeah, I was like, I'll wait. I know.
Cookies fast.
I'm gonna pull out one of the bids right now.
What do you think I have? Just put out.
You know what I should do?
Do some of this break or regular walk?
Maybe this break. Yeah. It's like a little mid-morning little munch. Don't forget. I wrote our initials on this
That
one
was really good. I was like, I don't know who's who.
Yeah.
That's great.
because I was like, I'm not gonna know when I'm.
Recording. Can we turn- So I think they're just permanent recording us. Whatever. That makes sense.
Oh, but yeah.
Well, otherwise that would get really old. I'd be like 25 minutes, just like nothing going on.
They had a lot of like.
No, that's fine, yeah, fine.
But I was finding that it's still a time.
That's the thing, it's like,
Yeah.
basically you can a little bit, but
Yeah.
not. But if you have all new people, it's like, you know, if you have somebody for a program.
Provider can explain. Signs here, or we don't have.
That's cool. So that's cool.
Yeah.
So what is it titled?
Yeah, that way, like now it's.
They are not, and they're being conscious of like our.
Good. I'm kind of new with LPN, but I have a question. It's with the corrective action. If that provider is not showing, I'm gonna talk in general. And she needs a corrective action. Apparently, she already knows how that system is working. We have to do a corrective action. And do we follow next week or do we follow the
the next review?
Good
When,
question.
when are we following up?
Good question, Ryan. So the regulations doesn't really have a specific timeline for that. It's probably more along the lines of the helping hands. So
okay.
that's something that we're asking. We actually just had what's called a management evaluation from the regional office. They asked us the same thing. It's like, what is your specific process when you have someone with a specific finding that we're finding, or it's like, oh, it's kind of a small one. It's like, what is your process when you do follow up, or how you follow up? So there's not like a set regulation, but I would probably dare say, you know, within your processes, there's probably going to be like, okay, this was a repeat finding, let's follow up in this time. We're never really going to be you for like, oh, you didn't go out in a week, or you didn't go out in 2 weeks. Let's say it was repeat, you didn't go out in 5 months. That would be okay. Really, it's more like
It's more like in our program.
yeah.
In general, it's not everybody different. That's what I'm hearing. This says something and this is another thing, and I'm like, what is this? Do we have like a specific rule for that? Who's breaking which?
Yeah, exactly.
But it's not as specific. That depends more, and it makes sense. If it's an issue that it got repeated, then that means we have to be more close.
Yeah.
But if you have someone to say once a year,
Yeah, you're exactly right. And sometimes it's just dependent on the situation. Because, for example, Hannah and I will go out and do a review, she'll go out and do a review, and let's say you had 14 findings. I don't know if I'm going to wait. And we do it every 3 years. We're going to wait 3 years. We're going to probably go out maybe in 6 months.
6 months, yeah.
See how you're doing. Go to unannounced, see if they fix those things. And that's where that whole first efficiency process might come in, where you go out to a home and they have a finding that was there the last time. So, you evaluate like, well, did you actually do the things you said you were going to do? Maybe they did. Maybe that action didn't fix the problem. So it could be like, okay, let's work with you and let's try to figure out another solution that could work, and then maybe that'll work. So it doesn't always have to serious sufficiency. It could just be, but if they're just like, and then it's like, okay, even if you want to go that way, we could declare you sufficient.
Exactly.
And so that's sort of the culmination.
And one more question, because being new, you know, and everybody knows how to fight. I mean, sometimes they want to take advantage of you. This lady doesn't know about the program, so she's learning, I'm gonna take advantage. So if I'm doing a review, sit there and check the meal and all of it. But on top of that, I use 10 minutes or 15 minutes extra.
Paula doesn't do
Don't believe that camera. But I'll check to make sure I didn't forget anything.
So we have a few cookies back there, not a lot. I just like, when I went by NPS, I thought, oh, look at that. There's Oreos. So there's like little Oreos back there. Hopefully you all have your own drinks and napkins if you want some.
Yeah, it would probably be like with your organization.
We're just a few more people we're waiting for.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's more.
You still want to spread them out, spread the wealth, but there's not much.
Oh, I'm sorry.
But then what I'm saying is, can you do it an hour? Lunch starts at 12, you got there, you went from 12 to 1, lunch is 11 to 4. But it's always.
So we're just gonna give everybody a minute or more, or 2 more, and then we're gonna start again.
I won't make this mistake again unless we correct it.
I'm not getting it.
In 2 months, because it's such a big.
That's what I'm saying.
So while we wait for the rest to come in, why don't you tell me why it's important that
Why is monitoring important? Just shout it out.
Make sure they follow all the regulations.
Good, make sure they follow the regulations. Why else? I mean, that's really a big one, right? So why else is monitoring important?
Make sure the kids are getting fed what they're supposed to.
Good, making sure the kids are getting fed and getting fed what they're supposed to. Anything else?
Technical assistance.
Yes, training and technical assistance on site as well as your regular training. Good. Anything else?
They
Is
could
your-
also help, sorry, Louise, but like safety of the children.
Good. There was a study out some years ago that actually said that providers who were on the child care food program, who were on FPCH providers, had a better safety, had better safety standards than history than providers who were not. So that's good, because you're in there, you get to see. It also gives you a chance to evaluate them while you're there, right? That's how you can give them technical assistance. That's how you can tell where they are. And here's one of the most important ones. Well, actually, it's not one of those, but I will save that one then for a minute. Sorry. But providers are on the program because they need money, right? They need money to feed their kids better. Any provider can feed their kids. I don't know if Kool-Aid's still a thing, but I still see it out there, you know, Kool-Aid and crackers or just water and, pardon?
Dang.
Yeah, okay. They can feed them just about anything, but the benefit of them being on the food program is that they can feed their kids better meals because they have money to do that they would not have had before. But of course, as you all know, that being on the food program, receiving federal money, which is what they're doing, that means that they're required to comply to USDA and other Federal Nutrition Administration, I guess is what it's called now. They're required to follow all the regulations, federal regulations and guidance, as well as the state regulations and guidance. And as monitors, you are feet on the ground people. Yeah, you're the ones that go out to see them. Sometimes your directors will go with you, but you're the feet on the ground people. You see what's happening, and you're the ones that interact with them. And you're the ones that know whether or not they need the training. So this is just a little offshoot. I have actually told people who used to be providers or who are new to centers and want to be a center, go to a sponsor who's a dual sponsor, because you won't get a review 3 years down the line and have all of your money reclaimed. You will have somebody there to see you on a regular basis to make sure you get the training that you need, right? So that's your goal as monitors, to evaluate how the individual provider is doing and their compliance and assisting them to achieve that. And you're doing it through your reviews. That's both through technical assistance and corrective action. So corrective action is not designed to kick your providers out the door. Corrective action is that next step to help your providers know that, oh, this is more serious than I thought. I really do need to do this. So that gives them that opportunity to correct it. So that's what you're going to do. You're going to go out. You're going to assess their training needs. You can see what's happening. And you can provide on-the-spot technical assistance, right? You're there. You can give it to them before things get out of hand. That's why you're going to do it. That's why you go out 3 times a year. And when needed, you're going to use that corrective action to help that provider come into compliance. Now we have a whole section on corrective action. So I will mention it every now and then, but Hannah's whole next section is going to be all on corrective action. When to give it, what it looks like. But the goal is to maintain program integrity, not only to make sure that providers get to have the money that they need to feed kids better meals, but then to maintain program integrity as well, because if program integrity isn't there, then they lose the access to that money. So there's a lot of tools. The tool we're going to look at today is the monitoring form, which I'll hand out in a few more minutes. But there are a lot of tools that you should use, and you need to be familiar with them. You probably have, like Debbie says, she has that cereal sugar limit one on her website. So every one of your providers should have access to these, and you should all have access to these, either in paper form, or you can pull it up on your tablet or on your phone yourself. So these tools help you become a more competent monitor. Just like, I still use them. They help me be a more competent reviewer. I have to review them on a regular basis. I have to take them with me. I have to look them up, just because I can't remember everything all the time, and you aren't expected to either. That's why we have some of these great tools. And of course, the monitoring handbook, that's the gold standard that we all have to follow. It's full of information on what's credible. Full of information on how a review shouldn't be done, monitoring review. It's my screen. It's accrediting handbook for CACFP. Has a lot of great information in there. Plus, when you go into somebody's home, you can look at that and say, I'm not sure about that. Let's look it up and let me show you where you can find it. They almost all have computers anymore. They almost all have smartphones, so they can look that information up. Then, of course, there's the Feeding Infants in the Child and Adult Care Food Program. That's an excellent book, which helps not only the provider, but also something they can share, some of the information there they can share with their parents. Especially when you get that parent in that says, I don't want my kid who's 9 months old or 10 months old to eat solid food yet. So there's something in there that says, okay, well, this is how you can tell if a child's developmentally ready, and why don't you go to your doctor and discuss it with them. So there's more on that too, so I'm not going to go over that a whole lot. There's a meal pattern training worksheets put out by the USDA. That one on the crediting cereals, that is one of the meal pattern training worksheets. There's also one on crediting tip sheets and child nutrition programs. Also something good. Food charts. The National Sponsor Association has easy food charts, but we also have our food chart that we have tried to have as detailed as possible. And you are welcome to hand those out. And in fact, we hope to see one in everybody's kitchen so that they have it to refer to. One for infants and one for older kids. And then, of course, almost everybody belongs to the National Sponsor Association, which I think is a great organization because they have wonderful training and wonderful resources for you. We use them too. So again, the benefit of using those tools is so that you know what you're looking for, and you know how you can tell what you're looking for and where to find the information if you're not sure. So now I'm going to hand out monitoring forms. Okay. There's enough for one for everybody. And hopefully this come back to me. Yeah. So of course, one of the first things you'll notice that you all found out last year is
These are not the little 1 or 2 sheets that you used to have. And that's because our agency has asked that everything be ADA compliance. And it has to pass through someone who looks at these to make sure they are ADA compliant. Means it's a specific font, it's a specific size. There's things that we can and cannot do. That's some other.
We cannot change the font and size.
You are welcome to do whatever you want to with it.
Okay, so we can't.
You can, we can't.
Okay.
Yeah. So everybody, we have that true. Okay, good.
So Louise,
Yeah.
if I were to reformat it to
Oh.
make it for
Mhm.
no 1, 2, 3 pages, do I just send it to you to get approval of that reformatted one or?
Okay, so that's a good question. So first of all, I'll ask whether or not you could change this to the font and size that you wanted. And yes, you can. We cannot, but you can reformat it any way that you need to. She also asked whether or not we needed to approve it. It does not need to be approved by us as long as you're using our form. That's what we're going to be looking at when we go out. So no matter what format it's in, you have to be using these questions. You can have additional questions. You just cannot not have these questions because these have been approved. Any others? That was a good question.
Oh, do you guys mind sending us a digital copy?
Actually, it's a good place for us to say this. Because this latest update has been fairly recent, it still needs one more set of people to look at it to make sure that I haven't made like any little boo-boos in it. There's a couple of things I had done last time that I had to correct that where numbers were in the wrong place or things like that. So one more person will look at that, at least one more person. And then it will be posted onto FTCH Central, CACFP Central under the FTCH part, and we can send everybody a digital copy. At this point in time, there is no requirement to start using this ASAP if you already have everything printed. But because questions haven't actually changed, I think there's one additional question. I'll tell you what it is. And some questions have been changed from like a 3 or 4 word statement to an actual question. So the next time you reprint, then you'll have this to use. Yes.
Sorry, we don't use the forms, we use KidCare, as you know. And my question is that once this becomes available to us, how long do I have to implement that into the system? Because am I gonna get in trouble if it takes me a month to get KidCare?
No.
That's why I just wanna make sure what my deadline is.
No, because it's really all the questions haven't changed. The formatting's changed. We have added some instructions to these. If KidCare takes a month to get it into the system, that's fine. If same with CenterPilot, if it takes them a month to get into the system, we understand that. If it had changed radically, we would give you a deadline, but I think you'll be fine.
Sorry, one other question. So I just
Yes.
realized that we've never had tiering on our form. Because KidCare does not put that as a requirement, whereas most other things are. Is that gonna be a problem?
Well, let's think about that, get back to you. Okay, we'll get back to you with an answer.
Yeah.
It's a good
I'll make
question. So whether or not tiering needs to be on the form because KidCare doesn't put it there. We will get back to you with that.
It also doesn't put that it's a relative AA or FFN, it looks like. I just pulled one up, so that's why I'm asking.
Those things may be different.
Okay, thank you.
So whether or not the relative care, alternate approval and FFN need to be on the form, we'll check on that. Thinking that they may be, but we'll get back to you with definitive answer.
Yeah.
So, good.
Louise, I
Yes.
have a question, question 8. It says, is the most current WIC flyer posted in the home and visible to the public? First time as a finding for technical assistant. So what would the monitor Yes, if it's a no, it would be a corrective action. Or a nay would be it does not apply. So how would she document that?
So while we're kind of looking at it, Evelyn's asked the question, number 8, is the most current WIC flyer posted in the home and visible to the public? And then it has in parentheses, first time finding is TA, repeat is CA. Evelyn's basically asking, how do we document that one, or how would a monitor document that one going from a TA and then the next one possibly being a corrective action?
So even if you put in no, it didn't, you know, it wasn't there the first time, you can make an explanation without it being a corrective action. If it's, which is what we prefer, because that way you can track it.
Okay.
And you can put then on the back that's like first time occurrence.
Thank you.
So, but that is one of the things actually we want to look at. So you'll notice that in each of the numbers now is just a short explanation of what it should be, what you should be putting in there. Some of it's the same, like if you look at number 5, update if needed, I mean, I think that was already on there. But and some of the other things it says may check or check, you're already checking, but we didn't want to leave anything out. So just in case, you get somebody new who goes into the home, a new monitor who may be hopefully shadowing one of you, but doesn't just assume that, oh, well, they said they had it, so we don't need to look at it, right? So let's go through a few of these. The first thing we're going to look at is that monitoring that meal ratio. So we've kind of talked about that before. The reason that was put into place was so if you first of all, it doesn't replace an actual meal visit, but what it does do is let you know whether or not a meal is actually happening. So if you're going out, so it's designed for like holidays, weekends where it's harder to get to, then you would go and you would see that a meal had taken place. So you need to at least see that much, and at least you know it was there. If so, you can verify meal served, doesn't replace meal review, but you can compare it now when you do go back out and they show you their documentation versus the documentation you saw when you did a meal ratio. Then you can see what was different. Were the kids different? They showed up, didn't show up. Meal served at a different time than they said it was. So that's what it's for. The approval information, obviously, is all the documents are on file and you need to see those. I have been out occasionally where someone has said, well, I know they're there because here's one of the sheets. So in fact, here's a good place also that if you're going out with us, we try and track what you're doing, but when we go out with you, we are shadowing we're doing 2 things, shadowing you to make sure that you're asking and looking at the things that you're supposed to. And so we're trying to track it. So please make sure that we've seen it. And if we missed it, we may come back and ask you for that. But we do want to make sure that you are doing that. Make sure, yes.
Question. Could you define meal ratio? Is that outside the meal time? What does it exactly mean?
So you're there close enough to it. And this may actually come in some of the things we just talked about meals. So the question is, what does near mealtime mean? Is that what the question? Okay. So that means you would have been there just had an hour mealtime. And you got there it started at 5. You got there at 5:30 and you just missed seeing the meal. Right? But you can see the food, you can see the kids, you can see the documentation. So you know it took place. So that would be an evening meal. Same thing would happen like on a weekend if they're serving on Saturdays or Sundays or on holidays. it kind of guides you then when you go through that the next time. It's a good question. One of the questions that has been added is a licensed provider requirements met. And that's because it's under approval. And I think that was the only one that's actually added. Because it was under approval information. And it has approval. Where is that? Oh, I didn't, gotta turn my paper over. Okay. So, it talked about relative care, alternate approval, FFN, but nothing about licensing. So I have just put in an equivalent licensing question for their approval. So as the provider maintained license requirements and training as required, and that's all it is.
Well, this one doesn't apply for alternate or family care, right? So that can be blank if that is not applied for them, right?
Yes, and actually, been on years with you.
Yeah, I can.
No, that's actually good. That's one of those things we can do. Okay, so we can put an NA there.
So when would
Good question. So
this question ever be a no if they've already done their annual training with us?
oh, for 3? Well, so we're talking about licensing requirements. So if they've done the annual training with you and that counts for licensing, then that would be yes, would it not?
Yeah.
Okay.
I just didn't know if there was something more that I was missing.
No. So the question was that if the provider took their licensing required training through your training that you provide, then that question would be yes. I mean, the answer would be yes, they got their required training. So it was just all it was an equivalent question to make sure licensing wasn't left out. Cami?
I just have a question on the number 3 because a licensed provider has lots of more hours of training requirement than just our 2 hours, but we don't have ways to track.
If their license is up to date.
I guess, yeah, if their license up to date, so I guess if they have a current license and they've done our training, this is always yes.
I think that would work. Yeah. Just want to make sure they weren't left out. So I think yes, that's a good question. So if the question was if a provider is up to date with their license, then that should indicate that they are up to date with all their training and other requirements. So
My question is on number 2, how do we check that with relative and alternate care? Do they print like a certificate when they do it, or is there a place on the CCL website that we could see that?
So the question was, how do you answer number 2 with the relative care, alternate care, annual training and FFN? So that was actually on the original monitoring form. It was just not a question, it was just a statement. And Devin, you probably know more about where the training, how they check that.
Yeah, or Debbie.
Is that referring to the 5-hour training that's required for relative?
Yes.
Yes,
That's correct.
yes.
Hours?
Yes, because it's basically mirroring. So the question was to make sure, A was asking is, on number 2, how are we basically tracking that one? And Debbie's mentioned that that's part of the 5 hours that's required for basically licensing, mirroring licensing standards, or the DWS Family, Friends, and Neighbor program. So yeah, so basically you just have to confirm it. And maybe some of you could give context for how you're seeing the documentation for that.
So I'm gonna tell you all right now, if you didn't notice, the videos are gone.
Mhm.
On the website that they were supposed to use, because back in the day, Susan put the form together that we all use, and you click on it and it would take you to the YouTube video. I've talked to Sarah Atherton at licensing, they're gone. They were not ADA approved. So I have started a new form that looks just like that, where she tells you go. There's no videos to watch. They basically have to read through this stuff per Sarah. My problem is, and I was actually like talking to Doris, I don't know how to link like Susan did it in the wording. Like we had where you just clicked on the wording and it went to it. If someone knows how to do that,
So
then the form can be ready and I can like email it to you guys, because it will have the instructions. Like they just go to this website, they read this stuff, and that's it. And we all were just using it before, but I don't know how to. That was Susan's thing.
So they read it and then do we just take their word on it?
No, so then they submit that form back to you. That's what we do. So the way that we do it, Sorry, I didn't know if I should.
No, go right ahead.
Okay, so we make them turn this form in when they're turning in their relative certificates, the relative cert form, because otherwise you're trying to collect them all at the end of the year. We did that one year and that was a mess. So now we said, when we mail out their new relative cert form, they have to fill out, we send this form with it that has the directions of how they have to read this thing. Then they basically, we have it linked on our website and the form is there with them. And I'll also type in the link to the thing. And then at the top, it says your name and you sign and date it at the bottom. When they turn in their relative cert, they turn in that page too. And now they've done all of it together. I mean,
Good, so for training purposes.
It's working, our form is working.
Yeah. But does it link to the?
Yeah, to the video, the YouTube videos.
All of them?
Yes.
Oh, she told me they're all down. Do you have the videos? They were all down when I tried
that
to.
all the steps to our providers and it's
Training, I send an email to the providers and they open it and they watch the videos.
If I've gone to the videos in the last month, you can't link them.
I did it last month.
Yeah, last week isn't working that good.
Yeah,
But right now is.
Oh, she said they took them down. They're gone completely.
Okay, so it sounds like there's a question about this.
Yeah.
How you determine the relative care, alternate approval, FFN providers. So apparently when Susan was here, she had the form, the training form where it linked directly to the videos, which were or are currently being put into an ADA format.
They're not going to ever take them into 88. They're down. They will not be converting them.
Okay, so those videos may not come back. So if you're able to link to them now, that's great, but they may not be able to link to them in the future. However, the form is still available. And we just need to.
Sorry, but they're working.
The very first one?
The first one is working.
The first one does, the rest of them do not.
Okay.
But do they actually have to watch the ones off the Utah licensing website? Because we have some providers that will just go into YouTube and find videos on the topics and watch them.
So if you go to what Sarah said to me was when you go to the licensing website and you put in training, and I can find you guys the specific one, she said, this is what they're supposed to be reviewing, just to read this now. I said, so there's no video. She said, no, just have them read this.
And that counts for all 5 hours.
I'm just telling you that's what they were doing. So I was like, okay.
Your video is not working, only the first videos work.
Only the first video works. The second, the third.
Okay, so you're confirming that, Evelyn and Natalia. Okay, so for training purposes, essentially the licensing training videos that were originally up have been taken down due to not meeting ADA requirements. And Debbie's informed us that licensing is not planning on re-adding them. So it sounds like there is more of a form that is basically read through, completed, and then what Debbie at CMA is doing is then when the relative care cert form, am I saying it right? Cert form is sent in, then they send those with them at the same time for convenience, efficiency. So that's probably your best bet there. Does everybody know where that form is? I think in the if I remember correctly, and I think it's where Luis has indicated on FDCH 1/2024. I think there is the indication, the link to the videos there. But again, it's not there anymore. So I mean, I would say if I don't know if you want to share that with everybody, Debbie.
Does anybody know how to specifically link it when you click on the words? Like I followed YouTube videos, I cannot figure it out.
We can tell you how to do that because we link stuff.
Or if you want to, or if you want, I'm sorry to interrupt, Louise. Or if you wanted to send it to us, then we could maybe have Nicole wants to send it out with her, and we could send it to you. So that's all up to date. We could do that.
You could send that out to everyone once it's linked.
Yeah, because it's already in PDF and you're just supposed to like copy and paste and it's not.
Okay, sounds great. Yeah, if you could just send that to us, that'd be great. Or we could always find it too. But
so I'm just making notes. Make sure we do that. Okay.
Can I ask a question about the relative cert form?
Sure.
So we stopped doing those because there's the same thing on the inspections. And so we just were doing them during inspections. Every time we did an inspection, we would ask if their relative, changed. And so is that still okay? So we weren't doing the relative certification form because also on the initial inspection, it's almost the exact same thing on there.
And the relative care cert form is basically the form that verifies and certifies that basically all the children in care are part of the related children that are allowed to be watched in order to be relative care,
Right,
correct?
but it's on the initial,
Mhm.
the initial for the year, and then the other ones, it's like a smaller version of it.
I think that's just fine because it's pretty much the same information, just collected differently. Correct me if I'm wrong, anybody, but I don't see an issue with that.
Just didn't wanna write down all the names all over there again, so we don't have to use that.
That portion of the.
Yep.
No, we use the other form that doesn't have that whole top section on it.
Uh-huh.
And then Doris uses it a lot when we get the relative cert because she'll go in and see who's in licensing compared to that, to see who they've listed
For their
and who's not
BCIs.
in there, because we found that they'll be like, oops, I forgot, they'll list it on accident and then we catch them. And so.
So I guess either or,
She
you can
probably
either
has
do the
to
cert form or keep the one on the inspection.
Mhm. Yeah, so for the certification for relative care, you can use the cert form or the inspection form, which contains both the same information. Thank you, just reverting for the training. So just to clarify with the training, we're gonna find it, or if somebody wants to send us a link, then we'll talk to Nicole about sending that out with, if that's okay with Nicole, with the one of the email updates that she's got, and she's got a thumbs up, so.
We can add links, tell where you want the links in the form and we can do that. Okay.
I'm gonna yell from the back for a second. When Devin is talking about an email that I'm gonna send out, it's really our usually coming out bi-weekly newsletter now. Are people getting that? It has an icon at the top and it's cute and organized. Okay, cool. If you're not getting that, let us know. We'll add you to the list.
This has been touched on already during our scenarios, right? The WIC and building for the future poster have to be visible. So the reason why we're talking about this is because a refrigerator is not always the best place to put it, especially if your parents aren't going in there. And you also want to make sure it's not some place that providers just like automatically stick stuff on top of it. So happens so often. First time you go in there and that poster isn't visible, okay, that's a technical assistance, right? But how often can you go in there and have it keep happening? Once. So once is good. Twice you need to start doing something about it. They need to know that this is a requirement. And if you're just keep like pushing it off, you know, it's just technical assistance, and they will never learn that this is what they have to do. Remember that corrective action is just a learning tool for them. It's just a next step up learning tool from technical assistance. The provider needs to come up with how they're going to do it. It's so easy to say, and you're not going to put anything on top of it in the future, are you? And then you write that down. And what happened? You just told them what they're going to do. They didn't come up with anything on their own. And again, I don't want to do too much. Remember, this is going to get more in depth on corrective action later. So if it's a technical assistance, you know, it's missing, have them do it on the spot. And then, you know, you walk out the door, that technical assistance.
Louise, are there any plans of you guys ever doing more magnets again for building for the future?
Let me put that on our list because we had not, it's not actually on anything that we've done.
I have questions. I went to a provider and they said that the building for the future and the WIC, the parents don't necessarily drop the kids off to them. She goes and picks them up and she's like, can I put it in my van where they go so that they can see it? But I just advised her to make a copy and keep one in the house and she can have one in her car.
Well, that's a great idea. So the question is a provider goes and picks up kids fairly often. Parents never come in the home. Can there be a WIC and a building for the future in the van as well as in the home? And yes, that's actually a great idea. I like that.
Correct me if I'm wrong, a provider can also give them all to the families when they come out so that they don't have to post it, is what I was told once upon a time.
So Building for the Future needs to be up somewhere. WIC is one that they can include with their enrollment information. Although that would, they'd have to have that somewhere where we could see it, because otherwise we expect it to be posted. So let me repeat that question, because I did not. And that is, can these posters be given out rather than posted? So Building of the Future is expected to be up. WIC can go out in enrollment information. There has to be some documentation that's happening. Otherwise, we look for it to be posted. So the next thing I'm just going to talk to about monitoring is on the training and training. Not just records retention. I know they're lumped together because they were before, but if there are second providers or substitute providers, it's important that those people be trained. If they don't go to regular training and they have just signed that, okay. Can't remember the name of that little document that almost everybody uses that they sign. The quick reference, yes. So that quick reference is nice, but remember that substitute provider, that second provider, is just as responsible for what's going on during meals as the provider. So if you go to a provider's home and there's a substitute there, she's gone on vacation, her second provider's taking over, she doesn't have a second provider, but she does have a substitute. When you walk in the house, you expect to see the same type of meal and the same type of paperwork as you would as if the provider was there. And it's fairly common that I go into a home and the provider's gone, maybe picking up kids, and the second provider it's just now all of a sudden just really flustered, doesn't know where the paperwork is, doesn't know what paperwork we're talking about, doesn't really know what she's supposed to be serving for a meal, even though she may have been told. So the training is just as important for them, right? You know, for the same responsibility. Records retention, I know it's on here. Oh, sorry.
I had a quick
Yeah,
question
sorry.
just before we get too far ahead.
Yeah.
On number 6, so on the meal times accurate,
Oh, yes.
occasionally we'll go out and we'll be like, hey, Michael, I'd like to add AM snack, or
Mhm.
I'm thinking about changing my lunch next week. So it's correct when we're there, but they want to make a tweak in like a week.
Mhm.
I just don't want us to get into trouble. So if we check a no, do we get a corrective action plan for that, or do we just?
No, if they're just changing it, then they're still in compliance. They're just changing it for the future.
So should
that's-
we mark yes, or
Yeah.
should, okay.
So that's a good question. If a provider wants to change the time of their meals, they just want to tweak it, or they want to add an extra snack or something like that, that does not mean that this question number 6 is a no, because the provider's in compliance when you're there. So all you're going to do is change the meal as they request, and it's still a yes. Where this may come into effect, though, is if you go 5 minutes earlier, they're starting 5 minutes early, right? Kids are hungry, it's 5 minutes, it's like not the end of the world. But what if you go in there as 10 or 15 minutes early and she just didn't want to wait? And she's feeding 15 minutes early. So that's something then that you're going to have to address, right? Any questions on that one? Okay. Records retention. They need to have at least a year's worth on site, either in their binder or somewhere. And I've been out to some homes where I don't know what you monitors do, but they have magnificent binders. Everything can be found. You open it up, I'm sitting beside you, I can see it all, and congratulations to you for doing that. That is just wonderful. It really helps the provider stay on track. Those providers who have to start hunting for stuff here and hunting for stuff there, those are the ones that are going to have problems. So I know it's extra time for you to update their binders, but you're really doing the provider a service, and what I think that I at least appreciate, because I think it really helps the providers stay on track.
Louise,
Yes.
as we start seeing younger providers start entering the program, I have had a few that keep things in a folder on their computers. Is that okay?
Excellent. Yeah, that's a good question. So can providers keep their stuff electronically? Yep. This way you can. If they can open up a file and say, here's all this stuff, I've scanned it and put it in here, and you can see it, then you're good. Yeah, I think that's perfectly acceptable. So this is one about civil rights questions. So even though they may not have to have the poster, you do need to ask the question. So this is not a question that you assume that is a yes. You can't go in there and say, okay, I see diversity of children, therefore it must be yes. You actually have to ask the question. Do you allow equal access to your program? That's your daycare, regardless of race, color, national origin, age, sex, or disability. I know I have two of those shifted. They always wind up that way. You need to say that to them, whether you have to read it or whether you have it memorized. And hopefully they're saying yes, right? And most of them are. For the most part, I haven't come across anybody who is like deliberately leaving anybody out, that only provides services to certain people. Usually where I see that is if you have a provider or a childcare center for that matter, who is trying to really just help immigrant children. And so those immigrant children may be coming from mostly from a specific country. As long as they're allowing other children in as well, that's fine. Now, even though I don't have the safety and imminent danger as a question here, oh, yes, I do. Okay. Right, I did. This is something that you really need to observe. Okay. You need to look for the safety hazards. You need to look for food preparation. You need to check their storage. You need to report to licensing if needed, and you need to take action. So that will be, not just hand washing, but what else are they doing on that counter that they're also preparing their food on? And that includes the cat on the counter. 2, they've cut up meat and they haven't cleaned it up, to how often that counter is cleaned before they prepare a meal for those kids for the meal you're going to watch. But one of the things you also want to see is just keep your eyes open. We've all heard those really bad stories of the infant who fell off the bed and was severely injured. Or I think there's one case where that infant actually passed away. So that you may say that's a good provider. This is the first time that's happened. I don't care if it's the first time it's happened, that provider is immediately on suspension. Whether you see it, that infant unattended on a big bed by him or herself, or whether you hear about it in the news, you need to take that to your director, and that provider is suspended. If it's a death. If it's something else where it's an injury, then you can also depend on whatever licensing has to say. So you can check with licensing. If licensing allows them to continue to operate, this is really hard for me to say, and it's kind of touchy according to what the feds have said. But if licensing allows them to continue to operate, so can you. But that means you as providers need to keep an eye out, right? And I do have, I did that really quick story about the infant who fell off the bed, and the sponsor said, "Oh, but that's a good provider." And we finally had to tell that sponsor, you either take action to suspend that provider, or you, as a sponsorship, are suspended. You can't take care of it, that's what happens. But here's a different story about a child who was in a home and I don't know what the child was doing. The TV wasn't secured. Not a lot of people really do that, and fell on him, broke his arm. Licensing will continue to allow that provider to operate, said it was an accident. We don't know all that was discussed, but licensing told us they would let that provider continue to operate, and so that was fine. They were allowed to continue. You do need to keep your eyes out to make sure that they took some steps in the future to make sure that didn't happen again. So you're monitoring your claim documentation. So menus are up to date. Either in Kid Care, AccuTrack, paper, wherever it is, needs to be up to date. Substitutions need to be there. End of the day, right? Accurate meal counts. So meal counts need to be entered by the end of the day if there's less than 12 kids at a meal. Once there's 12 or more kids, there's point of service at the meal. And so you need to see them taking that point of service, that they're checking those kids off during the meal.
Louise?
Yeah.
Do menus no longer need to be posted if they're online?
No. Oh, yeah, actually, yes, sorry.
Does it
Do menus
say-
need to be posted if they're online? So
Because it says menus are up to date online or alternate record. So, because I think, I don't know if it was the last one or the one
Okay.
before, you say, is the menu posted? These are the questions.
What question was that one again, Yula?
16. I just remember on the old one, it used to say our menus posted, I believe.
Okay, no, that's good. Thanks for catching that. Menus do need to be posted. They're required to be posted for the parents to see, where the parents can see it. Pardon?
16.
Oh, there we go.
The 16 need to be read like more like meals are up to date, something like that, rather than menus.
Yeah.
Maybe something.
Well, is there a better way to say that? So it's more.
Meal records.
Yeah, not menu.
I think menus is what was on the original, so meal records. Okay, no, that's great. Thank you. So this is. Yeah, okay. Meal counts, end of the day, point of service if 12 or more kids at a meal. If you go in there and they haven't done the previous day, then those meals are disallowed. All right, okay. So documented attendance. So if you're using sign in and out sheets, there's various ways they can be done. I think that I've heard that licensing is allowing providers who do sign in and out to let the parent give permission to the provider to do that sign in and out for them. So that's great. If that's the case, you are probably going to want to have your provider just give that to your parent like once a week, once a month, once every couple of weeks and say, were these times correct? And just have them initial on there, especially when it's done by hand.
What about when it's digital?
So,
I had a provider explain to me, I can't remember which app she was using, but the parents like gave permission to her on the app to enter in the sign and sign up. It's hard because there's so many apps that are being used right now. So it's kind of, even like when we go in, like they're all different formats and you're asking the provider to pull up her phone to see that the sign in and outs are completed, but a lot of them are doing them themselves. And I guess somehow the app sends a message to the parent and the parent okays the provider to enter it.
So
they explained to me.
So, but both Evelyn and Ayla are asking is, what if the sign in, sign out, the attendance is done online on an app? And the parent permission is also done via the app or online. Is that okay? I think it is. We will need to talk about whether or not that electronic signature needs to be verified at some point. This electronic sign in and out. But I think that them using the app to sign in and out is fine. Message. Be sure you check your unusual claiming patterns. I know it's not as strict as it used to be, and whatever your sponsorship has decided is an irregular claiming pattern, like claiming 5 days, the same meal, same number of kids, or the same kids there forever and never misses. So those are some things that you need to look at. And don't forget, there's always that household contact policy when that happens. Mealtime attendance. So this question came up, and I hope I have a little bit of an explanation here. Is what if it's a providers that just started serving that meal, and your first unannounced review is at that meal, or even announced review is at that meal? What do you do? So what your objective is to evaluate the changes in the number claimed. So if it's a brand new meal, you may not be able to do that meal, but if so, you need to make some sort of notes on there. First time claiming this meal, right? There needs to be something there, so you can't just leave it blank. If any other time, if you miss a meal, if you're close to a meal, then you need to use the closest meal to do the last 5 days. Because everyone, you had that question about what if it was a new meal. Did I get the information in here correctly for you, or is it not there?
Yes.
Okay. Good.
It's gonna be okay if they've never served PM snack before. And you put the dates in and you put zeros.
There has to be an explanation here, so
They
again,
put, there's like one day, and then in the summary, they put provider just started serving PM snack 2 days ago. It's okay for the chart to only have 2 days?
It would be, because that's accurate.
yeah, and you would make notes on here. You would say that there would be a reason. So make sure you put that reason in.
So.
Yeah, so
Sorry, would you put those 2 days that are accurate and then put the closest meal, or you would just leave it as 0? And notes.
you would use the 2 days. So the questions are, what happens if it's a new provider, again, first meal? Is it okay to leave zeros? So you will look at the meal. If it is a meal you're actually observing, or then it's okay to put zeros there. You need to write in a reason. You'll put the days that you've seen, and if it's like maybe there's 2 days, put in how many meals that she's actually done and a reason, right? Now, if you don't see the meal, then this has to be the closest meal where there's been five previous meals.
Louise, for clarification, are we doing the closest meal served, or just the closest meal, whether it's been served or not?
Closest meal served.
Thank you.
Make that a little bit more clear. Let me make that more clear. Enrollment, what I had for enrollment was that I'll only go back for training purposes. Do you put the closest meal or closest meal served, and it's the closest meal served? And I will make a change on here to clarify that. So child enrollment. So this is where, the reason I have that on here is because you just notice that the instructions say that children are enrolled in care, not in CACFP. So they can't use not enrolled in care as a reason not to serve meals to anybody, to any kid in particular, no matter what age they are. Now, if an individual parent doesn't want their child to participate in the meal, that we've already talked about and how they need to document that. But otherwise, there is no such thing as being enrolled in CACFP. They're enrolled by virtue of the provider being on the program. The special diet statement is something, so you have that on here. You need to see that special diet statement. If that provider is going to claim the meal, needs to be there. If it's not there, they said, well, this just happened. The parent is taking their kid to the doctor in a week. And she said, and you have some documentation of that, then that's fine. You know, let that parent have a chance to take the child to the doctor, get that doctor's note. So you have a little bit of time. Provider has a little bit of time, reasonable time.
The specifications on the medical statement. What is it? Because most of the ones that I see, sometimes it just says Johnny is allergic to milk and doctor signs it.
Okay, so
That you need on that.
So what needs to be on a doctor's statement if they're not using the statement that we have? So if they say that Johnny's allergic to milk, that's great. But then they need to say, don't give him milk, don't give him any dairy product, don't give him cheese, whatever it is. What is he going to get to replace it? That's what you need.
The problem I see the most with the statement is I feel like doctors, especially if it's an intolerance, they refuse to mark disability because they don't feel like it's a.
And that's okay. We have actually accepted some of that as long as there's something on there that says this is how it affects the kid. So he's intolerant, but it makes him throw up every time. Or he gets asthma or something happens.
So even if they mark the one that says it is not a disability, it's okay.
As long as there's something on there that says what is happening to the kid, then that should be fine. So if he doesn't, so if the medical statement, the doctor doesn't mark on the medical statement it's a disability, but there's some indication of what it's doing to the child, then that can be acceptable as well. We have accepted that because you don't want to be the one that makes the child throw up just because it's an intolerance and not an actual disability. Because I understand that disabilities can follow you for life, right? If there's parent request, just remember that the parent, whatever parent requests that milk substitute specifically, needs to follow the USDA guidelines. And currently, some but not all soy milks meet those requirements. So this little tool is actually in, I think both CACFP Central, both in the under centers and under family daycare. It should be fairly obvious how to, well, okay, maybe not fairly obvious how to use it. So one column or the other needs to be marked. So all the columns need to be filled. All the rows need to be filled out. But the column can be in either one or the other to indicate that it's a no. Does that make sense? So if you're not sure, this is just a tool that you can use. You don't have to make your provider do it, but this is a tool certainly when you get to that. Is this soy milk credible? Did they really start adding enough protein to almond milk? And I think there's something I know that starting to add more protein too. So be sure you look at the rest of that. Protein though is the first thing to look at because it's so general. So here's the meal pattern compliance. You go past your blank note sheet. Okay, so we've been sitting for an hour. Anybody would just want to get up for 5 minutes? Okay, let's do a 5-minute get up, move around, walk down the hallway. And we can come back, see how much we can get through before we go to lunch and we go to Hannah's part. I'm ready for stand up. Probably questions about it goes on.
No, you're doing good.
Just a little piece of information that you can add to that note about dental reviews.
Yeah, I did actually, I don't know if you're able to talk about it, but yeah, add it to my.
Yeah, no
Just
worries.
because that's like the conversation.
Yeah.
Like, right, to be like, someone to think about.
Yeah, I just, I don't know, but I hope it doesn't keep going up.
I know.
So I just, because I just feel like we always, like even with the times of meals, like usually what I used to do was I would map it out on MapQuest to the nearest provider, so you know. And then the next time I would just start at the last one and then reverse it. But then the problem is that those middle ones always get lunch.
Yeah.
And so, but I'm just trying to make it, you know, like feasible with the budget and money.
Yeah.
Mileage, so. Yeah, right, because like sometimes they live right next door to each other and you don't want to like, go, you know, 5 miles that way and come back.
Yeah, so, yeah.
Yeah. So that was just an extra. Okay. Yeah, that was just an extra piece and I was like.
No, that's true, that's very true.
Yeah, thanks, Nicole. Yeah.
So I can see, let me just like turn this on. Okay, I am.
The question.
Yeah, this, we're really close.
After yours or after yours? They both, I know they have questions.
And I'm pretty close to the end of mine. This meal pattern was made.
We're doing lunch after yours.
Okay.
And like, Devin, I think your next one is like. Because it covers the same thing Nicole did. Did you have anything else on there?
I was gonna go over.
Like if there's something you need to.
I was gonna go over sort of like some of the issues you see during your changes. Like,
Yeah.
if there's anything completely, but yeah, if you all make a call.
But she can probably shorten.
Let's see where we are. If there are
We're getting really close to noon. And I do want to start something.
I mean, if you were to say which topic's more important, say hands, always ask them.
We can do in the like.
If you want to do this, I think you take bread.
Have a lot of that.
I do agree, but if you're looking at cut,
Yeah. Okay, so yeah, I think because if we're gonna do something, it's gonna.
So licensing for forever, like.
Yeah, I think let's grab their attention and get started. So we can finish.
Okay, I am pretty close to being done. This is probably the longest one right here.
Okay, well then.
Okay. Does everybody have their 5 minutes? Can we come on back and we will keep going?
We're gonna get started so we can finish and let you all go to a real lunch break.
We need a buzzer.
A what?
Buzzer.
Okay, everybody, is the mic still on? Okay. We know that you're really eager to get to lunch. We're gonna finish this section and then we're gonna break for lunch. So we can get back to our seats, we can get started, and then you can take a break from this room and go look outside or go outside if the heat's not gonna get the best of you. I know it's really exciting.
Okay, so this part of the monitoring form is one of the parts that has been updated. So you're gonna see it in 2 places where it says meal compliance and meal observations. And then under infants, it also says infant, there's gonna be a meal pattern compliance and a meal pattern observation or a meal observation. So that's new. It's newer. So last time it was updated to the meal pattern, when you're checking that, to general meal pattern compliance check versus a meal observation. It's the same with infants. It's a general meal patterns compliance check versus a meal observation. So let's look at the one though for regular kids who are eating out of the cupboard. One of the things you will see here now is you are going to actually have to get up and check. So I know this is one of the things that people do is just say, is they would just ask them those questions like, you don't serve yogurt. Your yogurt doesn't have any more than 12 grams of added sugar, right? Friday would say yes. And you go on to the next question. Now, how many of you think that your providers actually know what that means or check it when they get yogurt or cereal or any of those? Anybody have a guess? Does your provider know what it is you're talking about when you ask?
Louise, for example, what we do is we send out a newsletter and we even put pictures with yogurt. It's in compliance. So we try to train them as much as we can, but there's always one that might say, yeah, I know what you're talking about. Then we open their fridge and they don't have what, I'm asking.
Good. So everyone's they send out in their newsletter pictures to help train on things like the added sugar, but then going to the, being on site shows that they don't know that. So that is what's actually been added to this. There's a little instruction here that says you need to not only ask, but you need to check. So that means you're going to go to in your provider's home, you can say, so what is the food that you are serving the kids? So they're gonna have to show you. So I know they have a bunch of food, they have a bunch of cereal, And they're not gonna pull it all out and say, I served these 3 cereals to the kids. And then you're gonna check the sugar content.
Yes.
Did you have a question?
One of the things that we started doing is, we have a flyer, you know, the ones that were, the new ones that were just done.
Uh-huh.
So we kind of hand those out when we go do a monitoring visit, and we'll talk, you know, so we hand them those and we'll say, hey, if you look at these, there are some things that weren't on there before and stuff. And so it kind of opens up a conversation with them, and they'll say, well, I've had a lot of providers that are like, well, you just look at what's in my fridge with me or whatever, and they'll pull theirs out just so we can check and stuff, so.
That's great.
Just having something, you know, like that with new information and then get them.
That's great. So taking the flyer with you, the worksheet, the USA worksheets with you and handing them out to your providers, that's a great way to do it. So they have it there. They know what it is you're talking about. Both, and then let them show you so that if they're actually asking you and they say, is this correct? I think that, by the way, that is a learning technical assistance time, not is I had to look in the cupboard and I saw what you had and now it's a finding. See that difference? Okay. I'm asking you as a provider, did I do this right? Or I have to ask you as a monitor, and now we're going to see whether or not you did it right. So get up, look at their cupboards, look in their refrigerator, make sure that they have both cereal, yogurt, anything, make sure it meets the sugar limits and make sure it's creditable. So if you look at those cereals back there, I haven't finished off putting the little things on them, but you actually have 2 things to actually look at, both sugar limits, but then there were also some that looked like fine sugar limits, but they didn't meet the grain requirement. Just said wheat, not whole wheat, not enriched wheat, just wheat. So be aware of some of those things. Yep, just make sure that they notice. So that's just not cereal and yogurt, but look at their bread. I mean, I still see that even in childcare centers, and providers don't have the same type of what do I want to say? They have the same type of record keeping. They don't, I'm not quite sure how to say that, but providers have a little bit looser, more homey environment. And so they may not look at those things the same way as if I went to a childcare center. Even if they're a business, they still don't, they're providing a home environment. So they don't look at it as a business environment because it's a home. That's why they're doing that. Make sure they're serving one whole grain rich item across the day. And even though preferably on their menus, it says that, if you can see that it's oatmeal, Cheerios, but be aware that if they're serving an off-brand Cheerios, it may not be a whole grain, right? Then when you get to your meal observation, then you are going to ask. Then you're going to watch. Then you're going to look at the family style. You're going to look at what they're eating. You're going to make sure there's a current CN label. But I do want to go back to and make sure of your knowledge base. That's why you have all those little handouts. We have all those little tools, big tools actually. And I keep them bookmarked on my laptop as well, so I can find them, or I know how to search in my browser for them, so they come up pretty quickly. Are there any questions about that? We actually thought you might have questions about having to look at cupboards, because I know I've been told that, you know, but providers have their family food there, and they do. And I went to a provider visit one time where we asked for, now granted, English was not their first language, but they pulled out every cereal that they had. And so we had to really explain to them, not every cereal. I don't care about what you're serving your family. We just want a cereal that you serve to your kids. So let's look at that one. Preferably you're serving your own family the same thing, so everybody's eating healthy. when you look at your infant meal compliance, parts, you should be looking to make sure there really is a house formula on site that meets the requirements. Iron fortified. Now look at that. Do you have any questions before we go on to the next part?
I just have a suggestion.
Yeah.
Where it says the infant meal observation, and then you have NA, no infant present. I don't know if that should be worded more like it is on the regular meals where we're just doing a file review. Because you could have infants present, but you're not seeing a meal if you're there in between the time when the infants aren't eating. Does that make sense?
It does. Thank you. Yes. That's great. I'll add that. And then there's, of course, we've talked just briefly about the sanitation for child and infant meals, what you saw. It's going to be more than just hand washing, although I think hand washing is a preeminent thing on here. Make sure you look at the other stuff too, that they're not spreading those germs around so they wind up with sick kids. So these again are some of those tools that we've looked at before. The meal pattern training worksheets. Those are fabulous. There's so many of them. Crediting tip worksheets, there's a bunch. There's even training slides, and there's easy team nutrition webinars and training that providers can watch. There's that 30 on 30. That's about it's a half an hour worth of training that Team Nutrition USDA puts out. They're free, great information. And I note that NCA, the National Sponsor Association, has they have the free 30-minute trainings, but they also have a meal pattern minute, which is like pretty much a minute. So those are some things that you can use, especially that one on site if you need to. That crediting handbook, every provider, every monitor should be familiar with that, and every provider should know how to find that if they don't have a hard copy. So here's some of the things. Today's planned meal is posted. You need to watch the preparation, see how it's served and what's served and how, and do the food items meet the components. So you know that, yes, strawberries is part of the fruit component, but it is a food item. All right, so there are different food items that meet the components. So if someone was serving like meat sauce, so there's two components in there. There's two food items in there. There's the meat component, there's a meat food item, and the vegetable food item in there. And there's no place to record them, but you need to be familiar with serving sizes too. Are they serving this sufficient? If it's family style, everything needs to be on the table and every child needs to be encouraged to take it. They don't have to, but they need to have that option. Doesn't just get put there and the child can just ignore it or not. So they should be encouraged. Minimum paperwork during meal observations. You should be watching the actual meal observation itself. So when they start preparing and serving, paper goes down, you start watching so you can't write and see at the same time. I mean, you may be able to, as long as you're looking up from your paperwork, but it's way too easy to get involved in your paperwork. So you can take notes about what you're seeing, but make sure that you are actually watching. And then one other thing that you want to look at during a meal observation, especially if it's unannounced, is that provider suddenly scrambling to get food that they hadn't planned on because you walked in the door. You know, you can see what they planned on and it wasn't a complete meal. And then you walked in and suddenly, oh, well, I think I need something else. So if they serve it all, there's not gonna be a finding, but this is the time where you're gonna document that technical assistance, what you saw and what you're gonna look for at the next visit to make sure that, you know, that meal is planned in advance and planned completely. And then, of course, you're going to need to record the milk type. 1-year-olds still need to get whole milk regardless of what older kids get. They want to serve 2%, 1% whole milk, that's great. Record whatever they're serving, but definitely the 1-year-olds still are required to get the whole milk. Make sure there's current CN labels. So this CN label, you don't very often find them on the package anymore, but you can look that up on the CN label verification report. This one is not current. And because the CN label isn't current, then it's not usable. I just found this one a couple of days ago. So just be aware of that. And they need to be serving according to what it says on the CN label. There should be a little bit more about that later. So the only thing about technical assistance is make sure you give you feedback and immediately, and don't judge your provider, just use as information. It's just behavior. You want the desired outcome. Okay. That is all for my part. Yes.
Can we go back to number 19?
Yeah, number 9.
Just to clarify, and it may need to be more visual with this.
Yes.
It says if you're not seeing them sign in and out with the signatures or initial stating, it's saying if there's no signing out, the meals are unallowable. I thought we had discussed.
Okay, yeah. Yeah. And you're right, and I will make that change.
Louise, on question 31.
Yes.
At the bottom, it should say check provider yogurt served instead of daycare cereals. I know you're gonna go through them, but.
No, I'm rather you catch it.
And also on
31.
Yes, okay.
Yes, not on, no.
Thank you for catching that. So I do want to let you go to lunch. But if you find anything else in here you want to get suggestions about, please feel free to let me know so that we can update this so it's usable for you. And we take out all those little things that might be questions later on. Yes.
So you talked about coming back to some things. I just want to verify, most of my monitors do not do the centers. It's just Doris and myself. So should they be coming?
Yes. So we're just a little bit behind.
That's totally fine.
So yes, come back. Next is going to be corrective action for providers. Devin has a little bit. And then when we do talk about, some things for centers documentation, there's excellent information in there as long as that we are recommending they use Stay For. When you get to receipts and the food audit, nobody needs, center people need to stay. Anybody just does homes or just looks at homes doesn't need to. I'm recommending that you stay for the part that Karina is giving on meal patterns, because there's excellent information in there as long as you understand that providers don't need to document the same way that centers do. Otherwise, the information in there is excellent. We recommend you come back to.
The center monitoring form after the meal record expectations so that we just.
Because yeah, I think you guys and I have people, I know Paula has people too. I don't know.
So that the people who don't need to do center stuff can go.
What is that?
What about that thing?
For the center monitoring forum. But then the expectations too.
So we do like all the center stuff together.
Okay, so let me tell you that when I do that center monitoring form, it's not going to be this. It's really just a transition because we had planned a lot for centers. So it's going to be like 5 minutes of here's the form. Everything that you did for providers applies to centers. Plus, so what you're going to see now is that. I'll look at it, but really it's all it is a transition. It's not like we just did. Really not. Couldn't do that again. And it's form too short. Okay.
So you'll let us know when the home people can go?
Yes. So when definitely when we hit down to receipts review and food audit review, that is definitely Jeff Centers.
We can also look at it during lunch if there's something we can reorganize
Mhm.
in the rest of the agenda, so we will do that. But we technically have not finished the full provider portion, but we're gonna let you go to lunch because we're nice like that. We try really hard.
1 o'clock. 1 o'clock.
1:05.
1:05, okay.
Back up again.
Meeting with them, or they were just gonna meet here for a while?
I Michael did bring his provider.
So you were satisfied, right?
I just want to make sure. Dana
And I'd rather, I
one who used to work from home, who probably network.
DoorDash?
Or Tanya?
Yeah, Tanya.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have 4 cars. If anybody wants to come with us.
And they used to wanted to meet here, does that sound okay?
Great, yeah, I just have
Yeah.
some things I want to do over there.
There's like 4 of them, like right down out that front door to your right.
Yeah, there's like a Thai food place, Baby's Bagels is really good.
And the Big Dipper, one of our people, he's had that Big Dipper pretty good. Okay,
If you want to know how we do it.
yeah, that's not within walking distance.
Does he love it being retired from the state though?
I think so. Vegas big, he just, he has brought the big bagels with a son, a good.
Yours is just the one that's like.
Yeah, I made sure to bring food, so.
It's not.
Like, I feel like I've had to help
You know.
him a little bit more.
Be back down.
You're
doing really well.
I feel like he's getting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's gotten better, but he's on a lot of medication.
Yeah.
Or maybe just like a chair max, or no? So that I can.
So many things. And it's being. You can see.
Is this?
Well, with basic training, we're always checking the operational.
Yeah.
I don't think this is the same way, and we don't necessarily have a certificate. Okay.
I like this because
We've been being flexible enough.
Yeah. I'm just waiting for my part.
Yeah, it was like they're asking.
Like
really
the
good
other, I
questions.
think it was
Yeah.
yesterday, the day before.
I just want to be done.
Yeah.
So, oh, I need to take that for a minute.
Or do you? He's like, where's Nate?
Oh, yeah, gotcha. Well, that's hard, because the tenant just kind of keeps you awake.
Yeah.
Sleeping now, it messes with your memory.
Yeah.
Your thoughts.
I did that to you. Then. Kind of just like whatever. Just waiting.
Check out sisters with them, sure.
It's frustrating for them, I'm sure, it's like that, I cannot imagine this. Sorry, it took us, I never had anything like it, it's hard to make too many hard communications.
Oh, my side effect, I think.
Yeah.
Well, all the best, all the best. So,
Yeah, but he's okay, he's doing pretty.
So
I just really need to see him in person. It's been a long time.
Right?
We've seen this maybe a year or so.
Yeah, because we've been doing like the online ones and then.
Are you guys hanging in there with the offline claims?
Oh. Now that you guys, like, when we were in Pre-Meadow Edge, it was very stressful. But like I couldn't look at watermelon anymore. It was just like, but now it's okay. We just send it to you guys.
I agree. I like that with that one.
Yeah.
Where they came.
When it's going to spring to the next spring, they'll be like, but see, it's like automatic.
Right.
This one doesn't.
Yes.
I like that.
And so we were really excited when you guys said, we're going back to CPOI, but then the rest of the email was like, and then we're gonna, I was like, no.
Like, it doesn't even.
So, we just got potential. It's just the thing.
Yeah.
But if you can stay with the easier ones.
It's just hard to switch systems, I think, in general, like it's just difficult.
Especially like, you know,
It is just transition.
like when you're going to system, like you mentioned, are we standing still, moving forward, moving back?
Yeah.
And they showed us all.
Cause it's really not that far, more like.
It's flexible.
Yeah.
And it's just something.
We don't.
That's
this
been
is
hard
like-
on my
looks
dad.
like moving target
He
sometimes.
was so used to
It's not-
CNP web
this
with
is
his
like-
accounting, he was all.
And that's all it was like designed for.
So,
Oh, that's so nice to have aids and next to the clients and
Yeah.
CNP web laid out.
yes.
And then this one, you're just, oh, where?
Yeah, that's what's frustrating for, especially when you.
Well, you're the only this one.
He's
I'm sorry, this is how you. Okay, come on. There's a bunch, there's a user,
Or is this about? Sorry, I
Mm-hmm.
have a picture.
it's kind
Yeah,
of-
let's hope, we'll pray.
Is
Do you
anything
think
here
it's
stuff that you didn't
Stay
say?
with CNP?
So
Is anything?
this is for FTCH.
Are any of these bullet points?
Say,
So,
this is what we're gonna do.
Yeah.
You can't meet these.
yeah, answering questions, making sure they're all answered, because I
Did
didn't
you
actually
just cover
address that.
So whether that.
Oh.
Making sure they were all answered.
Yeah.
Discussion doesn't.
I went through what the
Because
questions
CNP
were, but
was
not
so
making
much
sure they were
straight-
all.
It was simple.
Okay.
Not that
Straight line right
specifically.
Does that need to be stated
And
explicitly?
this one, like, so many different.
Yeah, it may have
tabs.
been enough of a finding that, come on. So I go back.
They just need to get a lot of that.
Okay.
Like, let know the time. It's all-
That can be a little more than just remember this,
No,
because
this
we
is
said,
somewhere, I think.
let's talk about
Here,
my
you
form.
probably noticed that where the-
Make
where-
sure you answer all the questions. I think this should be there, but short.
Oh, yes.
Is that-
And then it wasn't
2025?
in there.
Yeah, then it always
Yeah.
reverts back to 8/1/2025.
Yes.
So I'm wondering what's
Yeah.
different from this, and what you would want to say about
Definitely, yes.
when you get up and
Yeah.
talk about center monitoring, can you say, here's something that's a
Well,
simple answer.
I can put that in there, because really all mine is just transition.
Sections.
It really is just transition.
Yeah, the school site.
We just covered providers. We have a form that you're using, we know that this is not the same things that we look at, that will be changing in the future. So we know it feels like it's a moving target, we just want you to
And then I think we
know
do have plans.
why it seems like a moving target. So we're just gonna go over some things that we can just, you know, you do your paperwork, we do our
With
paperwork.
CNP, it was so nice, because I feel like
You
it
do
was
your
a backup
paperwork.
to kid care.
Does not mean we can't, we're not supposed to
You
do
know
our
what I mean?
paperwork.
Okay, and that element is more specific
Something
to
in Kid Care
centers,
didn't match.
what they
CNP,
monitor and
Yes.
what we are going to see,
Go
okay.
look into it, whereas right now.
The goals of
it's like,
monitoring remains the same,
Kid Care.
so just remember it all
So we've
remains the
always
same,
They're,
the tools remain the same.
Yeah, good point.
No,
Yeah,
then-
it seems like they just work seamlessly, even with the AccuTrack system that,
Center was so
Center pilot that helped me answer, it works.
So
well.
this is like
with it, yeah.
really short, that's all it was a transition, so it can be nothing, or it can be Devon's, or I can just say, hey, let me just let you know.
Because, you know,
this
well,
is what it is.
Yes.
so we'll be.
Because it took so long to just enter
When it
it all
comes
in for
to-
each person.
Meals and meal plan, like this is the part that might be, it's kind of a center section, but might apply to both.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Should
so
we
what,
move that before the center, before we talk about the forms?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, do you want me to start?
Sure.
Well, we can probably go back.
Yeah,
here.
'cause this is really-
There.
there's a lot, we have a lot of good things, especially since she,
Okay.
this comes here. So this is the part that's going to apply only to centers, but look at all the information, so this. Yeah, you need to be more explicit. Since we've already
Okay,
talked about that.
I don't need the review.
Okay. So common.
Okay, so
finding.
what I'm hearing
Yes.
is Corinne is gonna be for both.
Yes.
Okay,
The only thing that's different is they're using different. But the other stuff in there, I think is good for both of them.
Turn 13.
I looked at it before, I thought it was good.
And then starting 7th grade, it's 5. Okay, so really fast. So a couple of things. I feel like I'm needing to have a teacher.
Okay.
And the way I feel like things have worked in the past and with me being a monitor, I don't want to hire them by an hourly rate. I want to salary them because I feel like as long as they're getting the reviews done, it doesn't matter if it's longer or less time, as long as they're getting done. But I feel like what has happened in the past is if they don't get them all done and they're at their hours, then it falls on me.
okay.
And so I talked to Carlos about that and adding that and making it a salary. And he's like, as long as they're okay with that, we don't have to have it be an hourly position. I can hire a monitor and be like, these are your reviews for the month. And that way I feel like with time logs, I don't need the time logs, and they have the freedom to do them more in the evening or in the morning or on weekends. And it doesn't have to be like
Can you do like piecework? That's what it sounds like.
I don't know what that is.
I don't know how to explain. So piecework is you are being paid not by your time, but you get the review done and you're paid this much per review and average.
Per review.
Oh, it's
So
per
I guess we
review.
could
Does
do
that make
per
sense?
review, but I wonder, but then I feel like it was possibly different every month, and that would be messy.
Just be consistent.
So you
Just
just
be consistent,
You
yeah,
just say X number of reviews per year and you get paid this much per month.
exactly.
Okay.
That's kind of
So-
what I'm wanting to do.
So I mean, shouldn't be a different amount of staff. You're getting paid, what, $25? I don't care what you do, but I don't care if it's big or small, $25 is an average out. This one was 15 minutes, this one was a half an hour.
Exactly, yeah.
So that's what it,
Does it have to be a per review rate, or can it just
Just
be
be
like, we're
monthly.
paying this person 20 grand a year?
Yeah.
Or- I have no idea what an actual number is.
I don't either.
Okay.
the only reason I wanna look at that is because right now we
I
have. a
think
definition
so,
of
or
what
two
salary is.
part-times.
Oh, okay.
Salary goes
So
to,
it depends on who I'm
um,
able to find and what they're.
They kind of like.
they go to administrative.
To doing the
So-
hours.
Oh,
and
okay.
they
It's
support
like-
you
So
with whatever
salary
you
is
need,
like probably not the right.
and we don't need to stress about.
Okay.
Then my
Salary.
other
That's
hope
good.
was maybe getting a monitor that's more for our northern, and then maybe one for the southern. And that helps
Yeah.
with mileage, because if they're
Definitely.
doing, you know, and so I wanted to make sure that was okay before we went forward with interviewing, because that, one of their major questions, right, is salary and that kind of stuff.
So I think the term is using the word salary, because right now a salary is an exempt person.
Oh.
And
Okay.
so that's why.
Is that in
you need to-
regulation or a management plan or state definitions, do you know?
Might be like IRS law. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it was when we were looking at.
Okay.
Oh, it might be like a global
Yeah.
Okay, bigger than I'm trying
I
to
think
figure
it's
it out.
like you have to make certain amount per year minimum in order to be.
And
exempt
Be
versus
considered
non-exempt.
salary.
So maybe not use the word salary, but I don't know how else you would do it,
And
but
almost like contract.
a contract.
Flat rate.
Okay,
Maybe that's what it is. It's a contract, like the contract is for you to
Okay.
do 10 reviews for $1,000.
yeah.
Go do the reviews on it.
I would do that.
$1,000.
I would jump really quick on that one.
I don't do math in my head. I don't know where that falls, but I was like, easy numbers if I have to break that.
Yeah, no,
But
that
I
makes
wonder
sense,
if-
like a contract.
Yeah,
Okay.
your contract is this amount of dollars to do this
These
amount of work, or like this number of
Yes.
reviews.
And then at that point, and this is also for us, can we write out, time logs out of our management plan? As long as we can show that the work's been done, do we have to have those time
Oh,
logs?
because that's what your monitor.
Let me
Yeah.
let's look at your management plan. Do you remember which one that's under? If not, we'll look at.
No, I
Because
don't.
I
time
can
log,
tell you.
yeah, because question maybe it's a silly question, because time logs for more of a hourly employee that would be on number 2 in the budget versus number
Yeah.
9, that's a contracted service.
The con.
Is it
And
nine?
that's essentially what it might be.
That's
If
true.
they wouldn't be
Five.
an employee,
Five.
an employee, they'd
Okay.
be a
Contracted
They
person.
could,
And
I mean,
we
I can
can-
see maybe going
We
either
can
way.
talk, I just wanted to kind of introduce my
Yeah.
ideas. And then my other idea is I feel like, ever since COVID and the last few years, everything is becoming so like just computer based. I don't feel like we need the office. I feel like most of the time, like we're going to their homes. As soon as we get all of those providers, we've got a few still left on bubble sheets. Once they're on care online.
For like one day.
Yeah, because that's what they come to the office to pick up bubble sheets. That's it.
You just mail them out if they need.
Exactly, and
Yeah,
so
that normally, some we do, but a lot of them just come in.
I feel like everything else is
Yeah.
remote. Like
Okay.
the claims are turned in remotely. Like all the newer providers, they communicate through email. And so I was like, that's an expense that I don't know that we necessarily
And then
need.
So, do you realize that you're sending a lot of money back every year?
He did tell me that.
Wouldn't that something?
So
So just
Yeah.
be aware.
I feel like there are ways we could use it, like more things
Yes.
for
I mean,
providers.
everything you're saying.
Yeah.
Well, and then something else to keep in mind, I was thinking about announcing this during summer, we just, like, literally, I left for a meeting for delegation, we just got the new reimbursement rates.
Okay.
And it is increasing a lot.
Oh,
It's like
good.
$7 a home for your first 50.
Well, that's great. I know that
just
kid
something
care-
to be aware of, that
Yeah, he's always
more
afraid.
money is
He's
coming
always
in.
afraid. You know, he
We have to push him to spend a little bit more.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I've tried.
He's very conservative.
Very,
Yes.
and they told me last
Yes.
time was, he's afraid that you're gonna suddenly have a big pack of providers just suddenly quit.
Yeah.
Well, it hasn't happened yet, and you actually have more providers this year, this
Yes.
time than you did last year this time.
So, and we always have a drop in the summer, so that's good to know.
So like, fun, like,
Definitely
if
a lot,
you're
yes.
talking about hiring people and maybe
See,
even getting rid of the
yes.
building expense, but then your admin is going to increase.
Yeah.
Like,
And that way I
Money's
feel
gonna
like,
be
because
amazing.
I have been feeling very overwhelmed with reviews, and so if I can hire more people, that would be,
yeah, that'd be a
Great.
huge load up.
yeah.
Mental load, seriously.
Yes.
And especially in this sense that that's your responsibility. That's
Yeah.
what you
Well,
need to
yeah, you
present
can
every
narrow it
month.
down. This is what you got,
Right.
here's your assignment, here's your number.
Cause I feel like me and Gio are pretty adequate at handling the admin, the claim, that kind of stuff. What I really need is the load off of
Yeah,
reviews and letting
They're
someone
going
just
down.
focus on reviews.
definitely.
And that be it, because before we've had monitors, but they were also in the office.
Yeah.
And what I want now is just out in the field.
And what's your rent payment right now?
It's not high. It's still, what, like 800, 900 a
Oh,
month?
okay.
I mean,
So
that's
it's not
reasonable, but you're
high.
still saving 900 times
Yeah.
12 a year, you know, that's.
Yeah, we
Yeah.
need to let him know in advance and everything,
But like you said,
but
he's so
we're thinking
conservative.
about, you know?
No, I think it's
And-
good to think ahead and like.
And I know
obviously the
kid
next fiscal
care-
year isn't tomorrow.
Yeah,
so-
Debbie and Mike were wanting to meet up because Kid Care is raising prices again.
Oh,
So, but
just
we,
in time for the reimbursement.
Yes.
How convenient.
but I also
Yes.
feel like, I feel like Kid Care does a phenomenal job with this program. So I like it a lot. So,
And I don't remember seeing that you're members of the sponsor association.
I think we are.
Are you? still-
We were until the last time, unless my husband.
Okay, I'll check, I'll check.
I need to maybe push him a little harder on it.
Yeah.
It's
But
okay,
hard.
we can do
Every
this.
time we ask him, oh, no, we
That's-
cannot
that's
do
what he was
it.
telling me.
This- no,
But you know, some
Yeah.
you have money
I'm
that,
convincing
you have
us
money
I
to
have.
hire a CPA.
He's
to fix some
afraid.
Work off.
Yeah.
Cause I
Well,
know.
maybe
getting
it's-
problems.
There's definitely a line of being
Sometimes
prudent
very
and making
difficult.
sure you're prepared for things, but then it's
Oh,
really
yeah.
hard.
It's hard.
Because you
Put a
can't
lot of-
roll over it. You have to send it back.
There are.
Imagine if
it's
you
a different
did
kind of
review
salary
with
with their
that.
daughter.
With family, you're a little bit more.
Oh, yeah, I am like.
Yeah, and it is
I'm
not
so
just,
sorry.
like I said, some reviews,
So-
maybe will be 15 minutes, some will
Right.
be 2 hours.
Exactly.
Because if your providers need to stop because a child
There's
needs to stop,
nothing.
Yeah.
they need to wait until she's
Nothing I
done.
can do
Or
A
you
about
lot
it.
of times I'm just like,
later.
Yeah.
Or whatever. Yeah, all those barriers.
Yeah.
So
There
when
is
you
usage,
started the
you
different
know,
company,
like
when you-
Kilo
when
some
you had, like, your office in your
I
house,
talked
did you
away.
go to Charlotte's house?
Yeah, I would just be
Sleep
working
was
remote
so
from mine or working remote from her.
Yeah.
One of my big things that I
Because
really
then
want to
it's
try to do
really,
this next
especially
year, if
with
I'm
gas
able to get
prices,
the
you
monitoring
know,
taken
They're
care of.
so expensive,
I want
and
to
then
try
if
to
you need to go
digitize
back, but
Okay.
very far.
So I feel like we still have so many
No,
And
it's
papers
so much time
and
and a lot of
paper.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
And like, I think he talked to you, we just had that company come and shred.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure.
Oh, those
Wow,
boxes
that's
sent me
wonderful.
pictures, yeah.
So
That's
just
a
like.
we need to
load
do-
off your storage
My
unit.
deal was
I have
time
been
ago.
since we started, because I was always concerned, checking
There was something that said,
years
you're
of
okay.
gas,
Yeah.
because just in case.
Yeah.
You always know, like I had to solve this process, and she asked me for Tucker when they got it, I had everything. But like right now, we went, I asked them to come to the.
If you could check for me.
Because then they
Yeah.
can take all those old boxes away before we decide to, if we decide to stop with the office there. Then I wanna make sure we take all the, there is tons of boxes.
And then you can
digitizing, almost. no
That's,
space.
that's,
Yes.
that's what we said, you should agree to do that. I said, I know, but I will need to have a very good program in the sense we will really keep things in place.
Yeah.
You know, because like Susan was very good in computer stuff, and she would do a lot of things. But the majority of us,
Yeah,
we don't
well, and I
know.
feel like
Yeah.
internet is such
I don't know a lot about the things, and Ava knows a lot more than me, but I don't know. And like, let's see what the dad says.
It's like kids can't even go to school without internet anymore.
And Paula
So-
needs to get a lot of help too,
Yeah.
and she's still like, she's like, well,
Yes, exactly. And then my other question.
It's because our
was this,
generation
'cause
was
I
older.
feel wrong doing it every single
had a
time. You know
hard
how
time.
licensing, group care has always been at, like, it says 16 on their license. But their new rules came out and everyone's like, I can have 19, I can have this many kids, I can have 6 infants as long as there's 3 caregivers. And I feel like for that to process their claims correctly, I have to go into kid care and change that 16 to 19. And it just bothers me because the license is 16.
Yeah.
But there's the new rules. And so do you guys know why licensing just doesn't change that number?
I'm not sure why.
Like, why are they keeping it at 16 when they're allowing 19 in the homes?
I don't know, that's state, like, you
Yeah.
know, about state licensing.
Yeah, because
We
Debbie
can
and I
follow
looked
up
at this
to get more
again, yeah,
details.
Because I
it's
feel like,
very- yeah.
so when you go to kid care, their license says 16, but for the claim to process, I have to enter go in it, change it manually, and that makes me feel like I'm just doing something wrong
Is
because,
that specifically because of infants? I'm trying to.
no. So they're allowed 3 more up above their 16 of regular age, and they're allowed 6 infants as long as 2 are 18 months and older, and they have 3 caregivers.
This is the thing that came a couple of years ago. I remember having to read
Yeah.
it so many times.
Yeah, I know,
Which,
it's very.
where's the
still-
fewer than or the less than or the
Oh,
more than
yeah.
and.
Agreed,
We
yeah.
talk about that too, because that might be in the process of changing too. So that's, so I think that I wasn't aware of this
Yeah.
one here, but
You mean,
yeah, like all of us, yeah.
so put it on the agenda, doesn't have to stop on.
Yeah, and I just,
Very confused.
it's just hard for me because I get the call from a provider, she's like, I was disallowed these kids, I can have this many. And I wanna be like, I have to manually change it, and I'm like, what if I get, like, they're gonna look at it and be like, why were they paid this much? Like, it just makes me feel nervous.
Yeah, no, that makes sense.
And so that's just, I was like, what, if they're allowing that, why don't they just change the number on the license? So.
And I think it's like this, the liability, having all those
Yeah.
kids there, you know?
Yeah.
Oh, it's crazy, when you go to their houses, you're just
Oh,
like,
19 kids in a house, that's
I don't look for the licensing. Do you know any idea on why that would be the case? Okay.
it just makes me nervous that I'm changing things manually.
It feels a little itchy, like.
Yeah.
Just putting in my own grade that I got an A, it's fine.
Yeah. You know?
Need to go and eat.
Yeah, we wanna go do
Oh,
a break.
Yeah, we'll go grab something quick. I don't wanna get into your guys' way,
Right
but
down the street, I just wanna make sure you have a chance.
Yeah.
So right down the street is Baby's, you go out the door.
Uh-huh.
It's a Thai place, so these are called Baby's Bagels, which bagels are good.
Sandwiches.
The bagel
It's a Big
sandwich
Dipper,
with
which
cream
is-
cheese, well, yeah, there's plus cream cheese, yeah.
Yeah, there's the Big Dipper, which is sandwiches that come with
Yeah.
like soup that you can dip it in. They have really fun names.
yeah.
And
Sorry, I just feel like
No,
I'm
no,
still
you're
a little
good.
old fashioned and I feel like I need to express it face to face. So
No,
like, oh, we're
you're
having a
totally-
meeting.
You're totally
Yeah,
good, I'm
no,
glad
that's
you
why
brought
you
me.
did.
I'm still, my kids are on Kindles. I still like the book.
I am too, I'm a
No.
book reader. I
You
am.
know?
We just have to get this into your questions, so.
Yeah,
just
and I
what
just- yeah.
information we can.
I just, and I feel like with Carlos getting older, like he likes to keep it how he's done it and how it's, and I'm like, I was like, I wanna
So many
change
layers.
something a little bit.
I love that.
But it's hard because
if
like
you choose to stay when he retires, feel free to hire people like CPA, you have the money for.
Okay.
Everybody else,
So they're called CPAs.
Yeah.
I think
The
there's
certified public
CPAs.
accountant, I believe is
Okay.
what it stands for.
And I know that the same one, but I'm sure that either Paula or Debbie or even everyone will tell you who they're using.
Yeah, and that would be nice to have someone that's already familiar with the program. Yeah.
Yeah, you don't.
I was just nervous,
It's hard to
right,
run the
when you
program.
pass to a person who
Yeah.
doesn't know.
Yeah.
He's been trying the last few months, like he sits me down when he's doing his accounting and I'm just like.
Numbers, I hate looking at numbers like that.
He always starts me off, he's like, if I die, you need to be able to do this. And on the 15th, you have to do this with the IRS. And on this, I'm like,
Don't go.
And I said, you better stay here.
Yeah, you better just.
like, Dad, stop it.
It can happen, right? It can happen
Yeah,
to everybody.
He's like,
and,
and if you don't, they're gonna fine you thousands of dollars.
Yeah, throw you in prison in like 10 days.
Oh my gosh, yeah. Oh,
and this, he's worrying about all those.
He gave me like a little book of instructions, but
Well, we'll also be here to help if whatever comes up, but yeah, we'll look into those questions. and see what
Yeah.
information we can find for you.
that would be great, because if
To
those
go
things are
informed.
possible, I feel like if, if I can, hopefully, the last few people we've hired haven't lasted long. And so, yeah, I don't know if it's just the type of job of needing to drive and.
Well, there were some things I know I was talking before, the contract people you can't, if they were employees, you can get benefits. I don't know why, like you don't have benefits and yours. You have benefits, but there's,
I don't know, he says it's too complicated.
and also we say that we don't have, no, we can't.
We
Okay,
just
everybody
cannot.
has, everybody has benefits.
I'm gonna have to talk to him, and I might have to have you on speaker or something,
I would,
because.
Debbie has a SAP. All three have SAPs.
Michael doesn't.
But that's what you say, so, yeah, I would say.
He just gets so stressed, like if you guys say email with him.
Oh my gosh.
He's just like, oh my, I'm like, Dad, it's okay, it's just life, just like life, it's like, it's just figure it out.
Is you can give morale awards.
Yeah.
Everybody has a morale award. Helping Hands has the cheapest. Wise has the most, but their boards help them set that.
Yeah.
And so once a year, maybe, I think once a year, most of them are giving a morale award. So it's written into the management plan. We give morale awards, not because they do the work, but it definitely has a morale award.
Yeah.
And it has to be stated that way, otherwise if they give money on a regular basis, it becomes part of the conversation,
Yeah.
but they give out morale awards, user service awards. You have enough money,
And
make sure
you
it's
can
in your
do that.
management plan.
Okay.
We can also give you like, maybe not necessarily like CMA's, wages, but we could be like, hey, here's the average wage for monitor.
That would be helpful too,
Yeah.
because you see what In-N-Out's paying.
Yeah, $20 an hour
And then they're
plus.
taking care of tuition,
Big organization.
It is. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, yes, but if that would be helpful if I have, and I just maybe need to do some more learning and understanding, and that way I can help him be more comfortable.
Plus, if I die, she needs to know.
It's all you, Layla.
Poor guy,
We gotcha.
poor guy.
We gotcha.
He just wants the best.
Yeah,
My sister's is crazy.
he worries, yeah, but
It's top two, Paula's been a whole lot longer than Debbie, and she was like second in line, because there were two co-directors, and then the director left. Paula was six. And they were actually part of another sponsorship at one time, this one off. So she had a lot of knowledge. Debbie had been through like the chain, CNA has been through like several changes of directors. So they have a board, and she should be fairly knowledgeable and know where to find out. And well, this is their first, because Susan, can never remember her name, co-director left, Susan took over, and so this is really everyone's first
Year
yeah.
doing it, yeah.
So, and the first really change.
Yeah.
That's gonna happen. Please let us know.
You mean
So we
like
can-
director change?
Like a director change, well, not like, I'm thinking more in this way, like
Carl's doing budgets versus you?
Oh, but we're not there yet.
Dale's not ready to pick that up.
There is
It's a lot.
training
Yeah.
and Susan did not give a lot of training because she was very protective of the budget. When that's gonna happen, even before, and you wanna know what's happening, be sure and let us know so we can walk through those budgets.
Yeah.
And learn it before, yeah.
Yeah, and we can just help the transition.
Okay.
If needed.
Yeah,
And help with after the transition too, it's not just during, so.
okay.
And even if he's a little ways out, if you want to learn more about it, it's not going to be too disrupting,
Yeah,
please.
I think
feel
once I
free.
can get these monitors outgoing, then I can step into it and start learning more of that stuff.
That way
So-
you'll feel more comfortable, you're feeling comfortable,
Yeah.
you'll feel more comfortable because you'll be comfortable with what? You know,
Yes.
more about it.
Yes. Because right now I am the claim person. That is my like I can process claims like anybody, you know?
Yeah, I actually Marlo sent me an email.
I
after the
saw
last
that
meeting, and I was like,
yesterday.
I'm just gonna CC A-list.
Yes, I saw it and I told you this morning. I
Okay.
was like,
If there are other, like, let me know if there
because I
are
think
other
once we
questions.
started doing them off of Palmetto Edge and like now it's like a month later,
Yes, everything, the
It's
timing is a little off, but that is
confusing.
super weird.
and so I have to be like, remember, May is not coming till.
I mean,
next-
I literally have my own post-it,
Yeah.
like, we're sending June originals,
Yeah.
and where are we?
Like he's been doing reconciliations with me. I sit next to him with Kid Care. He's on his bank and like all these things. And he's like, hey, have we received this month? I was like, it's not. It's okay.
Like, yeah, sometimes- and that's what I was like, in my being confusion.
Yeah.
Especially since I mentioned the May, like 60-day deadline is coming up,
Yeah.
I'm like, that might be a lot of different months, so.
I
just wanted to make sure
I'm
that-
glad you see me.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I was just like, Ayla sends in the claim and I am CCing Carlos and all of it, but I'm like, I'm just gonna make sure this conversation.
I
is
told you,
open.
as well.
okay.
I was like, bless Nicole. I was like, I just need to remind him of
It's
the timing.
It's crazy, and
Yeah.
If you, I'm sorry, to really interrupt.
Yeah.
I'm just really worried about you saying.
yeah, we want you
Oh,
guys to get lunch.
I'm
So
okay.
You can order it. and
Yeah.
We're okay, you can order it online.
Yeah, I worry about you guys.
We're
I feel
also
bad
vending-
because we asked
we're
you
also
guys
vending
to.
machines downstairs if people are.
Oh,
vending machines.
that's
But it's mostly candy. And I
That's
brought my
okay.
lunches upstairs.
So
We just want touch base.
Yeah, no,
Yes.
I'm glad you brought your question.
Yeah, and so we can talk about it over the next few months, but that at least I feel like gives me a little bit more freedom to start hiring and feeling like I could do that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
If you want to talk about budgets, you have a year and a half. You want to talk to me about budgets.
a year and a half. Like, why do I only have a year and a half?
But
Are you
because I'm
kidding?
not gonna leave me here forever.
But that's not what you told me last time you were doing reviews with me. You told me you were gonna.
Forever, Ayla.
Yeah.
Never leave you.
That's what you said.
Promises, Luigi, you gotta keep up with them.
Okay.
I could at some point. I
Yeah.
could just live life without.
Yeah.
Mostly because I don't want to have to be coming up here in the winter and walk on snow anymore to walk and try.
Are you guys still working remote for the most part?
Yeah, it's.
We're 2
happening.
days in the office.
2 days
3
in.
days out.
Okay.
And last year, like you said, no snow, I was fine.
It was okay, but we don't know what's gonna happen.
Seriously.
Maybe bad.
It's been so crazy. It's
Yeah.
hot.
Bound to get bad.
Yeah.
It'll come back, right? Yes.
We'll live up to
Yeah.
our.
You wanna just go get some of the vending machines?
It's mostly, I am
candy.
okay, it really is.
I was
I mean, whatever you guys want.
Yeah.
You wanna make sure you got.
I'm sorry for cutting into your guys' work.
Yeah, they're good.
Yeah.
Thanks for touching base with us, that's really appreciated.
Yeah, so in the next couple months, we'll look into that and then I'm gonna start interviewing. That way, I want to get someone on board, for the fall.
Yeah, it really is nice timing, like Nicole saying, the admin rate going up so much, it's
Yes.
fantastic.
That's, what about meal rates? Did they go up?
I didn't, yes, the meal reimbursement always goes up.
Yeah.
Like a little bit, I don't think it ever goes down, I think it
Yeah.
always go up, but I think this
I
is,
sometimes
it's a much
say the
bigger
same.
jump in the admin rate that we've
Okay.
seen previously.
Yeah, well, that's good. That's
They
good.
were a couple of years.
And it's so nice to hear Louise, like, you have money, because when we talk to him, he's like, no.
We don't have
Oh, sorry.
money.
No, you're fine. So-
It's not much different.
Yeah, I feel like we've had, like, I just went to one legal mountain 2 weeks ago. I got there and she's like, my license closed. And I was like, oh, okay. But like, yeah.
I think we looked at 150 and last year's like 135.
Yeah.
I think you're net.
So stay, that's good. Cause you always hear of the ones who are like, oh, I'm retiring, and you're like, oh, no, you know what you're doing. You know.
Not that for you, one day.
Yeah. That's insane. Okay, we gotta do something
So
about
a
that.
letter goes out. So it
Yeah,
should
we-
go to you too. So you should see that letter because when it gets sent down to the email, it's Carlos, it's also you.
Yeah,
Okay,
so.
thank you for letting me know. 'Cause I
Because
think-
we kind of like, because he gets very
nervous about
nervous
this.
about it.
Everyone has their role, no one can do every single
Yeah.
thing, but,
Yeah.
But we always ask.
yeah, so that, like, that information has gone out to him.
Like even
And
when
if
we
you need
do
it,
our
we
like
can ask
purchases for like office supplies, like he gives us a very strict number. For purchases, he's like, this is how much you have.
Gives
We're
you
like,
an envelope with a caption in
Yeah.
So,
Swing it like me.
Okay, that's on a market. Just when you adjust your budget, we just need to know. Ahead of time, so we can do the budget amendment.
other words, like mom.
There are definitely things, especially if we move, out of the office, that would be helpful, like I said, I wanna digitize everything, so a second
Yeah.
scanner would be helpful, to get it all in
Yeah,
there,
definitely.
and yeah.
Those would all be really like, just good steps to, if it's
Yeah.
easing your burden and making your operation more efficient.
Yeah.
Those are all great steps.
Yeah, that would be, and even like a more efficient scanner, sometimes I think we just have this puny little, I was like, is there something
Really?
out there that's more,
Oh, they're a nice big scanner.
that's fast?
Yeah, multi-page, like.
Yeah.
Yeah,
An
you have
hour.
100 in
Yeah.
there.
I
and
think
you're-
that's what I
I'm
need.
sure one of the things.
Okay, I've gathered information today that I badly needed. So thank
We feel
you.
better.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, let's,
Sorry for Washington.
okay,
Yeah, I'm not super worried, but I was like, I don't wanna forget to.
Yeah.
I think I can just leave this here.
Yeah.
Get some energy upstairs.
Yeah, that's really.
Yeah.
So hired.
Uh-huh. I think probably.
Oh, and I'm gonna ask them to send me what medium is being paid, the other monitoring.
Yeah, you could.
I feel like if for all I know, we're not paying enough and we can raise the,
The last time he raised the pay for monitor, I think. It was really hard.
okay, I'll have to be there for moral support.
And we'll raise it together. Thank you, Louise.
You're welcome.
Downstairs?
Yeah.
So you
I
said
could say that,
downstairs?
that's a down. My goodness, when he raised the monitor rate to $15 an hour, but the only way I could keep him, everybody else was, paying more. Pay those people, give them something.
Are you saying 15 is not enough or is too much? Yeah, definitely not enough. I was like, 15 is nothing. You can all live off of $1 an hour.
Yeah. You can go to, you can go to, McDonald's and probably make like now.
And now Costco pays really well. Yeah, and you get benefits, like full benefits.
Okay, I'm gonna do a quick thing when we come back to lunch. I wanna tell everyone about the admin rates just because that came up in delegation, and then we'll do Hannah. And then I think we take out, we're gonna do Karina and then yours. We're swapping a little bit, just so since yours covers a little bit of providers and centers, we are just gonna do that little swappy order.
And then you can sit down in there for like a 5 minutes.
Yeah, a quick common findings type of deal.
Mhm.
And then Nicole, I already asked her, I'm like, hers is
the squish or expand one. Well, probably not, she's like, please don't make me do it longer. I was like, I'm not gonna make you do it. But I'm like, if hers needs to be shorter or even eliminated and it's information we give them outside, that's where hers is going to fall with a food audit.
And I can. Just because I'm familiar with it.
Yeah, we're just gonna see like where the timing is. So what I'm saying is like, you guys don't have to squish your times. If we need to, Nicole's gonna be like 5 minutes, FYI, we do this. What questions do you have? Or Louise's perspective of, here's why we want you to know that we do this. And we can even like make hers if we need to do a recording of what we do or a handout or something. So she's the time flexible one.
Even receipts, really.
Okay, we can treat that one where we need to as well.
Because receipts are short, but it's really like to look at receipts, make sure it's credible, make sure they spent all their money.
Yeah, okay. But that way, like, I don't wanna keep people over the time we said we would keep them, because everybody hates
I think they'd
that.
be mad.
Yeah, so what we
Still
have
pay
to,
attention.
3:30, right?
Yeah,
Okay,
that's what the agenda says.
so yeah, that's where I'll start assessing where we are, like 3:00-ish, and try to make eye signals if we need to. I don't know, I need to like. Speed up, everybody leave. Yeah, I'll get on the mic. We're still presenting, but you can leave if you want. Okay, I won't do that, but.
Everybody look at.
Yeah, but I think like those last few pieces are like, that's more information for them to be aware of, and versus the information we want to instruct them on what they're actually doing. You need to be practicing in their stuff, so. Okay, well,
Yeah.
And Devin's computer's still up there. I guess we can ask him if he's okay with that, or if we need to swap out. I will. Oh, I would actually have to leave early. When does my leadership meeting start?
Good money. Great. It's up there. So. Don't finish these. This is. No, registrars are never creditable. I would like. Maybe a couple minutes at some point to see. We put these on here, these are nice. There's no way, shape or form they're ever gonna be creditable. Okay, now. That's right, it was just a trick.
Okay, just FYI for the people in the room, I do have leadership meeting at 3. So 3 of us at least know that 3:30 we're done and we're assessing.
Yes.
And okay, yes. I give all of you permission to hold you all to that. 3:30 on the dot. Everyone's excused. So, Ayla, is she from which? Or
Oh my gosh, that's Ayla and Gio, who's the other lady, it's her mom.
No, I heard one.
Carlos doesn't come to these things because,
And that's Ayla's dad.
yeah, Carlos is Ayla's dad.
Gio is her
He
mom.
has-
Oh, okay, I was gonna ask. Gio's her mom, right?
Pardon?
Gio is Ayla's mom.
Yes.
Okay. I was like, I just
Yeah,
said
so
that,
she's
I'm
the
like, wait,
daughter.
I better check.
So do they all have family, like, cause I said.
Not all of them.
A daughter of.
Tammy is, and they actually have to, the arm's length, so they have to reveal that. Say like Tammy is.
Yeah,
So-
conflict of interest.
They actually hired her to be the assistant manager.
Oh.
I mean, that's not like it,
I
the
have
way
it
it wound up.
Or do we not want to?
What?
Those? Oh, did you move them up? Oh, this is where we're gonna put them. Okay.
Because
that's
that's why they can take in.
That's great.
Carlos doesn't come to these because he has some medical issues like tinnitus.
Okay. Oh.
And too many people talking
Yeah, I was like, sorry.
just makes it so he can't understand, it's just irritable.
Gotcha. We're gonna have Hannah go next and then actually Karina. So we're covering anything that has any provider overlap. And then you could probably go after that common findings, and then Louise is gonna also transition to the form.
Kind of the form was they, this form will cover everything. Yeah.
Yeah, the concept. We are checking through. And then I talked with her about her. She's the kind of It's not your fault, that's just really sorry.
It's
You're
a
trying to
will,
talk,
isn't it?
no, you're fine.
WD-40.
And now I'm here.
This is the one that I'm like, since everything else we're telling them, like, here are things you need to know to do your jobs. And Nicole's is just like, here's something you, that is helpful for you about how much training. Same. So hers, expand or contract that. Please don't make it longer. I don't think she'll end up with more time, but hers can be the one that it's like, we do a food audit, and if we need to record it and send you guys a recording later, we can. Or like this quicker summary, Louise said she can help with that as well. The one thing that we all agreed on so far is after 3:30, like we said, they would. So we're not going over. Louise said receipts can also be flexible. Sorry, on this, because I will have the leadership meeting at 3, so.
Okay.
Not that I don't trust anyone, but I'm just like, if it's in my brain, I need to.
Yes, we all know that it's a little.
Yeah. So, yeah, so just if everyone knows that those are the kind of the goals we're working for.
Great.
Do that.
Good point.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's been good so far. I mean, they're asking a lot of questions. So.
You guys have 15 minutes if you guys. Nicole, I was just thinking, now you know why I was so stressed about mileage and I wasn't to be.
I was thinking about what Nicole said, so you got seven extra dollars per provider for the first 1 to 2. For that, did you $2 rent?
Yeah. I was telling Nicole, I was like, desk review because mileage is, I had no idea what it was.
Yeah.
Well, now you know why I was pretty stressed.
Well, no, that's good. I mean, I don't think it's not working.
Yeah.
Oh, no. I can see where it comes from.
Now you know.
If there's not a lot of change of where the
I
dollars
was not.
Remember when you forgot your bag? Well, that's where I, it sounds like shady or anything, but like if you need information.
I just think, I don't know, if you get so nervous that something's gonna happen, but.
Being so severe.
When I think about it, like, I think about like his childhood, he grew up in such a pain, like, I think it comes from.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Something fun. Lots of it. I know he's always been a little anxious about it.
Yeah.
I.
But it helps for us to know, because then we can help mitigate that. And and now that I'm older as well, because before I was so young, I think, but now that I'm starting to understand. Yeah, the whole program.
The claim system, oh, yeah, you got that. There's nothing, that's so
Claims are
hard.
my jam. I just need those people who are on bubbles to get on Kicker, and then we're gonna.
Yeah. You're gonna be flying so fast.
Yeah.
They're probably trying
What was it? I think it was last month that Gio called me. She was scanning them in the office in the, like the Scantron. Like the little school Scantrons. And it's been years since they told us they're not making those anymore. They are not servicing those
They're like that
anymore.
paper doesn't exist.
And it wasn't working. She's like, it's not working. We're gonna have to enter these in my hand. So we really gotta get those people.
So you're happy to put it all in my hand. How many do you have?
On Bubbles, we probably have around 50.
Oh, 50 still, okay. So
And
that might take
so,
some time.
yeah, and so, I mean, it's not too bad. It goes through the machine
It's
pretty
because
quick.
the old people like me, that are in the program, don't want to.
They're just very, some people are just like, no, I don't do well on computers. I'm like, dude, if you can get on Facebook, you can do this. You know? Yeah.
Yeah, you're
We're working with them. They don't sell the bubbles anymore, so once those are gone, they're gone. I have no idea.
Okay. Little box of junk.
Like, once the bubbles are gone, the bubbles are gone, you know?
Poor people, my gosh.
I know, it's hard, especially like the grandmas where you know that it's hard for them, you know, that are taking care of their grandkids. But
That's a tough one.
so then again, everyone's on their smartphones.
That's true.
So,
That's true.
yeah.
Not all of them, for girls, some don't know.
Upstairs.
And then what kind of Hawaiian.
No, this was just the I'm like, well, I'll give them. I don't think you can use that.
I really don't remember rates for advertising.
No, that seems like a very.
Yeah, that seems like a pretty good job.
Okay.
I think last year was 5, if I remember right, but. I
See,
know.
I don't recall at all. I don't think I've tracked it for what it was ever. So I'll just have that favorite thing they walked in for lunch to see.
I can't remember if that's high or low for this. I guess it's all good. Heads up.
Yeah. Yeah, I know a couple of.
Yeah.
That's mine. Take me a moment.
Oh, it's mine.
Okay. I was gonna say, I have my logos off the one. I could go off in 4 minutes.
I think we can put the phone here.
Yeah, okay, how it's.
Cheerio.
They were, when I went down to, you watched this? We didn't back the food, they were, 3 of them for 99.98. One of them was $1.50. Yeah, well, they were small boxes.
Clark was the one with the license.
It really is, I don't buy it.
License code, she said
Yeah.
July 1st.
However, if I go to Redcall, they do have a whole brand, whole wheat cereal in one of my bins.
Oh, that's good. What, a high fiber cereal?
Yeah, yeah.
I'm sure they're doing okay. You happy?
I don't remember purple things. This one, these are all. Sugar.
So the reason why this isn't is because,
Hey, just wanted to check in and see how
oh,
you're
yeah.
doing.
So this one is sugar limit. There's one of these that actually says that it's.
Hey, love you.
Oh, this one says just.
Okay, yeah, that's the one. That's the one, yeah. So
You want
so it's not sugar limit.
That's the difference between this one and the brand name.
Yes.
Any bunch of things are changed.
These things. Yeah, like tricky. A little tricky thing. So it's just critical, it's not critical. One, it's not critical. The sweet one. If you don't. The sour chips, it's just as far as I understand, not critical. Cassava. Honey.
Worry about the 2-hour thing on our reviews. We both want to reviews about. So is that not a thing? Yeah, because like, I don't say. But ours is like we can go forward. Yeah. So it would be, yeah.
I'll go make a note.
Yeah, it's always there and we have time.
I think there's been.
Not this last few years, but I
Yeah. Look at those ones.
Debbie also had. Yeah.
Okay.
So it would have been in 24. I don't know.
Good question.
Just no And that's what we came up with. Gave us flexibility. Yeah. So there's something now I do. You know, I don't want to do it so far.
I'll get it. I'll get trying to get back to the can on that.
Yeah. It's not, they're sold.
Yeah.
I know someone. I
Gracias, hija.
¿Verdad?
Thank you. That's what we are talking about. You're thinking about this.
Checking it out, how we get I mean, I'm actually gonna say like, oh, we're gonna have the, we're gonna send out every. We're gonna send out the. Keeping track of. Like I'm.
I'm like, don't go too far. I'm gonna answer questions. Okay, perfect. Yeah, I think Nicole's gonna do this, so then that's fine. Yep. The board's gonna come back and be like, it's in our office.
I'm sorry? You gotcha. No, that's okay. They have me stuck in ways.
For real, I'm trying to work on stuff.
But I think I can it's monitoring stuff, so if you want.
One, I know you're working on the applications, right? I just saw you text that piece, so if we need to, I changed your check into. Yeah. I really don't think we need to. Leadership.
Oh, you do? Okay.
So-
Okay.
If you make headway, that would be great.
Oh, I'm so
I might
sorry.
still not
You're
be
just like
making
the
any
best.
progress. A little bit. I'm like, this is really fun for two weeks. I can't get anything done. Well, it's just a leadership. It's what we're doing. So we did it to ourselves, but it had to happen sometime.
Talk about. The day of. Plan. First day.
I didn't take too many, but just the couple ones that they mentioned. Somewhere on one of these streets.
The automatic.
Okay, welcome back. Hope you enjoyed your lunch and your venture to either the outdoors or a space with some windows. A couple of quick things before we jump into our afternoon session. First off, what I've got on the screen here, I did step out for just about 30 minutes this morning for a delegation meeting that I went to, and in that is where we discuss stuff that USDA has released. And this has come through this week, the update of reimbursement rates. And I just wanted to share with those who this impacts. You can see the rate changes for family daycare, home meal reimbursement, but also the sponsoring organization and admin reimbursement. As we've been kind of looking at these numbers, it feels like a different type of boost than we have seen in previous years. The reimbursement rates do get updated every July, but this feels like a bigger boost than maybe we have seen in the past. So we wanted to make sure you heard it first. It will still come out in an email from us as well to all of our other sponsors. A couple of other things, just so you guys know, I forgot to mention this at the beginning, but we will be sending out like a copy of the presentation slides, digital copies of the handouts and all of that. So we'll be sending it to directors and then they can disperse out to monitors or whoever else on staff can use them. But just so you know, you'll be getting those. We'll be sending them out. And then any questions we are hearing, we're definitely taking note of them. And if we're able to answer them here, awesome. Yay us. And yay you, because then you don't have to wait for the answer. But otherwise, we will be compiling some type of resource, Q&A, emails, whatever information we can gather and sending that to directors as we have additional information. So continue asking questions. What we can answer, we will. What we cannot answer here in this room, we will answer eventually as soon as we can. Also, we are going to change just a couple of things of the order of the rest of the sessions, just for time sensitivity. So we're going to jump into corrective action plans. And then I actually forgot what all the changes are, but hopefully my team knows. Karina's next. So if we go in a slightly different order than is on the agenda, it's because we're thinking of you and what you need to hear and how we can best serve you. And my team all is on the same page that we are adjourning at 3:30. So no one needs to worry about that because we're super nice like that. And we also don't want to stay any longer than we stayed at our own meeting would. So even if the order of events changes, the end time stays the same. And anything that we need to cover outside this meeting, we will figure out a way to get that to you if there's anything that we do have to condense or anything like that. Okay, I'm going to turn it over to Hannah. And it's just the next slide. Oh, you go over.
Okay. Can we hear me? Perfect. Okay. Hopefully you guys had a good lunch. I'm Hannah Klinger. If you don't know me, I've been here for a little while, but this is my first working with FBCH. Although some of your names do sound familiar because I've done some site additions for you. So we're going to talk about corrective action plans. So we're going to talk about when written corrective action plans, so CAPs, I'm going to refer to them in this training, when they're used versus when technical assistance, I'm going to use the abbreviation TA during this, and some best practices for you to keep note too. So a little bit about corrective action, when and why. So when and why is corrective action required? So the corrective action is designed to help prevent serious deficiency, which I'm going to refer to as SD, which I'm sure you guys are more than familiar with, but also to help center providers stay in compliance with requirements. Corrective action is required to address program findings and to maintain program compliance as well, and providers. Now I lost where I am. So corrective action is required to address program findings and to maintain program compliance. Corrective action is a chance for the corrective action recipient to plan how to improve. And then corrective action is required for any issues that affects or potentially affects viability, capability, or accountability. So VCA, which I'm going to go into a little bit more detail on the next slide if you're not remembering what it is, which is okay because we're going to go over it. And then we're going to talk about also what if it doesn't rise to VCA. So no problem should be allowed to continue after the initial technical assistance if it does rise above the VCA. So VCA, viability, capability, and accountability. So that is financially viable, administratively capable, and accountable for the program. Financial viability means that any food service or food program expenses not covered by CACFP reimbursement must be covered by other sponsor income, and a sponsor must have additional sources of revenue. And if you're so inclined to do so, you can check citation CFR 226 for that. And then for administrative capability, this means you need to have enough trained staff to implement the food program according to regulations. So remember that placing all the CACFP work on one individual is not best practice. Others should also be trained on handling CACFP because there's always turnover. CACFP staff can go on vacation or get sick. And we want to just ensure that you're in compliance and it doesn't fall through the cracks. And then the next one is accountability, and that overlaps with both viability and capability. Reimbursement money must be used towards CACFP costs and protected from misuse. And then if funds are found to be misused, then meals will be disallowed and the funds recovered, which we don't want. A little bit more on corrective action. So a written response outlining how, so corrective action is a written response outlining how a finding will be corrected. It includes the action to be taken and a specific time frame to address the findings or finding of noncompliance and to prevent it from reoccurring. You can find this and other helpful information in the Monetary Homes Handbook, page 8, if you. It's the Monitoring Homes Handbook, page 8. Okay, a little bit more about the corrective action continued. The corrective action plan is new or improved. It's implemented within a specific time frame. It's expected to resolve the condition that resulted in the non-compliance. It's expected to prevent reoccurrence, and it must identify who is responsible for implementing and maintaining the new or improved processes or procedures. So before we can address the corrective action plan, you must first ask what the problem is and why it's occurring. And you may need to ask why several times to get to the root of the problem. So as you can see on the screen, we've got a bunch of what, why to help you kind of figure that out. And we're going to go through that and we'll have an activity as well during this presentation. So part of a corrective action plan, we start with the what, how, who, when, and where, which I'm going to address as well. So what needs to be in the corrective action plan, you might be wondering, or you're totally aware and are pros at this, but they must address what they are going to do, how they are going to do it, who you're going to put the position if the center is going to do it and make sure it's done, when it's going to start. You're going to be sure to state a date. So we had a discussion about this, I believe last week. We're not going to accept immediately anymore. So you're going to have to put a date of when that was implemented. And then where will records be kept for the corrective action? So when developing the corrective action plan, you're going to remember that there's the what, the how, the who, the when, and the where. So remember that the provider or center director can't just say they will make sure the problem is corrected. So for example, I will make sure there is milk, or I'll make sure it is fixed. That doesn't really tell you what they will do, and it doesn't tell them what they will do either. So it's not helpful in either case. And then there needs to be a specific plan in place to make sure it doesn't happen again. So we're going to start with the what. The what is identifying the problem and addresses the processes or process that will correct the problem. It's important to ensure that the process will directly address the problem. It should be easy to follow, and whether it's the state agency or a monitor sponsoring organization evaluating the what, the steps should clearly demonstrate the actions taken to correct the deficiency. This can sometimes be the hardest part. Some people tend to say they will just do right from now on, as we mentioned, but you will need to ask them specifically what will be implemented to correct the issue. All right, so we've covered the what, so we're going to move on to the next one. Does anyone want to read the second one we have on the screen? I know it's after lunch. It's hard. Perfect. Thank you, Ayla.
How will the facility ensure the processes and procedures are followed consistently to prevent recurrence?
Awesome. Thank you so much. Okay, great. So how will the staff be notified and or trained? The key factors of how are policies and internal controls. The how represents the rules. It speaks to what and why something is done. The how addresses several factors, including what controls exist to ensure that the process is followed, and what actions are required to prevent reoccurrence. The how must communicate how compliance with the policies and processes will be monitored and the frequency. It must also detail how and when the policies are communicated to all pertinent staff who have responsibility in adhering to the policy and implementing the process. So for example, will there be an updated handbook made, training held, worksheets updated, that kind of thing? All right, moving on to the third one, the who. Does anyone else want to volunteer to read who? If not, I will keep reading. Awesome, thank you.
Who is ultimately responsible for implementing the process and internal controls?
Awesome, thank you. I'm going to repeat that because I forgot to in the last one, just for training and recording purposes, but thank you for reading that aloud. Who is ultimately responsible for implementing the process and internal controls? So the who identifies the position, so by position or title, and that are ultimately responsible for ensuring the policies and procedures are implemented. Personnel in these positions must have the skill set and be adequately trained to fulfill this responsibility. They must also be empowered with the authority and support necessary to successfully manage this responsibility. And then you'll decide they'll decide who should be involved and assign specific tasks. The who is not just identifying the overarching individual responsible for ensuring the entire corrective action plan is implemented, but also clearly identifying each person in each step and what their roles and responsibilities are. All right, moving on to the next one. Does anyone want to read the fourth one, the when? Any takers? Okay, I'll continue reading so we don't waste any time. So the fourth one we have is the when. When will the processes and procedures be implemented and at what frequency? The when identifies the date that the corrective action will be fully implemented. The severity of the deficiency will guide the implementation date. The more severe the deficiency, the sooner the implementation of the corrective action. The implementation date must be an actual date and not a general period of time, as I kind of mentioned about the immediately. Ideally, these corrective actions should be started as soon as the state agency or sponsor monitor has made the center or provider aware. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and just read the last one as well, but we have the where will the documentation be kept or retained. So if applicable, the where identifies the location of records or any information that supports the implementation of the corrective action. Again, this can all be found in the monitoring handbook for state agencies, page 56, if you're interested. All right, so I'm supposed to emphasize a lot of importance on this one. So who writes the corrective action? So at this point, it's important to note the corrective action belongs to the facility, center, or the provider. It does not belong to the monitor to write the corrective action or tell the responsible person how to correct the finding. It is okay to ask and guide them, but to be corrected, the person needs to come up with a plan they can work with. So regarding evaluating the corrective action plan, the state agency and sponsoring organizations of multiple facilities have the same responsibility for evaluating corrective action plans. Whether you're submitting or evaluating a facility's corrective action plan, it's helpful to understand what items contribute to the state agency deciding if your corrective action plan is acceptable or not. So the state agency's main objective of evaluating a corrective action plan is to determine if the documented plan has all the required elements. So each step that we identified. So the 4 W's and the 1 H, which we'll see in the next continuing slides as well, if you have already forgotten, maybe. So the CAP must ensure all actions will fully and permanently correct the noncompliance and that the plan provides reasonable assurance that the noncompliance will not reoccur. Submission of an acceptable corrective action plan helps determine if there are internal controls in place to ensure accountability. So far we've defined corrective action, explained the elements of a corrective action plan and how to evaluate those elements. We're going to put what we've reviewed into practice in just a few minutes. When we get to the end of my presentation, we'll do an activity to see if we can solidify that knowledge. A little bit more about best practices for sustainability. So we have some best practices for maintaining corrective action plans. You can provide ongoing training and technical assistance, check compliance at each monitoring review and verify implementation, conduct additional follow-up reviews as necessary, and then have established policies for corrective action. And again, this can all be found in the monitoring handbook as well. If you so want to read it, let us know and we can send you that link. And then on the screen, you'll see an example of a prototype of the corrective action best practice form. I also handed them out earlier before everyone got back from lunch, if you want to take a look at that. Again, it's just a best practice prototype. When having the center's providers write their own corrective action, you can use these forms or this form. So technical assistance TA backs up the corrective action. The corrective action must address all 4 steps that we've covered, and the state agencies are responsible for providing training and technical assistance to participating CACFP professionals to increase their knowledge of CACFP guidelines and federal regulations. Reviews are designed to ensure that institutions are operating according to requirements and to provide an opportunity for the state agency monitor to give technical assistance if a need is identified during the review. Providing technical assistance at the time findings are identified will ensure that institutions and facilities are able to correct the findings expeditiously. All technical assistance provided should be documented and maintained on file to support the institution's progress. Again, this is just according to 7 CFR 226. So I'm going to re-emphasize these again. So it's very important to remember that the monitors should not be writing the corrective action for the provider or center without input from them, rather than them coming up with it on their own. And then also any area of noncompliance must have corrective action. Again, 7 CFR 226. So here we have those 4 steps again. So remember, you must address all of them. So what is your new step-by-step procedure and who performs each step? So that's number 1. And then number 2 is who will make sure the procedure is followed? How and when a timeline will this be done? And then when a date on step 3 will your new procedure be implemented? And then if needed, number 4 is sending in supporting documentation if additional action may also be requested. So it seems simple, right? We're going to talk about a quick example corrective action plan, and then we'll work on one together, a scenario. So the example corrective action plan is the situation. During a monitor review, the provider or center personnel and children were not present, and the responsible person said they had a field trip and were serving lunch when they intended, which they intended to claim. So the finding would be that the facility claimed meals during an unapproved field trip. And then an example of the corrective action response that they could submit would be 1, addressing the what. So addressing that fully would be the facility will plan field trips at least a week in advance A written list of the field trips that include the days, time of the trip, locations, and meal to be served to be submitted to the sponsor at least weekly. And then if the field trip day, location, or times and meals change, the responsible person, so you're going to use the title, provider, director, that kind of thing. And then so who will notify the sponsor at least 1 day in advance. If the field trip is canceled, the responsible person, so again, you're labeling that who, will notify the sponsor as soon as it's known that the field trip will be or was canceled. If it is canceled the day of the trip, the responsible person, again, that who and title, will call the sponsor that day. So that's a lot addressing for number 1. And then you're going to jump into number 2, the who kind of again, the responsible person, so that title, will keep a calendar of the field trips posted on the refrigerator and check it each week. The calendar will show the date, time, location, and meal. And then the assigned person, so again, you're going to want to put a title, will immediately note any changes and notify the sponsor in writing if possible or by calling. So that should have everything covered in number 2, for the who. Moving on to number 3, we have the when. So this center provider states this plan will start July 1st, 2026. That's when they're going to implement that. And then the where, they address a number 4 as the copy of field trip calendar submitted as a sample, since they talked about that and addressing that in their number 1 response. Okay, now having kind of gone through that as an example, and I'm sure you guys all have worked with corrective action plans, we're going to practice a little bit with that sheet in front of you. And if you don't have one, just raise your hand and let us know because we have a pile. But you're going to create a complete and effective corrective action plan to address the following finding. So the sponsor is serving foods that are not creditable towards the CACFP meal pattern. Fruited jelly was served on 4/6/26 for the PM snack for 9 children. And then on 4/25/26, the provider served Nutella as a creditable component for 10 PM snacks. So a system must be in place to ensure that all meals claimed for reimbursement serve creditable components. So again, you're going to address all 4 steps. So again, that's step 1. What is your new step-by-step procedure and who performs each step? Step 2, who will make sure the procedure is followed? How and when will this be done? Step 3, when will your new procedure be implemented? And step 4, if needed, send in supporting documentation. So again, you're going to break up into your groups. I don't know if you all still have your name tags with the color, but just meet up with your name tag color groups again and kind of discuss it. And then you'll come up with your own corrective action plans for this finding.
Like, what am I doing now?
You are good. You are awesome, baby.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes. We basically have the state findings. So fruit jelly on 4/22. Yeah.
Yeah, treat your.
There you go.
I'm just writing down. I was just jotting down.
What you do?
I'm still doing it. But
That for is your position for the same for it's the first one that you see. I think because it's 2 days.
We'll give about 10 minutes to work on this, or just let me know when you're done, when you think you're done.
That's what I was thinking.
In our seventh.
No, but when you start.
I know it's our seventh. But just so. Yeah, that's like another thing.
Is it 10 p.m. or no, like 10 or is it? And kids for PM snack or is it? Right.
Yeah.
So where's
Check.
Yeah, 10 kids.
Oh,
yes.
Why?
Yeah.
Upbringing, whatever it is, who knows? Genetics.
Whatever the date is, we can check their jelly.
So you are correct. So I think if you were to go there. More like foreign our society, so you can't pick James. So I don't know how you guys can do it. So that's why I say.
No, I don't.
I was thinking.
Really?
Yeah.
I should.
That's why I say. Things like those are like.
Yeah.
Those are not. Have to have like. I think for. But like. That is going to. Because our systems are, yeah, but the system can. Serve. I don't know if you guys have it. Do you have it?
I thought it's interesting that they said here that there's somebody I should have to make cabinet.
When you go to. So it doesn't.
I've never heard them like.
I think it's probably just a preview.
Yeah.
What is it?
Somebody's like.
I feel like if the building for this future. Yeah. Stay long.
Exactly. That's really something so much because of ours. But I think there is a bit of the end of doing some training. I'm we don't listen to the menu, so like you can do the kids for verify for some people you don't get even have to.
How are we feeling? Do we need a couple more minutes? You're good? You ready? Okay. All right. Well, since you said you're ready, I'm gonna offer for you guys to go first. If you're okay with that.
Share a whole plan.
Actually, sorry, we'll give it another minute or two. I think they might be still working. Sorry. Thanks.
It's for the sugar.
Do you guys want a couple more minutes? You're more than welcome to. Are you sure? Okay. Okay. Sorry. We'll do 3 more minutes to give everyone sufficient time.
So I see stuff I'm gonna you got this chance. You can tell me. I think that's.
Yeah.
I know. If it's not, it's gonna have to be changed.
Hearing great conversations.
So they can decide how they want to do that. I would let them.
Yeah.
That's their choice. Just somehow we.
Suggest.
I think some I think that's very subjective to the situation of the provider. Because some do and some. What's all I want?
Yes, I know.
So, you have to submit your name
Okay, how now? Are we good? Another minute or two? What'd you say?
Say talk to them, I'm making go first.
Yeah. Yeah, sorry. There's always another Hannah in the room. There's never just one. Yeah. Yeah. I'm also a Hannah. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and start, and Ayla, if your group doesn't mind, since you guys.
Our whole thing or just one of them?
Let's go through the whole thing and we'll see if we can maybe get 2 people to 2 different groups to go through theirs, if that's okay.
So for the what, the provider was serving non-credible components. And the procedure that would be implemented to address the finding would be the provider would ensure that uncredible or non-credible components would no longer be served as parts of reimbursable meals. How This is the part that always gets me with every provider, because I feel like they'll be like, okay, well then what do I say for how? And I pretty much repeat the exact same thing, and I sound super redundant. But no longer serve non-credible meal components. And then the date, or when we would do the date of the review going forward.
Okay, great.
And then, who the provider, or I know sometimes in centers, like there might be someone that's specifically assigned to do shopping for the provider. So the provider or person assigned to shopping would no longer purchase non-credible meal components. And then there, I thought this was interesting because I've never done this on this. It says that like on it, like on the prototype, it says that to keep it in the filing cabinet by the kitchen in the home. I've never had a provider like specifically put their corrective action plan somewhere. I'm gonna be honest, I feel a little mean. It's like, here, post it on your fridge. like a ticket or something.
Yeah. I mean, that works.
So, I usually just have them put it right back into their folder.
I think that's great. Yeah. I think that's fine.
Do we have to have them posted?
I don't think so. No.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Great. Was that, you addressed all four, right? The last one was the where. Perfect. I think that sounded good. And I'll give you, we'll do another group example as well. And then I'll kind of give you an example of what I came up with and we can compare and contrast too. So great job on that. Another group, anybody willing to?
Think for the how, instead of just repeating what you put for the what, I would put something like training will be documented by May 1st, 2026 on a quick reference form. And then we will use the CACFP food chart for training. And then we will make sure that that food chart is available moving forward, and then just maybe cross-reference it every month to make sure everyone's on the same page.
Great.
That could be a how.
Yeah, no, that was great. I like that. Do you want to give your other ones, your other steps?
Pretty
as well?
much the same stuff.
Okay, all right.
But in the food program binder, when would just be obviously no more than like 2 weeks and something realistic as far as the date, but pretty much what Ayla already said.
Awesome.
So that was a question. I think a few slides ago you said that it needs to be immediately. Does it have to be immediately? Or if they look at me and say, well, I'm not going to start this until the beginning of next month, is that okay?
Yeah, the slide was saying immediately that we are not accepting the word immediately anymore. We want a date. We had this.
Does the date have to be?
So if you did it the date, yeah, if you wanted to, instead of doing immediately, you could put that date, like today's date if you showed up.
Right, but does it have to be immediately, or can they wait a couple weeks to implement it?
Gotcha. Louise will.
So it would depend on what it was. So if they're not purchasing enough milk, then that has to be like the next time they go shopping, and if they're going shopping tomorrow, that would be the date. So if it's keeping their meal counts up to date, that would be today.
Yeah.
So I think it would depend on what it is and how much time you give them, and it has to be reasonable because you're expecting them to be in program compliance, not putting off program. Does that make sense?
Did that help? Okay. Thanks, Louise. Okay. Anyone else want to volunteer their answer that they're super confident in and they're like, yeah, this rocks, and they're proud of it?
I was just gonna say, I've actually never had a provider who gave a different date besides the current date until last month. And she actually wrote that it was like the middle of the week, and she was like, I'm gonna start it the following week. And I'm like, she was, I'm closed out, because it was regarding a not home. So that was part of it. So if anybody ever looked back, I'd have to make sure I documented in there, because I put she is closed from now until this date, because I'm thinking.
And that's part of what she would put in her corrective action plan. I'm closed until, therefore I will start on.
So we're not allowed to put something to the effect of this plan will start now or today. It has to be the exact date, or?
Yes, as far as I'm concerned.
Right.
Yep. We just want it as clear as it can be.
We.
I think what they says, they are going to put the steps. So we have to give them suggestions depending on what the issue is, how close she has to write her goals, because it's gonna be hers.
Yeah.
And we are there to support and help them.
Guide them, yeah.
But depending on the issue, they are going the one who put it, and then we suggest the dates, because we have to be.
Yep, because remember, they're the ones writing it. Yep, exactly.
Also suggesting the steps, you just need to be careful about that, because some of them will make you tell them. You know, I don't know, what do you want me to say, you know, type of thing. So you need to really guide them to say, well, what do you think? And when are you going to do it? And why? Why do you think this happened? And how do you think you could correct that? Rather than them making you tell them what you want to hear.
We throw the ball
Back to them.
back to them again.
Very
So
good.
that way they're gonna get it. And they're not, well, our main point, I think, is gonna be that they can fix that. But the only way is that they can have the ball and say, well, am I gonna shoot or not?
Yeah. I think there's a couple of words I heard you say that was really good. Suggest. So, you know, you and all of you will be, you're in hundreds of homes, hundreds of centers, right? And so you do see practices that might be really good best practices. And so you might have a provider who gives you corrective action and it's like, I don't know if that'll work for you. What if you tried this? You could try this and this and this. And if they accepted that one, then you could. And so that's where your suggestions come into place. But to your point is you're not writing it for them, but you're giving them suggestions or helping them come up with plans so that they can permanently correct these. So I really like the words you used there. Excellent.
Really, what do you think?
Really.
Awesome. Okay. What? Oh, thanks.
Following on what you said, Devin, you also gotta remind them that they're responsible for, you know, their goals. So you gotta remind them like, hey, look, I can suggest this, but you know, you're responsible to follow those. Because we're gonna come back and make sure you're following them.
Yeah, great. I'll just reiterate that because that was really good. So Evelyn said that it's basically, even though we give suggestions, or you might give them suggestions, it's still up to them to come to the conclusion of what practice they're going to put into place to correct it. And that's their responsibility of whether they do it or don't do it. So excellent point.
Any other comments, Kay?
Yes, is this a follow-up visit, or we can just keep our notes for the next review?
So as far, yeah, good question, Patricia. So is it going to be more of like, so is the question more along the lines, you've done the review and then basically when you're following up with the provider on these different ones? You know, that's a good question too. In fact, we have that asked to us as a state agency of when we follow up with certain reviews, depending on the severity of the findings and the issues that we have. And that's probably up to you as the sponsor that you are. I would come up with, you know, procedures of when you would do follow-ups and how soon you would on provider reviews where they end up being, you know, very problematic or repeat findings, et cetera, disallowances. There's not really a regulatory date or timeline that you have to do a follow-up on those. Basically, you just need to meet that 6-month mark. But I would say within reason, come up with a process that with your organizations that you would do another follow-up. Does that answer your question you're asking there? Good.
And I'm just gonna say here that when we do reviews in Primero Edge, it is asking whether or not sponsors have a policy on how often and when they're going to do follow-up reviews. So think about that. I don't know where we're going to ask for it in your master plan, but Primero Edge does ask that question, so you might want to just consider it.
Any other comments before I give you my example? Okay. So for the example response that I came up with for this is the what. The facility will purchase and serve creditable food components and will no longer serve non-creditable items such as Nutella and fruited jelly. The provider will ensure of this by checking or verifying creditable items before purchasing or adding to the grocery list. If those items are ever served, they will not be creditable and will be considered extras that will not count towards the meal pattern. The provider will double check menu records to ensure items such as these are not being credited as reimbursable components before claiming. So that's the step one, and then an example of it. And then in the step two addresses the who. So the provider will ensure this procedure is followed by checking items served at the end of the day, as well as double checking at the end of each week to ensure creditability before claiming. And then step three, the when. This new procedure has been implemented since the day of the monitoring visit on July 20th, 2026. So that's the day you showed up. And then step four, the if needed, the where. So a copy of the menus have been submitted as a sample and in Primero Edge and, or actually no, not Primero Edge. To the sponsor, yeah. Well, you can keep those copies submitted as a sample. I'm used to centers, as you can tell, so I'm still trying to get my verbiage right. Okay, any questions? Okay, well, if you think of any, you can ask at the end of the next section, which I'm going to pass off to Karina.
No.
All right, it's my turn. Okay, we're gonna be discussing, we're gonna be talking about meals and meal record requirements. Okay, approved times. And then I have a few copies available if anyone wants to take them. Or you can always find this handout on CACFP Central. So right here, the chart shows the approved times for each meal type. A 2-hour in between from the start of one meal and the beginning of the second meal, it applies. Okay, as you can see in the picture, 6:30 a.m. to 9:30, the AM snack is, what is it, 2 hours in between from 6:30 to 9? Okay, so that's why that would be approved. Only meals served on site can be claimed unless a field trip has been approved by our office. Only 2 meals and 1 snack or 2 snacks and 1 meal per child per day can be claimed. Except for emergency shelters, which they are the only ones who can claim up to 3 meals. Oops. An exception to these meal times can be made. However, we're gonna discuss more about it on the next slide.
So
Question?
it's lunch really until, I thought previously it was lunch was until 1:30, and so now is the state.
These times haven't changed.
Yeah. So you've changed what the state approved.
The times have not changed.
Okay, well, I'm just looking what's on this slide and it's not.
Is that not what you have?
No, those numbers aren't correct, and it's just an example or a sample.
What is the timing that you guys have for lunch?
11 to 1:30.
11 to 1:30?
Yeah, it's 9:30 to 11 for AM.
Yeah.
Well, we can take a look
Yeah, we can take a look at that.
It's guidance from the state, those were the hours, so I guess I'm just asking if those will change, so we can update them in our committee manual.
We'll get back to you on that. Thanks for bringing it up because we want to give you the correct info. All right, mealtime exemptions. Number one, the state agency must be notified before you're requesting the exemption. You will need to notify the state agency, in this case, your specialist, and provide the reason for the request. Number two, request must be documented. And last, an evening snack will not be approved to start any earlier than 5 p.m.
Can I ask a question on that?
Mhm.
We have a couple centers that have been approved for 4:30 evening snacks. So do we need to change them to 5 or?
Just send those on to us.
That would be an exception.
That would be an exception.
Well, they've already been approved, so that.
Yeah, yep.
Or it needs to be something additional. You guys have already approved it.
Yeah, we've already approved those.
We've already approved it.
Mhm. Yeah, and that's a good example of, yeah, where we have approved some of those. And basically they're in, I know it's been in Premier Wedge, but now going back to CNP Web, there should be like a comments for the meal, where if you put it a different time, you can always put that request in there. And then if we have questions, we can give you a call. Or if you wanted to give us a call for any scenarios that's sort of outside that time frame, we can do that. So yeah, good question.
And before we would approve, I believe that we will check that, that would be your documentation, that the note is there, and then we will approve your request. The justification will need to be in the application note sections. And then an example of this will be for Head Start kids that are needing to eat early so that they can be able to eat, so they're able to catch meals. Okay.
The evening snack scenario, sometimes I'll have providers where it's like, Michael, we don't want to do a supper, but we would like to do an evening snack. And I think that would be a realistic time to where it's like, okay, you could start it at 5, but I wouldn't want them to say, well, we're gonna do dinner immediate. So to me, there's a time for that to be approved, and then it's like, nope, you can't do that too early. So I think you have to look at it and say, well, they're not gonna be doing dinner, it's just gonna be an evening snack.
Yeah, I think that's a good, and I can kind of reiterate that. Yeah, so yeah, Michael made a comment about an evening snack where instead of a dinner, because it takes longer to make and it takes longer to serve, they would do an evening snack at that time, and that would be 100%. And that's a great example that Michael has, that you could do that.
Next, we're going to discuss recording meals. The requirements for recording meals look different for centers versus homes. Centers must complete a point of service meal count during the meal time. This should be taken after all the components of a reimbursable meal have been served, but before the child leaves the table. For homes, the meals must be recorded by the end of the day. The only exception to this is for homes with a group of 12 or more children at a mealtime, that they can complete it later. They need to complete a point of service meal count during the mealtime. So sorry, if they're bigger than 12 kids, they need to complete it because that's the point of service. If they have less than 12, then they can complete it by the end of the day. All right, anyone knows what we use to record meals?
You used to record meals.
What do you use to record meals? Anyone or your providers? Okay.
Kid Kat.
KitKat, everyone?
We use Aki Track.
It is important that your menu records contain all of the required information. A detailed menu record must include, and I highlighted here, it must include the date, must include include the date, meal type, detailed description of the components, portion sizes by age, total number of children planned by age, total number of children served by age, and if applicable, total number of adults. Also, if there's any substitutions, it needs to be noted. This is a requirement regardless of what software you guys are using. Make sure those requirements are part of your records.
I don't think, I've never seen number plan be in any of the records before.
This is centers.
Oh, this is
You
for
don't need to
centers.
worry about it.
Yeah, so,
Why am I here?
no, just kidding. Rest of this, no, that's a good question. So we said that before. So the only thing that doesn't apply to you is a record keeping for providers. But and for anybody else who just does. Yeah, the rest of it, yeah. Sorry.
Okay, now let's take a look at an example of a meal record. We have a bad example and a good example. Can you guys tell me what you see? One of the differences.
One has
Portion
portion
size.
sizes, one has the whole grain listed. One has a CN label.
Very nice. Yeah, notice the differences such as breaking down the menu by components. So not only listing what they're giving, but if they're whole wheat, including the serving sizes and including them by age group. Breaking out the plan and serve number on age groups as well. So this one, on the bad one, is what we don't want to see, and the good one is what we need to see, or you guys as monitors, providers, from your providers. Questions about this one? Okay, some common findings. Who can read the first one for me? One.
I can read it.
Thank you.
The software systems utilized by FDCH sponsors may not have the capability to provide sufficient detail on menu records.
Okay. Number 2, age groups. And 3, volunteer. Separating out individual food items that contribute to a component. Okay. It is important to recognize that the software you use may have some limitations when it comes to menu documentation. One of the issues that we have seen arise has been the inability to separate out food items that contribute towards a component. For example, if you're serving a sandwich with turkey and cheese for lunch, a serving size must be indicated for both, in this case for turkey and for cheese. They need to be listed individually instead of lumping them together. This is because we must ensure you are serving at least the minimum credible amount. Another issue has been the inability to separate serving sizes by age group. As you know, they need to be receiving different, so we need to be able to see that. If your software cannot provide the information required for a detailed menu, you must find a way to document this. One suggestion is to use the notes section to provide information that might be missing elsewhere. Missing information on many records is a common finding and can lead to fiscal action. Yes?
This, when you're talking about splitting out turkey, cheese and all that, is that more for centers because we have to have that? We, in the past, I don't believe we've had to do that for home providers. So is that something going forward?
It is based for, you want to use it?
So the question is whether or not providers need to do the same thing. It should be, we should be able to see the individual components and especially as the individual, food items. And then as the monitor goes out and looks at a meal observation for providers, they should be able to say, you know, what food items and which amount is being served. So if they're serving multiple food items to meet the same component, you and us will want to see how much that is so that we know that there is the total is correct. There is a minimum amount of each food item that can be served to meet the component. So it's not like the provider's gonna write this out. They're gonna have their they have their menus. And the preferred, and right now what we're asking is that those menus say, well, how much of each component, how much of each food item is being served for the component.
We have to do that for homes then?
Pardon?
We have to do that in the homes, have to list how much they're gonna serve?
On their menu. Why?
Why? We've never had to do that.
I know. So we can talk about it some more, but this is something that we've been coming across and that we've been asking for. So we can talk about it some more, but yes.
If they're using one, then they have to show that they're having that.
She's in anything on the menu, but you just list ham and cheese.
Yeah, ham and cheese.
Otherwise,
The portion sizes.
Exactly your job when you're home.
how will you know if they're serving enough if it's not listed?
That's when we're in the review, but we don't usually document anything. Besides saying that they served ham and cheese to meet the meat alternate component.
So
We can see when they're preparing or serving, we can see if it is a good amount or not.
So this is when so I'm just gonna go back to written records for a moment. So when you sent out the written provider sponsor menus, over to the side, you had meal components and the serving sizes. So those serving sizes now should have not just a cumulative total.
So if we have all of that on their menus, so we've got it broken down, the serving sizes and that they've got that on our.
So we'll talk about it some more, and that's kind of what we're expecting, so. We'll talk about it some more and get back to that question.
And going back to the comment, I think if we don't have a set mind, for example, it could look to you that it's enough, but it might not look to her that it's enough. So we cannot be doing that. We have to stick to one way of doing things. And for us, it would be, this is the required amount.
Yeah, what I'm saying, like in the past, we had trainings, then we kind of like measure just to see, make the monitors kind of figure it out visually, what would be equivalent.
Yeah, so this would be a change, but we'll get back to you tomorrow.
All right, here we have an example of a production record that doesn't give us all the required information. Can you guys see why? Any comments on this one? This does not give us all the required information.
You're looking at this. What does this tell you?
I don't know what that means.
The age of the child.
They were planning for 5, but they charge just 4.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Center pilot, that's.
And what does this tell you?
But this is a center thing.
This is, yeah.
Yeah, this one is a center one. So this covers both. You're right. So this one is a center. So what does this tell you?
Amount that you need.
The total amount you need to purchase? Or the center needs to purchase? What does this tell you?
How many cans, ounces?
I don't know, ours don't look like that.
So yours may not look like this, but this is when we
Jenna.
started looking at all the forms that are coming from different software systems. They all had things in common. This was one of them. They said, how much total do you need to purchase according to your plan numbers? How many you purchase, like 1.5 gallons of milk. And then they told you how many were planned and how many were served. So what is now Karina telling you need to have?
Portion, ages.
So you're basically saying almost that you want portions and ages of each component on the home's menu.
I think this is, correct me if I'm wrong, this, so just to clarify, this is for centers. So so
Yeah.
And ours come out where they say by the age group at the top and how much they need per each age group.
Yes. So we did say that this was a center production record.
Yeah, that's more what ours look like.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Yeah.
yes.
So these did not look like this to begin with. So they do look like this now. This is what we expect to see. So if I was going anywhere where there was a center, not providers. If I was going anywhere there was a center, I would expect to see age groups, serving size per age group. Minimum. Planned and served.
this is just for childcare centers. So just to maybe clarify a little bit here, what we were looking at first is we were looking at what's the detailed menu record that Karina went over. It's a lot more simplified than what this is. This is the meal production record, which it's a tool to help, I'll say, purchase food items. It gives you basically the amount you need to purchase in a lot of ways, where the detailed menu record is much simpler. So just to clarify those two things, and these are just for childcare centers. So just to clarify there.
So the homes people still need to be here right now. Sorry, I just wanted to make sure because
So
we're
the
getting
home,
confused.
there's other stuff that Karina's going to be talking about that are not meal records.
Okay.
So that's why we tried to say that before. So I know that's difficult when you keep saying this, but yes.
Stick with me for a little longer. So this is a good example of a production record. Yes?
Ask later, but on the multiple items, so like with kid care, they can only record turkey and not turkey and cheese. So what we're doing is in the notes tab, we'll say serve cheese also, and we gave 1/4 cup. So then if you guys look at it, it'll show turkey, and then you could say, oh, they also did cheese. That's okay, right?
Excellent. I'm going to reiterate that for the training, if that's okay, Karina. Michael made a good point here, where basically the software system that he uses is only able to generate one meat alternate. And so if they're serving more than one meat alternate to meet the minimum requirements, then what Michael's doing is down in the comment section on that form, he's indicating how much was it turkey is meeting the requirement, and then how much of that cheese is there. So yeah, so he's basically accommodating for the need of the amounts that are being prepared for or planned for. Excellent example.
All right, special diet request. We're gonna be discussing the differences between these two. Special diet request is when a parent ask for a food item to be substituted for their child, either due to a disability or preference. A disability will include things like allergies and intolerances, while a preference might be a religious preference or a lifestyle preference. Okay, let's talk about the differences between these two. If the request is due to a disability, a sponsor is required to obtain documentation of the disability and accommodate the substitution request. The substitute does not need to meet the meal pattern. For example, if you had the proper documentation that said that the participant should be served water in place of milk, you can serve water and still claim the meal. You must have a medical statement on hand to support the substitution request. The medical statement must be followed exactly. For example, if the medical statement indicated that the child was lactose intolerant and to serve them oat milk, you must serve the child oat milk. Serving lactose-free milk will not be allowed, even though it does not contain lactose. If a parent is working on obtaining a medical statement, you can serve the substitution and claim the meal, but keep record of the initial parent request and your request for a medical statement. As best practice, you'll want to have the medical statement in place within 30 days of the initial request. Questions here? It is up to you as a sponsor whether or not you accommodate a substitution request due to a preference, such as a lifestyle or a religious restriction. That being said, you'll want to make sure that you treat substitution requests the same. This means if two reasonable requests come in, you should either accommodate them both or neither, not giving preference of one over the other. Please keep in mind that a substitution where there is not a disability must meet the meal pattern. For example, a child who would like to eat vegetarian can be served other meat alternates that still meet the meal pattern. A child whose parent is requesting that they receive almond milk could not be served and claim as almond milk, could not be served that and claim as almond milk does not meet the meal pattern. You should keep documentation of special diet requests due to preference. Questions? All right. This is an example of a medical statement. A medical statement must describe, I'm going to ask for volunteers who can read the first one.
The child's disability and clarification of why the disability restricts the child's diet.
Number 2.
Major life activity affected by the disability.
Thank you. Number 3.
The food or foods to be omitted from the child's diet.
And 4.
The appropriate substitutions.
Thank you for reading. Give you a break from my voice. Okay, medical statement. Continuing with medical statement. The medical statement must be signed by someone with the authority to write prescriptions or a registered dietitian. Okay, this includes, again, who can help?
Physician's assistants, osteopathic physicians, advanced practice registered nurses, naturopathic physicians, registered dietitian.
Thank you. Questions on medical statements? All right, and down here you see an example of where they need to sign, date. All right. A few quick reminders about child nutrition labels, or better known as CN labels. Monitor needs to see the actual label when you are out doing visits. You can see on the screen an example of a CNA label, and this one is for pizza. The CN label clearly tells us how many ounces. So the 5-ounce slice of pizza provides 2 ounces of meat or meal alternate, which is 2 ounces of grain and 1/8 cup of vegetables. Then the CN label must be kept on file and used to determine if the appropriate serving sizes for each age group. Questions on CN labels? So when is a CN label required? Did I hear a question? Nope. CN label required is for any commercially processed combination food, meaning it contains more than one component. Again, this is to verify that the amount is appropriate. Hey, CN labels must be current. Earlier, Luis described and gave you an example of an expired one. Best practice is to check annually to ensure that CN labels are current. Locating CN labels, you can find them on the product carton, through the manufacturer, through the food supplier, or using the CN label verification report. Hey, product formulation statement. What is a product formulation statement, or PFS? It is a signed certified document that provides a way for a manufacturer to demonstrate how a product might contribute to meal pattern requirements of child nutrition programs. When is this required? Again, when it's commercially prepared combination food that does not have a CN label, you could use the product formulation statement. It can be used when a CN label doesn't exist for a product. It is not verified by the USDA, so it is important that you double check and ensure that the product meets meal pattern requirements. Always make sure that it's current and matches the product ingredients. Okay. Product formulation statements. They should be reviewed for accuracy. There is a USDA checklist available to assist you in doing this. Product formulation statement must be on a company letterhead and signed. It can be a handwritten, stamp, or electronic signature. The product formulation must include the product name and code number, the serving size, a list of credible ingredients, calculations showing how the manufacturer determined meal pattern contribution, and, if applicable, additional documentation for any alternate protein products. Okay, that is what the product formulation statement should contain. Any questions on this? Mhm. I believe that's the last one. So we're gonna take a 10-minute break to go to the bathroom, have a drink. Reminder, there's a vending machine downstairs in the basement if anyone is interested, and then we'll see you back at 2:35.
So for those of you who need CN labels, we have them on our website. The product is listed there. The first page has a picture of the product. It tells you, breaks it down by ages, how many nuggets are needed. The second page is the product specification sheet. I require my providers who are going to serve it to have both pages in their binder. You're welcome to go get information off of my website. Corn dogs, meatballs, I don't know, there's lots of other things that are listed there. You're welcome to it.
Go, Debbie. I get the hard part, right? But they need to stay focused so they can understand me. All right. It seems like I'm being on the better.
What I've been told is, I don't know if there's any truth to this, instead of going straight to $10, there's been talk that they might say, oh, okay, the first year we're gonna do like $8, and the next year will be $9, and you expect kind of to transition into it, but I don't know if that's pretty true. It's kind of annoying because they're really the only that would trust, because all the others are. And I don't really see the USDA getting into it as far as developing for us to interest, because kid care would complain. So it's kind of annoying because you're basically at the mercy of kid care. Yeah. I don't know. But I mean, geez, if they're gonna be thinking like, they were $10, now it's ballooned up to $15. I think the problem I see is the people that are in charge of kid care now I don't think they realize where our budget. And I think they are under the impression that we have all this excess outside funding. And I don't think they understand how those types of rates. So it's kind of one of those things that higher ups are just like, well, we should charge more money in our products, and it's like, I don't think you feel like they grasp that. And then the thing that's annoying is they're kind of making some of these additional forms and everything, but on some of that, we're not interested. Like, you shouldn't be charging any more. I mean, to say it's realistic to go from $6.75 to $10. And I think they need to come to almost a conclusion.
Sorry, I didn't mean to.
But I get it. It's an 8 and then not touch it for maybe like 3 years.
I know.
Another dollar to say.
I know, because I don't.
We keep ballooning it every year. It's like, I think a lot of people are upset nationwide. It's not just talking. So I don't know what's going to become of it, but there's no way that people are going to be on board with it. It's kind of a joke. So. thought it was frustrating because out of the blue, they don't give you a heads up, like in an
Yes.
email.
Right.
And it's like, hey, Nicole, good news.
Yes, good news. Yeah, like they do is, we have
Yeah.
to
Hey, we gave you a parachute, here's your new feed.
I don't know if this one ever has it.
Providers do, obviously, and
Yeah.
we're grateful that you guys developed that.
Yeah, that's.
We have imagine like we have access to water.
Somebody needs to come into the game and basically make this work. If there is a community, but the fact that there is.
Yeah, that's what I was like.
Yeah. She's appointing, and I don't know if there's any. I think, well, one of them is under pilot, but I think that might be with Jack's track. I've heard that has been tracked. It started out, I think, when Susan was switching to the Mike. If we switch to those type of things, it's almost like a mom and pop place to where it's like.
Exactly.
How, yeah, how is it? The two people.
Yeah.
So it's.
Especially if you start strawberry, to know 2 hours, and you would have to play.
So you haven't heard what the final price is gonna be per home then?
I was told that after everyone kind of put up their stink about the $10, that they're going back, and then I think NCA behind closed doors is talking to the kid care. And I think they are coming up with, $10 is probably not reasonable. I don't know, so don't be upset with me, but there's been talk, instead of saying they are going to increase it, but it'd be like $8 or $7.75, and then maybe 2 years from now, they go to $9. I don't know.
That's what they did the last time. They said there was going to be a great huge increase and everybody protested. That's what Susan just showed.
Yeah.
But the thing is, just because someone's cheaper, that doesn't mean that we wanna go with them, because you have to be careful, and my fear.
And the problem is that they can because they're so much better.
Because they've been around longer. It's just like CNP versus. I'm doing great.
That's hard.
Types of things that they should.
You have questions and stuff, a lot of times we need to wait until they get it to us.
Good, quick question. Are you guys going to be updating the food cards with the new
Right,
milk
then I
provider?
don't know how it happens, they should.
Yeah, I think we
how
need
you-
to. Yes, I think we have to basically.
Like she
what hospital reps are. Yes.
Okay.
It is not like.
We are changing.
I just feel like
there's-
it's just, it runs so
recommendations to the
much.
website, all that stuff. From our edge websites, everything else, but yeah, we will be changing that up. Yeah.
Okay, so would I get in trouble if I had the PDF and just a little bit tweaked it?
Not for a second.
Okay, I just wanted to, because we're signing people up and it says that, so then I'm
There
like.
needs to be more.
I feel like we put that on the sort of
Getting to that point where.
it's probably less than 3 months before we get that done. So,
And the problem is that they know that.
yeah.
Yes, the child, not the infant, 'cause it's, yeah.
Yeah, so
Sorry.
I'll make a note. Thanks, Debbie. Yeah, but honestly, if you make a change now, or you just kind of go like
Yeah,
that.
And it's so much work at retrace providers.
Really, well, you're really not gonna always say that. I'm trying to be.
You're really moving it down for everyone.
I am. I'm kind of, I just, like, that's why I said about the, the CN labels, because I was like, some people didn't have it. I didn't have it for years and I hated not having it. And my providers wanted it. And so I finally just like, forget it. I'm just gonna create it. And reading those production specification sheets, it's another language. If I can't get it, and that's why I made the rule for us that you have to have both pages, because Because first off, there's no picture of what that product even looks like.
Change, people don't like.
And so my first page has a picture of the product to look for in the grocery store. And then it has it literally broken down how much each group gets. And then the second page. So I'm like, you guys have your stuff, I have mine, because it just didn't make sense to. Which I know is more work, but.
I think
Thanks for sharing with everybody
Yeah,
else. I'm sure it's, it'll be really helpful for everyone.
me,
We're
like,
seeing a little
Yeah.
bit newer.
That's why I was like, and I don't know if Geo has them, so I was just like.
Yeah, I'm not sure either.
And I find they really are easy to get. But some of them, I found out is dino nuggets are horrific.
Yes.
Like, you have to do 11 of them for 3 to 5 year olds,
Holy
something like
cow.
that. So I think, when I posted, I'm like, you guys need to look, because just same thing, like there are some fish sticks that are better than other fish sticks. I'm like, I'm only providing you information. That doesn't mean I'm telling you these are the best options.
Holy, can you imagine 11 on like a cereal tray?
I don't know, I could have 11.
Sausage pancakes.
Oh, yeah.
Those are good ones.
Yeah.
Because then I enrich the whole range. I don't think it'll work.
Yes, yeah.
So you did say that.
Yeah.
I've been trying to put like this.
When did you put all that?
Well, I mean, I'm
It's been ongoing for the last couple of years. I worked on it.
When they turn around
And I saw another, like, I just literally saw from online. Yeah. When I go on, I look at their data to see how recent theirs was done, and then I'm like, okay. And then I verify it.
Okay.
Because I just added another one recently.
Otherwise, it's so easy to get out of date, right? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, thanks, Debbie. Really
You're on
appreciate
top
it.
of it.
It's
No,
great.
Not really, but okay.
don't make it dark.
So everyone, while we wait,
Yeah.
till the break is over, I just wanted to let you know that we went through and put the actual yes or no credibility on the boxes of cereal and on the other 3 things. And they're also on the poster on the wall. So there were only 2 items back there that were creditable. The others were not. So one of the things for, I think it was that very first one of the cereals. No, it's the one above that. Yes. It was both, it didn't qualify because of it's non-credible grain. Just a wheat flour. Honey nut oats, yeah. Honey nut flakes, okay. And the other 3 items, veggie sticks, are just not credible, no matter what they're called. Cassava chips are not credible, even though I think they taste great. And the cassava chips. And that nice little pancake mix, no, I had a non-creditable grain, but also the vegetables in it didn't count. So nice that it had vegetables in it.
I don't know where you found those, but you made us work for the Spanish ones.
For which one? I was at NPS and saw those, and so I picked them
Lord,
up.
I was like,
No, the Spanish one I think I brought, and I brought it.
Oh, the Spanish one, yes.
you guys can do this.
She brought hers.
We're like, what, please?
Why do you have no on the wall and yes on the box of life?
So there was 2 life, wasn't there? One was a strawberry life and one was a regular life.
No, there's just one life.
There's just one.
There's just one
life.
The cinnamon one is no, the original one is yes.
Okay, they may put the wrong one. So it
Should
should be.
This is yes.
Yes.
I wish.
Correct.
What's the sugar in that life? I think that life was okay.
So,
Yeah.
okay, so we have 2 items where,
So I put it there incorrectly. I was just doing
All right, we're going to start. We're gonna do an activity, a brain break. Okay, so you guys have your agenda, right? So let's turn it over. I hope there's no notes. Okay, there's white paper on the table
we're gonna be using it, the back of the page. So if you need white paper, it's in the table. And then you're also going to need your crayon.
My crayon.
Yep.
That's simple.
Okay, everyone has their color and their piece of paper? Okay. I'm gonna play some music and you're going to scribble, write, color, whatever you wanna do on that page at the pace of the music. And we're going to see who fills it out the most. Okay? So when the music stops, you're gonna stop coloring, scribbling, whatever you wanna do on that white piece of paper. Ready? Okay, was that the fastest you can? Let's see, hold your paper up. Let's see who got the most out of it. Who colored the most? That's hard to see, Michael, okay. Oh, back there, yeah. Now trade colors with the one person next to you. There's more over here. That was a practice. Now we're gonna really do it quick and fast, like you're competing against each other and releasing all of the stress about the miscommunication. All right, ready, set, go. Fast, as fast as you can. Okay, hold them up.
So much better now.
Let's see, Hannah, who's the winner? Wow, very nice. We have a couple that almost got to the whole page. You guys can take your prize. There's sticker rolls on your way out. All right, let's move on to infants. So in the next few slides, we're gonna go over infant meal pattern and the components that make up the meal pattern. We frequently see problems with infant feeding records when we are out in reviews. Please make sure that you fully understand the requirements for infant meals and that you can train your staff accordingly. Who doesn't love infants? But we need to know all of the requirements because there's so many. All right. Infant meal pattern. Raise your hand if you have seen this before.
Yes.
Only a few? Okay. This is what guides us when prepping infant meals. This is available on CACFP Central, and also I have some at the table that you're welcome to take. We have the bigger size over here. There's a few of those if you wanna grab now so that you can see them if it's hard to see from the screen. The bigger ones are nice.
I have 3 if I need to. 32.
And we have more, so if we run out, I'm gonna make one of my coworkers go get more.
Or are we gonna fix it and then get us that one?
What did she ask? Oh, yeah. We're gonna need to work on that. There's no printed ones. The ones that we had, I put over here. Yeah. Yeah, we don't have any more. Whatever we have is here. We do have more infant. Okay. This is another resource to use to keep track of meals, meal times, and what is given. This is the infant feeding record. And again, this is also available on CACFP Central. Okay, infant meals. Centers must provide infant meals. It is a civil rights requirement. All meals must meet infant meal pattern. And we're gonna be going over that in the next few slides. In general, administrator trains teachers, or in this case, you guys are going to help out, and sponsors, they train their monitors, and then you guys can train providers. Teachers serve and record meals, and administrator checks meals to make sure they meet the meal pattern. Okay, those are the requirements. Centers participating in the food program have the obligation to offer program meals to eligible children who are enrolled for care, which includes infants. Parents cannot be requested or required to bring food for their infants in care. If parents choose to provide a meal component, the meal must meet the meal pattern. You can set up feeding and recording of meals, however works best for you. Oops. Okay, some of the common findings that we have seen when we look at infants. Not filling out record as soon after the meal as possible. So they wait until the end of the day, or they're incomplete. Not listing portions, not offering all required components, not filling out the individual record, and missing information on the infant record. Those are the most common.
I have a question.
Yep.
I heard from another sponsor that with centers, if you start offering the infants, say like vegetable or something, you then now have to always offer the vegetable.
Yes.
Yeah. I just didn't know if everybody knew that. And I was the only one who didn't know.
I actually read that again the other day myself, and I have to look up the reference, but I did find that as well. We'll look up the reference for you.
I mean, I believe you. I just wanted to make sure that is. I didn't know it. All the way from Paula, and I was like, I didn't know that, and so I didn't know if you guys do that. Okay, I'm sorry. Centers are new to me.
So you don't have to feel about the different vegetable, the one that they're used to, unless I start eating that one.
No, it's not.
All right. Meal pattern. This is the infant food chart. This can be found again in CACFP Central under Forms and Resources. The food chart outlines what a reimbursable meal consists of. It is split into the 2 age groups, the 0 to 5 months and the 6 months to the first birthday. It lists the components required for meals and snacks, as well as the serving sizes that are required to be served. All right. Next, we have individual record. You will need to keep the following information for each infant record: full name, the age of the baby. In this case, it will need to be in months. You need the date that is being recorded, whether the infant is receiving breast milk or formula or both. The foods served for each meal, the amount served of each component, and if this information isn't recorded anywhere else, an indication if the formula or food is provided by the parent. You'll want to record the infant meal as soon after the meal as possible. The infant meal record counts as the point of service. Most centers will then mark all of the infant meals on their point of service sheets as well, so that the infant meals are included in with all of the other meals being claimed. The important thing is that every infant being claimed has an infant meal record that shows that the responsible meal is being served. Questions on individual record for infants? You technically need to fill out everything. I just highlighted to show up, to show better. Okay, meal pattern components. Who can list those for me? We have, yes, please.
Breast milk or iron fortified formula, meat or without vegetables.
Grains, perfect. Thank you for that. So for breast milk. Breast milk and or formula is the main source of nutrition for infants. It's required that infants be offered breast milk or formula at every meal or snack. 0 to 5 months, they need 4 to 6 ounces. And the 6 months to 1 year old, they need 6 to 8 ounces for breakfast. Lunch and supper for 6 months, 6-month old to 1 year, they need 2 to 4 ounces for snack. Okay. Infants must either have breast milk or formula at each meal or snack. As best practice, encourage and support moms in their breastfeeding goals. Breast milk can greatly impact the health of the baby and the mom. And if possible, may offer a quiet space for mom to breastfeed at the center.
I just want to mention that infant that has to be 5 months under, after 5, they can start with the snack with something else after the formula or breast milk.
Thank you for that. Yep. Okay, infant formula. You are required to provide a house formula, which is iron fortified. It does not matter which formula is provided, as long as it is iron fortified. Also, the center does not need to provide a formula for each infant, as long as there is at least one that the center is providing. If there's only infant and the parent provides the formula or breast milk, the center is still required to have a house formula on site for any time the parent does not bring their own. Or if they run out, that's why it is a requirement that there's one in the house or in the center. Parents cannot be asked to provide their own formula if the mom is not providing breast milk. The infant formula can be milk or soy-based. It can also be low lactose or lactose-free. To be credible in the child, so the CACFP, formulas need to be iron fortified. and regulated by the FDA and prepare accordingly to directions. So 3 things, they need to be CACFP approved, which is iron fortified. They need to be regulated by FDA and they need to be prepared following directions. Okay, parent provided formula or food. Sometimes parents will prefer to provide their own formula or food when their infant is eating solid foods. If this is the case, make sure you document the parent's preference by marking the infant record that the parent is providing the formula or any of the food components. That would be your documentation. Although you are welcome to have them sign the waiver stating that they choose to provide their own, you may still claim the meal with parent-provided components if parent-provided formula is iron fortified, if the meal is meeting the meal pattern, and if the parent provides no more than 1 meal pattern component for each of the meals. Okay. And last but not least, a reminder that an institution or facility might not avoid this obligation by stating that the infant is not enrolled in the CACFP, or by citing logistical or cost barriers to offering infant meals. Any child enrolled in the center is enrolled in CACFP. Questions? All right, that's it from me.
So
Hey, let me get just a feel. How's everybody feeling? Is it like end of day? Do you want to, how much more do we want to go? How are you feeling?
So I don't think we're actually going to do any more of the presentation.
Okay, good.
But there were some questions that we might be able to answer. In the next little bit. Mostly what I was going to say when I said monitoring form in there is really just to say, by the way, that the forms you have are not the same type of review that we're doing. So when you tell me that you're filling out the form and you looked at this side or the other thing, I think that's great. Just know that we're doing something different. We have to do our own review. And a couple of things. That was changed. And couple of things we do is making sure there's a financial requirement that they spend all their money on food, on allowable food items, on allowable program items. Okay. So I wasn't going to look at these, but it's just changed on its own. So look at that. Receipts should be marked. I mean, really, you should know what's on there, was credible, non-credible. And we just actually add all those things up to see, okay, did they spend enough to spend all their reimbursement? And this is something that may or may not be helpful to them. It's just a ledger that we use and we suggest centers use so they can keep track of their own. It has gallons of milk purchased on there because that made obvious to them how much milk they were purchasing. And then there's actually a second page somewhere. If you look that up in CACFP Central, and I think it's in also both the Chakra Center and FDCH, there are tabs at the bottom. So there's a tab at the bottom that shows them how to anticipate how much milk they should purchase and serve versus doing something, and I'm sorry, versus doing a food audit, which is what we do to make sure, this is not mine. So versus food audit, which we do to make sure that, and we do this with your centers as well,
the food audit is just to make sure that, they've actually purchased enough food that they said that they're serving. We have those if you want to use them. I know that Alliance is using it, so this was like, we're going to like just shut that off. If it had like flipped over on its own because I touched it somehow, I wouldn't have gone through that. So there's a question on here. Sorry, sit down, I guess.
It's hard enough to release.
Does goat milk need a doctor's note? And no, it does not. The goat's milk is actually a milk that is, what's the word, Devin? It's credible, but there's also a name for where, sorry, I can't remember. Just know this, just know it's credible.
Yeah, it's like in the category of milk. It's like milk, so it's okay for it, yeah. And as long as it meets the state requirements, the pasteurization, things like that.
I have a question. A follow up on the goat milk. Most of the goat milk that I see on the receipts is whole milk. So, can goat milk be served to those that are over the 2-year-old because it says whole goat?
Oh, the whole, good question. So,
That was a silly question.
no, that's an excellent question, actually, and sometimes we get it, actually. So the question basically was, with the goat's milk, if it's whole milk, can that be served to the older kids? And it basically follows the same rule as cow's milk. So yeah, no, that's a great question.
There was a question about what do we mean by milk type? And I have to admit, I don't like milk type because it makes you wonder that exactly what a milk type is. So it's a milk fat type. So what's the milk fat content? Skim, 1%, 2%, whole. So it's milk fat. That's what the milk type is. Some of these about conducting reviews, hopefully we've answered some of those. So I'm just going to pick out a few we can actually talk about. So what qualifies as a technical assistance? So is that question to say, what are you doing to make a technical assistance, or what makes it what makes the occasion something that you do a technical assistance for versus a corrective action? And did we answer that one? Or is that somebody who's probably left? Okay. This one, if you go to see a person earlier in the day and they aren't home, could I go later that same day? If they don't know that you came in the morning and it was unannounced, then you can. As long as they don't know you were there, you didn't contact them, you didn't leave a message for them, it's still going to be unannounced in the afternoon, then yes. Otherwise, I like Michael said, he waits a little bit. So they don't actually expect you to come back. So we talked about implementing the new form a little bit. Hopefully it answers some of your questions. There were a few questions on timing for your reviews. How much time should you spend in a home? And I know that varies, and I'd kind of like to ask you, how long should a review take? So when you go into home, or let's just do homes right now. If you go into home, how long is it taking you?
Depends on the provider, I think, because some are like right on top of it, where it's like, here's my binder, here's this, here's that, and then the others are kind of like, well, I think it's here. I don't know. I would say on average, maybe 45 minutes-ish.
Okay. And it's a file review, not a meal review. That would be for file review.
If you're doing like a lunch or something, it takes longer, but I would say 45 minutes on average.
Okay.
What about some of your group homes? Do those take a little bit longer, or are those?
We don't do relative care or any of that, by the way. We're always, so that might change you guys.
Like an inspection.
Like 8 providers, licensed for 8. And if they're really organized and we're not catching a mill, sometimes we can be 20 minutes.
Yep. If they're organized and
yeah,
the kids are like, it's but in out.
Good.
It's when you have more of the relative, or you have a licensed provider who is all over the place and you're trying to corral.
Scatter.
Okay.
Does it make much of a difference, like a provider that has 8 versus 16, like a group home, for example? Or does it make, but does it really even make a big difference
Not on the file. I don't-
Necessarily.
on the file? Okay.
It's when you have to do health and safety inspections for the relative care and the alternate approval, that's another 15, 20
But
minutes.
15 to 20 minutes.
Yes, 15 to
So
20.
what do you think would be a max that a monitor would spend in a home?
If it's more than an hour, then you're doing too much.
Yeah.
Okay.
You're talking too much.
Or they're talking too much.
Or they don't know what they're doing? Okay,
You
so,
know, there's times that they're distracted with the kids or whatever, so I don't.
Or if you need to catch a meal, you know, say they have a longer meal time.
Yes.
And so you show up at the beginning of their meal time and you have to get a meal this time. I waited an hour for a provider to get a meal out onto the table.
okay, so for meal observations, it could very well take longer because you have to be there to watch them. Okay,
There's a lot of varying variables to know what it's gonna be. I went into a licensed home provider 2 weeks ago thinking it was gonna be an in, out, and it took me 30 minutes because the monitor who's going in before me, she didn't have half her enrollments in there. She had them, but they weren't enrolled. Half were on the computer, half were not. And I'm like, yeah, if you can't keep it, it's gotta all go in the binder. I'm not doing halvesies and where you can't find them on your computer. That's just, no.
so I'm gonna say then for a file review, 30, I know it can be less, 30 to 45 minutes. Less if they're organized, more if you need to have more technical assistance or whatever's going on. And a lot of that depends on the organization of your provider. Okay, so if they added on the inspection, it would maybe take another 20 minutes. At 30 maybe at the outside. So an hour and 15 to an hour and a half. Do I have that right? So no more than an hour and a half if they're doing inspection at the same time. Right. For file review. Is that right, math?
By home, but you know, by provider, by home,
Mhm.
type of visit, so.
So you would think that probably 3 hours for file review is like max over the top?
Yeah, that's questionable.
I'm sorry, say that again.
Reviews for centers.
Oh, for centers? Centers do take longer. Having, doing on-site reviews myself, I go in, any paperwork that I don't have that's not part of kid care or whatever, which we don't have, we make them send it in. I look at on-site, so like income eligibility form, we look at, the sponsor looks at, so you probably wouldn't have to look at those on-site unless they had some they hadn't sent in yet. Same with enrollments. But when you're looking, you're gonna go in and look at the meal preparation. Okay, so this is assuming now you're doing meal observation. Meal preparation, you're gonna go through their cupboards, right? Do the cupboard check. And then you are gonna look at their meal records to see how complete they are. Okay, if you go into the infant room, you want to see an infant meal. And you need to see complete records. If you can't tell that they're getting all 3 components of all 3 meals once they hit about 8 months, then you need to start questioning what's going on. So that takes you some time, right? You need to check to make sure there's house formula on site. You need to check the on-site meal records for the day for older children to make sure that they are serving with serving sizes, what they said, or there's substitutions. So that can take a while. And if I am going to go in with you, I will look as much stuff on paperwork on site that I can. So that
Most of it will be sent, say, as a reviewer, most of it would have been sent to me. But if I'm going out with you, I will actually also look on site to see what they have, because they're required to keep some of that stuff on site. Michael?
So unknown to me until our last review, I didn't know that we could announce it to our centers.
Oh, yeah,
that you
sorry.
guys were coming. Do you prefer that they're announced, or do you want them unannounced, or do you guys care on that if you're coming out with this? I was just curious because I don't care one way or the other. We usually always go out unannounced. So when you said it could be announced, I was like, I don't know if I want to announce it, but I'm not sure what your guys' thought is on that.
So right now, we have no requirement for center reviews with the state reviewer to be unannounced. If you announce it to them, so they know we're coming, we're fine with that. Provider reviews, unannounced, center reviews at this point, announced. We have not discussed changing that. So right now, you can announce them all. You don't have to announce them all, but yeah.
And sometimes there's documentation you want for that center review.
Yes, so they kind of know.
Get that information for you.
That is true. When we start asking for the enrollment and the income eligibility forms and that type of thing, and you having to get anything from the center and the meal records, they're gonna know at that point. Pardon?
Yeah, receipts.
Yeah, receipts and all of that. Then they're gonna know at that point, something's up and you might as well tell them it's a review, so. It's good, that's good for us.
So was that just for state reviews that they're all announced? Because you're not saying that our reviews can.
No.
That's correct.
Okay,
Right.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for
I
clarification.
never, on ours, we just go out unannounced all the time, so I didn't really want to start announcing them kind of at all.
Keeping them on their toes.
Yeah. Okay, so I'd say minimum an hour in a center. And I expect if you're gonna watch meals and get as many rooms as you can, depending on the size, it will be longer than that. Because you're gonna be looking through the enrollment forms, you're gonna be looking through all the stuff on site that you normally do. So I think that's like a minimum, and you're probably spending more than that there.
I was just gonna say, it depends on the size of the center.
Yes, absolutely.
That are like a group home.
Mhm.
And then it also depends on if it's a file review and how
Yes.
organized they are, just like with the homes. So we can do them in less than an hour.
Yes.
Easily.
File review, if it's a file review and it's a smaller center, you should be able to do it less than an hour. So,
And I have a bunch of mine have like a cafeteria, like a kitchen, like a whole lunchroom.
mhm,
So it's all right there. So it's so easy to do it.
mhm. Which is nice.
Yeah, very
It took
variable.
me an hour to do with a meal.
Yeah, I often have to go from room to room, but if they have like a lunchroom, makes it really nice. So does that kind of help on the timing and how long it takes?
Yes.
Any other questions that may not be here, what to do, and there's no 5-day records going back? I think that we've talked about that. Is that usually, okay. The yogurt added, we talked about that. Sorry, there's no paperwork reduction unless it's all online. That's your paperwork reduction. Sorry about that. Improvements during a review. Hopefully we talked about some of these. Timing. How do you move a review along with a talkative provider or one that's difficult? That's a good question.
SD.
So sometimes you just have to, I've been there. Sometimes you just have to let them talk and you ask for the paperwork and they get to talk and you do paperwork, right? There's no way around it. I've done exit reviews that have taken twice as long as they should have because suddenly that person is just so talkative and wants to talk about everything. No, I totally understand that. Sometimes you can do it and sometimes you can't very well. Okay, questions? So what about what all the questions mean? Hopefully we've covered that one or somewhat. I know we didn't hit every question. If it's short and everything's good, good for you. How long does it take? Corrective action. We've gone over that. So disallowed meals, I think we've talked about that some. Hopefully, we may give you some information on what meals would be disallowed and what not. Missing components, not recorded by the end of the prior day, missing, counts not recorded by the end of the prior day. When doing an announced review, how much time in advance are we required to give? Anyone have anything that you do? So I think that's up to you. I don't think there's like a standard. If you want to tell them the morning of that you're headed out their way, you can do that. 24 hours is nice if you're really expecting them to be there and you have all their paperwork ready. Hopefully they will have it for you. If you announce that morning that you're coming, you know that they will probably not be as prepared, which actually may be a good way for you to see how prepared they are or not on a regular basis. Okay. So if there's anything in here that's, plus any of the questions that any of the notes we took earlier, questions we couldn't answer, we will talk about in our meetings and we will send that back to you. You will at some point get a recording of this, an actual recording, not just PowerPoint, or actually getting the PowerPoint too. I think that we may be sending out the PowerPoint with notes as well as a recording at some time. Yes.
Can we have a copy of all those scenarios and your answer?
I have extras and you can, I'll put them out for you. Yes.
If you could email them to us?
Sure, but you can also take all the paper that you want. I'm gonna throw it away.
This report for the new schedule for 2026 to 27. So it says for one side, reduced meals and free meal. How to use this to qualify the providers? Can you explain me that?
So which form is that?
Like guidelines, I think she's looking for like accountability guidelines.
Oh, is that the, oh, can I take a look at that one? Maybe.
Sorry, I didn't see it handed out, so I'm not real sure. So if it's a printed income eligibility guidelines.
So it has two prices.
Yeah, probably just the different years, I think 19. I don't see. That's what it says.
Anything else while Devin looks at that?
We got this one like
This one.
So we appreciate you all being here. Devin's gonna find out what that is for sure, so we can answer that. But meantime, thank you all for your coming, for your patience. It's nice to see everybody in person because we haven't done that in a long time.
We get to come back.
You get to come back at some point.
Yeah. We were gonna meet real quick just